Why, hello. Good morning. Good morning. So I'm a little bit late, but it's because we have 7 new ferrets. It's kind of a lot of them. Middle-aged, not super old, not super young. Came from a domestic violence case. Can we see him? I have Shay bring him in one at a time. All 7 of them together, yes. Have you thought about opening a ferret sanctuary for all your ferrets? My dude, what do you think we do? Here. We run one of the largest ferret rescues in the United States, man. Go to ferrets.live. Read all about it. That's a joke? Why are you like this, dude? That's not even debated. That's just a me when I lie, dude. Debated my ass. How are they being treated? Very well. Why invisible? Because I'm not awake yet, and I'm eating breakfast. Yeah, little ham, I know. It's because they made the command so long. Let me go URL shorten it. It's because YouTube doesn't let you have nice things, basically. Are the ferrets allowed to play video games? I don't think they want to. Alright, what is this called? Alright, I've updated it on YouTube. It's just the YouTube one is, like, so vicious about the link length that it just cuts it off in the middle of a link, which is... I don't know, that's insane to me. YouTube's too restrictive, man. You can't expect a small indie company like YouTube to be competent. I know. All right. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick, then we're going to get started for the day. So give me just a minute. And I'm back. Oh, man. Yeah, definitely a slow start today. Got a lot going on. The ferret cam-controlled Nuzlocke? Oh, God. Ferrets play Pokemon, dude? What is this new bug from Winky? Let me see. That's kind of funny. Alrighty. Grab this. Grab that. Everything here is good. Get out of there. Get out of that. And should be good to go. Boop. I exist. Is that Jim the Dandy? Alright, so we have 7 new ferrets. There are 7 new ferrets at the rescue, all at the same time. I have not memorized all of their names. Their names are also going to be changed, so it's fine. But yeah, 7 at once, dude. It's a lot. It's a lot of ferrets all at once. Well, thanks. But yeah, so we'll have them in quarantine right now. They've already been checked, so that's good from a medical standpoint. And that's it. We'll have 7 new ones. 7 dwarves? Yes, 7. Was all that today? That was all today. Yeah. So now they're out. We've got them. At least they're not out. They're in an enclosure. Yes, many 7s. Yes. It is. There's a lot of fresh noodles, and they were grouped together. So are any chonk sized? One's kind of chonk, a little bit chonk. Can you bring one of them, Shay? Yeah, we can do that. Huh? Anyone you want to bring? Yeah, we ended up collaborating. So, to be clear, we ended up collaborating with another rescue to do this. There was a case of domestic violence. The person who was the victim of domestic violence gave up the ferrets. Ferrets went to another rescue. Those ferrets went from that rescue to us. So, we collaborating with that other rescue has allowed us to do this, and that's good. So, because they couldn't take them, and they needed to go somewhere. So now they're with us. But yeah, we'll have Shay bring one of them in just a minute. It's a shame. It happens. You know, shit happens in the world. It's a terrible place sometimes, but you know, these guys are going to be okay. Yeah. How do you all quarantine right now, by the way? Separate room. Entirely. They've already gotten all their checks, so. Oh. Kind of looks like mouse, but has ruby-colored eyes. And is not albino. Are you? No.
She won't bite you. She won't get you. She's very sweet.
You checking me out, dude? Cool. Oh, she's like really sweet.
Yeah, they're all sweet.
She's like super sweet.
They're all super loved. Very spoiled.
Oh. Hello. Hi. You want to look at things? You want to sniff that? It's a microphone. She's like, there's so much stuff in here. I want to check it all out. Hey, look at chat. Wow. You okay? Yeah. Yeah. We have a new streamer? I know, right? All her nails are clipped. She's very clean. She doesn't smell weird. Good behavior. You're good. Yeah. Oh. Same color as Mouse, too. That, like, super soft, white, kind of cream color. Hi. Oh. What's up? She's like, I want to check things out, but I also want to be lazy. What you doing?
Lord_Parrot donated $25 to charity.
Hey, thank you for the 25 bucks to the Humane World, dude. That's super nice of you.
Think of names as we go.
Yeah, we got to think of names.
Who are you?
7 at once is a lot. And I just got nerd logged from RuneScape. God damn it. Yeah, nerd log. 7 dwarves names? No. I don't want to. That means one of them would be named Grumpy, right? Name them the 7 deadly sins, right? Oh. Hello. You're an old man and your tongue is out.
8.5.
You're 8.5 years old. You're so old. Hi. Hello. You're in a really good shape for 8.
Yes.
You're in a really good shape for 8. Yes, you are. Sniff, 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 sniff.
He's gonna need to have his tail amputated.
You got a tail cyst, buddy. You're going to lose that tail. I know. It's unfortunate. It's okay, though. Oh. He's got a cyst on his tail, so we're going to have that tail removed. Hi.
He likes to play
Hi.
with solo cups.
Hi. Unless they could drain the cyst.
It'll keep refilling.
Is it one of those?
Yeah.
Already gotten checked. It is one of those types of cysts where it'll just keep coming back. Shay said that the vet had already checked them all out. So, yeah, it'll be an amputated tail. That's how it works. You're telling me with 7 of them, not a single one fits the name Grumpy? They're not grumpy. They're all really well behaved. They're super nice. 7 wonders of the world? That means we'd have to name one of them like the Great Wall of China, dude. It's like a long name. How do you yell, "Get down, Great Wall of China"? Like, that doesn't work that way. Hello.
6.
Hello, you're 6 years old. Hi. Look at this. Oh. You're just like, what's going on? Why? What's going on? Nothing? Nothing going on? No thoughts? Not really interested? Wants to go back to bed. Yeah. That one's dopey. Name them after types of pasta. Oh, that's a good idea. That's a good... See, that one's good. You could name one penne. The Seven Sages from Ocarina of Time. Oh, dude, Shay's immediately... Yep. Shay said, I like this. God damn it. Shay's immediately going to vote for that one, dude. Anything you do with, like, older Zelda games, Shay's just going to say yes. Hello. You're very small. You're very small. And you're 4?
She's sensitive.
You're so small.
She's sensitive personality.
I'm here. Oh. Oh. Very tiny. Very tiny. She's just chilling. Look at that. Little lady. Look at this. Oh. Want to escape? You can't escape. Don't escape. Come here, you. Whoop. She does the splayed out legs when you pick her up.
She's very sensitive.
It's okay. There you go. Oh, a little bit afraid. Yeah, a little bit afraid. Yeah, she's a small one. Very tiny. 7 virtues, 7 well-behaved for noodles. They're very cute. They're like super cute, to be honest with you. But it's yeah, I don't know. Cases like this are always really rough because it's so many at once, but we'll be able to handle it. Bro, what is wrong with you, Cranksters? Bait used to be believable, dude. She's gonna need a big cushy hoodie to curl up for a bit. Yeah, exactly. What's the situation? It was domestic violence, so we had to intake 7 at once, which is quite a lot. But they're a group altogether, so yeah, it's just rough. I mean, that's welcome to a rescue, right? Like that's kind of how it goes. Sometimes you get weird cases like that. Yeah. 7 deadly sins, 7 types of ligma. There's no 7 types of ligma. You mean 7 types of hot dog? Hello.
I'm boy, but girl face.
You look like you're very small.
Yeah, he's tiny.
Kind of looks like Vinny.
Yeah, he does.
You got the Vinny
He's a
face.
champagne. He's ruined out. So.
Yeah. Oh, you gonna steal it? No, not gonna steal the microphone. Okay. Hi. Hi. You want to check that out? Look, it's camera. Wow. And you're rowing out on your arms there, huh? And on your back. He's all gray. Whoop. There we go. What are ferrets? Like genetically? What do you mean like genetically? They're effectively you take a polecat and you domesticate it. That's the best way to put it. They're a domesticated animal. They are in no way able to survive in the wild. Not at all. Yeah, not at all. That dude is super banned. That's a weirdo. Yeah. Yeah, they're mustelids, man. You can see them. They are relatives of badgers, so they have 0 fear, you know. Yeah. 0 fear. You look just like Onion. Holy crap. You're like Onion, too. We'll name you Shallot. That's going to stick. There's no way out now. Hi. Hi. You look just like Onion. Are you a climber, too? Do you like to climb and steal? Are you an escape artist?
Very interesting.
Interested in that, huh? Hello. Oh. Want to escape? Want to explore? Not an escape artist like Onion.
want to see her problem?
Oh.
She got a Lupron for free.
She got a Lupron already? All right. So she's got major adrenal. Yeah.
They said it's free. That's how we get shit.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she's got adrenal disease, that one. Yeah. So Thor lost his job to a ferret? Nice. Good. You won with Big Mike. Now Shay wins? Dude, I'm telling you, that one's shallot. Is that the 8.5 years old? No, that was the crunchier old man earlier. He was 8.5. And he doesn't feel like an 8.5-year-old. So they're all in very good health, you know. Hi. You look like tiny beans.
Tiny Mimi.
Tiny beans.
Just like Mimi.
With a long face.
Fake mimosa.
Fake mimosa. Oh. Much more active. What are you doing, man? Hi. Oh. Don't steal that. You're the only one who tried. Where are you going? Much more adventurous. Got a white bib on the neck. There you go. Even more ferrets. What's up? 7 bean soup? We could name them after each of the bean types.
Maybe in black. Kind of sticky.
Shallot.
Can't name a fake.
Shallot for fake onion.
Kidney.
We could name that one kidney.
No.
Kidney bean.
I still like the 7 sages from Ocarina of Time.
What if you named them 6 different sages and then I named that one shallot?
What if you shut your ass up?
What? Shay just said, what if you shut your ass up? Like that was it. Jesus, dude. I told you. Shouldn't have said the 7 sages, dude. Shay's mean, dude. Shay's mean, dude. Alright, let's get into Hightail. Oh yeah, if you're wondering about ferrets, claws. It's just, I'm already bleeding down my arm. Nice. Welcome to Ferrets with Claws. They'll get you. 7 brands of chainsaw? Jesus. Yeah, one of them was scratchy. I don't know which one got me, but one of them did. When will Blockgame be available on Hightail? When we're ready. It's a lot of work, dude. What do you think I've been doing the whole last week? Having fun messing around? Not just messing around. I've got a lot of stuff to do. I've been working on it really hard. Looks like new patch notes are not up yet, so that's good. Yeah. Come on. Come on. There we go. You have 1 male Syrian hamster and 1 dwarf bunny? A dwarf bunny that's free roam? I'd be nervous as shit. I have wires all over the damn house. There's no way. There's no way I would do that. What's your plan for today? Today I want to get into probably World Gen. Or more into items and crafting. I don't know which yet. You can teach them not to mess with wires, but it's hard to do? Yeah, I could see that. It all works. What's the difference between albino and ruby-eyed white? So, albino is full lack of pigmentation, dude. Yeah. Like, no pigment at all. The ruby-eyed white is just a normal ferret that's white. Like, if you look at Mouse is a dew, or dark-eyed white, you know? Because she's got a black eye. If we do 7 sages, their group name can be Ocarina of Tube. God damn it. So you're going to have Rauru, Saria, Darunia, Ruto, Impa, Naburu, and Zelda. Zelda's going to be the one with the ruby eyes now. Like, obviously. What are we naming? The 7 new ferrets that came in? Hightail 2 win? Dude, what? Yeah, the ruby-eyed white is definitely Zelda. Ocarina of Tube. Fine. I'm still gonna call her Shallot, though, and there's nothing you can do about it. You thought there were bosses? More ferrets? Yeah, we got 7 new ferrets in from a domestic violence case today. We will delegate in the name assignments. Incoming Nintendo lawsuit because of the names. Why you like this? Hey Shay, look what I made in Hightail. Look at that. Isn't that neat? Hate that? You have to release him. Release him. Release him. He definitely won't end the time of man. Oh, the Homer Simpson meme? Actually, you can do this, too. So it looks like he's even more sunk into the ground. It's ridiculous. Yeah, because there's, like, deep grass kind of a thing. So today, I will use Blockbench, which I've never used before, to remove the glow layer off of this potion bottle. So we can have a new bottle that doesn't have a glow layer, so it doesn't do this. We're gonna fix that. Which I'm excited for. Yeah, we're gonna fix it. The potion's so clean looking. I didn't make this, actually. So this is a baseline model inside of Hightail. And what I'm doing is I'm just removing the glow layer. I haven't made any models for the game quite yet, but that's something I'm going to be doing. The effect you see when it breaks, that water effect on the ground, that's what I made yesterday. So it's a distortion particle effect with a black particle effect that's frayed at the edges, so it looks like it's the ground getting wet as it goes through. The original effect looked like this, which is not what we wanted because it's not a magic potion. It's a water potion. So they're very different from each other. Yeah. My potion, no, changed. Sent mail via the P.O. Box on Shay's B-Day. It should be there by now, if not soon. I'll go check it today, then. I mean, it's not Sunday today, right? What day is it? What day is this? It is Wednesday, my dudes. Nice. Yeah, I will definitely check that. I gotta go close my office door. One moment. It is Wednesday, my dudes. All right. Adventure, you cannot handle my strongest potions. It's true. All right, so I need to go get Blockbench running. I've never run Blockbench before. I don't know how this works. I agree. Next. I'm installing it. Tools. Okay. Yeah, this is Hightail. We're going to be updating some stuff. Give me just a minute. Tools. Blockbench. All right, running Blockbench. Where did it go? Don't forget the Hightail plugin. I'm going to run Blockbench first, just so I can see what the UI looks like. It's just closing when I run it. That's probably not good, right? No, I need to see if the program even works first, guys. Give me a sec. When I run it, it's just opening and then closing itself. Huh. One moment. No, that installer's the right installer. I'm going to reinstall it. The hell? Thor's PC too old? Okay. Works great on Linux. Nice. The hell's going on here? Okay, run Blockbench. It's just instantly closing it. What the hell's going on here? What? Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Blockbench. Run it as admin then. Nope. Just opens and immediately closes. That doesn't make any sense. You have to run the installer while in admin? That's even weirder. It's not even running in, No, it is unironically just straight up closing. It's not even running in processes, man. The hell's doing this? Let me peep the base. There is no base. I've been modding the game. That's all I've been doing for the last week. Why is this not functioning? Run this as admin. Let's find out what's wrong. Yeah, it literally just opens up to a gray screen and then disappears. That doesn't make any sense, dude. That's bait, Robez. You know better. The hell could be doing this? Yeah, I'm gonna go check the event viewer. There's no administrative events. Let's go look at Windows logs, application and service logs. What's going on here, man? All right, I've got application logs up. What the hell? Yeah, no, it's just crashing every time. What is the information on this? What is going on here? Why is Blockbench dying? Okay. It's just saying it's faulting, and it doesn't say why. It's an application crash event. Okay. Well, that's weird. Use the web version? Is there actually a web version for this? I'm going to try to use the portable version because the installer seems to not be functioning. Whatever they've done is causing it to crash on my machine, which is super weird. That's really, really strange. Give me a sec. Reboot fixes everything. It's not a firewall issue. No, it's an application crash. I checked Event Viewer. Yeah, this doesn't make any sense. Give me a sec. Yeah, no, this is super freaking weird, dude. I'm just going to clean uninstall it. I'm just going to kill it off my machine. I don't know why it's broken. Because this should just work. Huh. Yeah, that's really weird, man. Were you installing it to your C drive? Because I was installing it to D. Todd Howard, it just works. All right. Also, what version are you running? I'm on. This was 507. You didn't see and it worked fine? Last version on page? What is the version that you're running? Was the question. Not last version on page. What is the version you're running? Eventually we got web.blockbench.net. Yeah, the web version, but I want it on local machine. This is weird as shit. I'm not talking about what the latest version is. I'm asking what their installed version... God, why are you... Goblins, please. You could do better than this. Portable works for you, but ask for permission thing? I'm going to try the portable version. I'm always amazed by people's inability to actually listen to the question and instead answer something nobody asked. Like, why are you like this? Alright. Let's refresh this. I'm going to try to run the portable one. We'll see if that works. Which is weird because it should be running fine. Because it's supposed to be for both Intel and AMD. The portable one works fine. What the hell, man? Alright, well. Portable works fine. The installer does not. That's weird as shit, dude. Yeah, that's super goddamn weird. Alright, one sec. Where is our blocky model? Is the blocky model missing? It's supposed to be a potion model. Huh. Where is? One sec. That's the fire trap preview. We don't care about that. It's my character Human. Get rid of that. Get rid of this. Get rid of all of this junk. One sec. Get rid of that. Get rid of that save file. Yeah, I don't know why this portable one works fine. I'm gonna take it and put it in the folder. One sec. Won't see blocky files till it has the plugin. Fair. I'm just putting the portable one in the folder for it, and then I'm gonna go put it on my taskbar. That's really odd that the portable one is working fine, but the installer is not. Alright, so now I need the Hightail block bench plugin. There we go. You're running 507 installed in your C drive. You also had to run the installer as admin to get it to open. Yeah, it's super weird. It won't work on my D drive, and that's where I keep everything, so I'm just putting the portable one in there and it's fine. Okay, Hightail art style is fine. That's fine. Where is the plugin? Download the Hightail Blockbench plugin. Blockbench and Hightail Blockbench plugin. Source code for the plugin. Nice. Install the plugin, start Blockbench, and open the file menu in the top left corner. Select plugins to open the built-in plugin browser. Alright. Doing it. Opening it up. And then it is plugins. There we go. And then from there, Hightail Models is the one on the top. Install. Alright. Cool. And now we can say open a model. And we can do potion blocky model. And it looks like nothing. Because that one is the broken one. Alright, one sec. Now we need to get the blocky model out of the video game. Get rid of potion blocky model, there we go. Whoop. No, I don't want the Discord server either. Alright, we have Blockbench now. Sick. Everything's set up. Alright. And I have the plugin on. Now I just need to get all of the assets. Just give me a second. Alright, let's see. We have a bench of blocks. We do. I'm getting this set up for the first time. I've already modded the shit out of the game, if you guys haven't seen. Like, I've been living in the asset editor for the last... What is it, 8 days now? Since launch? Every day. All day. Asset editor. Building things. And all of it works. So I'm happy with this. Well, most of it works. I turned in a bunch of bugs. What are you talking about, Ryan? We're not even at war with him, dude. That was last phase. Let's go to this. Let's see. It's like 8 months ago, man. You are behind the times, my dude. Let's see. So I need to go and grab the asset, but that asset is in a zip file that was sent to me by you. Okay, so that is going to be in here, in app data. There we go. Users. I'm going to go to app data. Is it under local? Oh, no. It's under roaming. All right. And then Hightail. Where's Hightail? H. Where's my H? Wait, is Hightail not in roaming? What? Where does this live? Is this actually app data local? They lied. It's not in any of the app data folders. I think it might actually be in the installation folder. Yeah, it's not in there. I'm gonna go look in the installation folder. No, I looked in app data local Hightail, it's not there. I'm gonna go look at the installation folder. Install, release, package, game, latest. Install, release, package, game, latest. Yep, it was in the installation folder. And then assets.zip. And we can open up assets.zip. And then go to common, items, consumables, potions, and potion.blocky model. Found it. Alright. Open up another tab. That over here. Into downloads. And then take that blocky model and copy it out. And then we can take this and open up that model. Where is it? Where is that model? Potion.blocky model. Bro, allow it. No textures were found for this model. Do you want to import the textures? Yes. So now I gotta go grab the textures for this, which I believe that is under common as well. Block textures. No. It'll be under items, consumables, potions, potion textures, blue. And we'll grab that one. You select file. And it is called blue. Got it. Waha! We have our potion! So now, I need to find the layer. I've never used Blockbench before, by the way. What is our rotation? Rotation feel. It's not middle mouse button. Oop. Good morning. Morning to you. So we need to select the actual layer. Oh, we can actually select by this. That's super helpful. And all I have to do is remove on this the glow, which I need to find out where that lives and how it looks. Time for Blockbench backseat? Yes. There's the little pieces above it. That's the stuff inside. We can actually delete those because it's just water, so it doesn't have any magical sparkles coming out of it. So maybe I can get rid of that. I don't know yet. I'm not sure if I want to. But I need to find out where the texture is set to be full bright, and I don't know where that lives. So we're going to take a look. There's Liquid Splash 2. That's that one. There's Liquid Splash is the model there. And if we make that disappear... Okay, that's fine. And the liquid itself. So if we look at the liquid itself, is there a way that we can modify the texture on this? I spent your first week in Blockbench making custom sword. That's awesome. Yeah, I've never used it before, so this is totally new interface for me. This looks so simple to use. It feels really simple to use. I just don't know where everything lives. So if we look at the liquid, where do the texture systems live for this? Auto UV, maximize UV. Nope, we don't care about that. All texture is over here. Yeah, but there's a way to make specific surfaces have full bright, and that's how they made just the potion liquid have full bright. Does that make sense? You've had it very easy to get into using? That's good. Do you know where the full bright is on this? Where it lives? Oh, you can paint individual... Wait, you can just do the texturing directly in this? Okay, that's actually amazing. I know what it is, but I'm ziplib? Bullshit. Where is it? I need to know where that is, dude. You can just paint directly onto it? That's cool. I like that. This seems like such a niche area of the game to focus on. I'm porting over our MMO from Minecraft to that. To this, to Hightail. Transform elements? Thank you. You know where it is, but you're ziplip full of shit, dude. There is no elements. Transform is right here, though. So where does it live? Top right? Under paint? No, I'm not seeing it there. Above the position? What? Bro, what? Oh, you're talking about this. Not transform up here. Transform over here. Got it. Aha! Flat. There we go. This is the one we're after. Actually, I think we set it to standard, yeah? Let me look at the rest of this. Oh, no, it's set to flat. Set to flat. Set that one to flat. Set that one to flat. So that way it's not always lit. Look at this. Make sure nothing else is set up that way. The lid. Everything there is cool. Good. Okay, so now we should be able to export this. Export Hightail blocky model. And we'll call it Potion Water blocky model. Save. Cool. And now we'll go into Hightail. And we've got our Potion Water. Waiting on ads. Block Bezos is funny. He's pretty good. Go open this up. I gotta go pull up our server. Pulling up our that. I'm gonna go grab this. One sec. There we go. And then do... The hell? One moment. Gotta go to my panel and get this set up. That's why. It's logging into the wrong server. I was like, why is this password not working? And I was like, that's probably bad. And then it was, it's the wrong server. Alright, so now we gotta go into here. We'll go into mods. We'll go into Blockgame. Common. And then we go items, consumables, potions, and we're gonna add our new blocky model over here, because I've saved it out. And it's called Potion Water.blocky model. Throw it in there. Cool. And now that should be up on the asset store, up on here, under this potion. Under common, there's potion underscore water and potion empty. Those are our icons. Does it not pull it in automatically? It should be. Oh, you know what? I may not have restarted it since we changed that option. Yeah. Can we have Thor's face on the block? I mean, if you can fit it, yeah. Okay, so on the potion water, we need to change the model itself with a block. Yeah, potion blocky model. Under this. Items, consumables, potions. It's not displaying. So I may need to restart the asset editor. We're going to find that. Or I may need to restart the server. Either way, I've got to put it on there. Restarting the server. Boo. To the panel. Alright. Yeah, because I changed it under our customization options. We just got that option of disable file watcher. So I've turned that off now. The file watcher is the thing that automatically lets us restart the server, or not have to restart the server when we're adding files, but I don't think I restarted the server after I turned that option off. So, should be good. You don't understand why the water glows? The water glows because the old model was a magic potion, and I'm changing it into a water potion, so I need to have a separate one for that. Because the Fulbright nature of that layer is stored inside of the block model. So I just had to download Blockbench, take the file, modify the file, and put it back in. You don't understand why emeralds glow? I actually want to remove the glow from a lot of like gems and things like that in the game. I've been thinking about that quite a bit. I want you to use light to make them work. Why water? Because we need a bottle of water. It's part of Blockgame, so. Can you change the enemy's AI in Asset Editor? Is it something you can code in? Any smart people know? I think that one, I haven't checked into enemies yet. If you can't change enemy AI in Asset Editor, that's something that I would say you probably would want to have the ability to. There's a couple of things about monsters that you can't change right now, so it's kind of annoying. All right, potion water. And we'll go into block. We're going to blocky model. We'll go over to this side. Items, consumables, potions. There it is. And now we've changed that model over. And now, when I get back in game, it should work. Will you have wigs in this version of Blockgame? Yes. So now we've got the original potion and our new potion. Ah. And it works. So that's the glowing magical potion, and this is our potion of water. I'm gonna send that over to Jake. Potion of water and potion of heavy water. And all right. So now when we break that one, it does the magic. And when we break this one, it does the water. What about potion of thick water? It just makes a jelly blob that sinks into the ground. Is it still water? Yeah, it is. Boop. Works. So now we got to give it an interaction for a normal bottle. So potion empty, which is this one, empty potion bottle. We need that, and we need to make it so that this not only can be placed and destroyed, but can also be interactive on the water itself. So I'm going to make that so that we can use this on water to turn it into a potion of water. So that'll be the next piece. Potion empty. We'll go into here, and we'll go into interactions. Thought you were going to say thrown? I mean, I guess we could throw it, but you know. We'll go into block type. Is not what we care about right now. We care about interactions. There we go. So the secondary is block primary and block secondary. So what I need to do is do an if-else effectively on this. It'd be like, if you're pointing at water, do the thing, else do the other thing. So we'll do a check, and that check is going to be... I don't know if there's an interaction for checking for water. But we'll find out. So on secondary, I'm going to say create embedded, and we'll do interactions here. And the interaction is going to be... I have no idea yet. Create another embedded. The type is going to be check the block. I guess block condition? Oh, it'd have to be a ray trace, wouldn't it? Check what mugs do? Oh, yeah, because mugs fill up with water, don't they? Hold up. That's a good idea. We're going to grab mug. Real. We'll go look at consumables mug fill. Condition mug fill. Deco mug. Interactions. Secondary. Root mug fill. Okay. Interactions. Condition mug fill. Okay. Condition. Next. Type replace. Interactions. Mug fill. Okay. We're almost there. Type refill container. Okay. Oh wait, no, it's just actually called type refill container. Okay, so we're going to be doing an event called refill container. States filled water, allowed fluids, water source and water. That's a really weird one. No, that's a really weird one, actually. That's a really, really, really weird one. Huh. Yeah, weird. I feel like that could be simplified. Oh, it definitely can. This is just changing the state of the object. So the mug itself never changes items. It just changes the state of the item to a filled version of the item. Which is not really what I expected. I thought it was changing item types. I'd rather change item types. Does that make sense? Because then we could attach all the logic to the secondary one with it filled with that, and then I can change it to different types based on which kind of liquid you fill it with. Which I think is a smarter way to do this. So I don't think I'm going to do an item state. I think I'm going to do different item types, and I'll have to find a way to do that myself. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. Give me just a minute. I have returned. Goblin candy? No candy. No candy for the goblins. Don't you do it. You know not what you do. Killing a monster in Monster Hunter now. Parrot race and D&D win. You're funny. Boop. All right. So this is a really kind of weird and roundabout way to make a water bottle, I think. If it fails, block secondary. Condition fill mug. So we do a secondary use. Basically, it checks... Where's the interactions? I don't care about durability. Interaction bars consume SFX. This is like a lot of complication. That's really odd. I'd rather, instead of setting a state on this, I'd rather just make another object. Yeah, it's got a full state for it. Like a state system. Because that means that for every liquid you wanted to fill this thing with, you would complicate it even further. Which just doesn't really make sense to me, right? Like, you'd want to split that logic out to a bunch of different objects if you're going to do this correctly, so that way it's not as complicated. Otherwise, you have this giant monolithic thing. Yeah, it turns into spaghetti at that point. Because what you'd have to do is you'd have to set up a state for every single one of these on one object, and it just becomes this giant thing. It's much better to be like mug water and mug poison, right? Things like that. Or even better, if you're going to set a state, let it inherit the effects of that liquid, right? That's an even better system if you're going to do it. So I do think that it's a little bit weird. Yeah. So I'm going to do a different way. I am going to look through this, though, and, like, see how they've set this up, because you've got interactions of mug fill. It says type condition, crouching is false, which is interesting. Do you have to crouch to do this? You have to not be crouching. So if we're in-game and we have a mug... Okay. So if you're crouching, it places the block. If you're not crouching, it doesn't place the block. We could do that with the potion bottles. I think that works. That's actually really nice. Yeah, okay. I'll set that up. That's a good one. And we'll do it as condition crouching false. So let's go back to our potion empty. We're going to go down here. We're going to remove our secondary root interaction. And we're going to say a new interaction. And we'll say, what was it? State? Reference interaction? Oh, wait, no. No, not a reference. We need to do a create embedded. Type is going to be state. Was it change state? Let me look at it. Yup. Let's type condition, which is our good old if condition. And the condition in this case is going to be type replace and then fill mug. So I guess you do a type replace first. Let me look at this. Type condition. Why does it say type replace then? Oh, it's in the next that it does this. So we'll do type condition, and then it goes to failed, block secondary. So that's fine. Potion empty. Interactions.
Scarf 1991 donated $10 to charity.
That is incredibly nice of you. You were amazing. We're going to have to do reference to root interaction, aren't we? Oh no, it's block underscore secondary. Should be alright. There we go. So reference interaction block secondary. And the condition in this case, let me go look at it. Condition fill mug should be crouching, even though it's not set. There we go. So now if we look at our empty potion bottle, I have to do it the other way. Because now when I'm crouching, it doesn't do that. And when I'm not crouching, it does. That's very funny. Let's go look at the source on this. Crouching false. So we uncheck crouching, which means it's in there. It's just set to false. So if it's lit up, it's actually in the JSON. So now we can't interact, and then I crouch and we can. Cool. Done. So that's the first part. We'll do the same thing for the water bottle as well. You crouch whenever you drink? Why do you crouch whenever you drink, bro? I don't think that's true. That feels false. We'll go to next, and then we got to do a create embedded. And this one is going to be a replace. And that replace, in this case, goes to the default value of an interaction of mug fill. So we'll go to mug fill, and this is when we're going to say replace item. I think this one can actually be change item? Is there something we can do with an item?
Vladu00D donated $10 to charity.
Hell yeah. You're boss, dude. We're at $4,365 to the Humane World for Animals. You are awesome. Add item effects. So add item doesn't seem to be replace item. Do we not have a replace item? Pick up item? Weird. Let's go to mug fill real quick. What? What? Uh-oh. Is the server shitting? Server shit itself. Server, why are you mad? Oh, is it the daily restart? It is the daily restart. God damn it. Worst time for a daily restart ever. It's restarting right now. Waiting for it. Waiting for it. Maybe it just crashed. An unexpected error occurred. Huh. Oh no, it didn't do the daily restart. That's really weird. Yeah, I don't know why. Yeah, no, everything just disconnected. Weird. Yeah, really weird, actually. It's taken a minute.
donated $10 to charity.
It's incredibly nice of you. You're awesome as shit. Mug fill and potion empty are the things that I need to open. Seriously, thank you. Thank you very much for giving to charity. You guys are amazing. Remember to record those. Give them to your tax man. Do it. Okay, mug fill. And then the other one we're going to need is potion empty, which is what I was working on our version. There we go. So for mug fill, it is a refill container event, which I have not worked with refill container. Can refill container lead to, let's see, clear animation unfinished, clear sound event unfinished. Does it need to be a state? Or can it be a different object? Geraldo, show me the clip, dude. If you make a claim, show the clip. If not, stop it. So let's see. Water source or water? So, if we're doing this, it's only changing states for this. And the state is filled water with allowed fluids. Filled water and allowed fluids. That's weird that we can have the key of filled water. This is only a state change interaction. There's no way to make an item out of it. So we go to interactions. We've got our secondary now. When that interaction fails the condition of crouching being false, we do block secondary. If it succeeds, we need to do... Can we actually do refill directly from this? Let's look at refill container. And this changes the state. There's gotta be... I think what I can do is I can do a next and then delete the item from the inventory and also give us a new item. That's the only thing I can think of at this point. And yeah, as you can see, that dude came in, made a false claim, immediately asked him for the proof of it, disappeared. That's how it goes. Moment you ask, they disappear like a fart in the wind, dude. Somehow it's just impossible to prove. Alright, so I think what I'll end up doing on this is I'll do that. What are your thoughts on Hightail? I love this, dude. I absolutely love Hightail so far. I've been modding it to put our MMO from Minecraft into Hightail the whole time. Yeah. Did you play part to get donos? What? Did you play a part in getting donos to be for what is that? Try that whole sentence again. I don't know what you're trying to ask. Yeah. Geraldo, your claim was that every single time that I respond to someone who's being a jerk in my chat, that I use the B word and the I word. And you don't have any evidence of such. Do you know what I tell people when they do that stuff? I go, give me the proof, and when they can't, I say, you obviously don't have anything. And I don't even know what the I word is either. Or I say, I hope you have a nice day. That's it. Have fun with that, bud. TTS time? Yeah, true.
IAM Bear Warrior has obtained the cursed quest. A poll has begun for chat to decide their fate.
IB is insane behavior? I know, right? Curse quest. What's the I word? I have no idea, dude. This is the thing. Make a vague claim. Refuse to elaborate. Leaves. It's like this every time, dude. So we can do item on this. Add item is the only thing I can think of. Pickup item is a little bit weird. I don't know what that means. What is the difference between an add
Chat
item
has
and a pickup
cursed
item?
IAM Bear Warrior with writing.
Writing? That's a rarity. Writing. 81 votes for writing, man. 81 votes for writing. Let's see. 81 votes for writing. A writing curse quest is super rare, dude. Writing quest. I have an idea. We have a horrifying block in this game. You need to write a short story about finding this in the woods. Stuck in the ground. 1 page. Short story. Maybe 3 pages. Maximum. Look at it. It's horrifying. It's in there. A face in the ground? Yes. Horror short story. Very cursed. Glad you spent those channel points? Hell yeah. You're passing out at a time? What's up, dude? You were passing out at a time you shouldn't be, and your brain suddenly made me mentally hear you say, "Really, dude?" And that woke your ass up. Good. Really, dude? Okay, so refill container is not going to be what we do here, because that can only set a state. But we have to do a detection somehow of a liquid, which is kind of a problem. I might put in a feature request for refill container to also return an item type. Because just returning a state is a little bit weird. And that gets messy very fast when you're dealing with an object that can have many different states. Yeah. Thor was Winrard into Hightail? Yeah, I got Winrard, dude. Thor.zip. Can we do a selector? I think a selector might be able to do... where's my selector? So under selector here, I might be able to do a raycast and check for water. And if it doesn't find a liquid, then we can't do the raycast. And we can make the raycast like 2 blocks kind of a thing. That's a shit way to do it, but I think it's better than their refill version. I think that functions. I still need it to give me a liquid, though. So I think what I need to do is, before I go down the selector path, I need to get it to do add item. So we're going to do parallel. Or we're going to do series. Yeah, serial. We'll do serial, and then an interaction here. And we need to do 2 interactions. The first one is going to be add item. The second one is going to be, I think it's delete or remove. Remove entity. Can we remove item? Can we add a negative item? Does that work? So you took one clip of me talking about people being weird for an entire year, and you said you do this every time? You're not trying to be a hater? Dude, that's bait. Oh, this is the most absurd thing. You're like, he said it once. That means he says it every time. Yeah. Here, we'll listen to it. We'll play it back so you can actually listen to this. And listen to yourself, bud. This is the funniest thing about this shit, dude. This is not the standard. This is the exception. And the reason why is because there's people like you that have come in and said the exact same thing for an entire year. And that's it. See that? Every day. For a year now. It's weird, dude. It's like that dude I just banned. Obsessive, strange bitch behavior. It's just like... Yep. Super obsessive, strange bitch behavior. And you're seeing it on like right here. There you go. As that dude that I just banned for coming in here and talking about classic World of Warcraft from a year ago. Where's the I word? What was that one? Yeah, what was the I word? Exactly. That was the other half of the claim, so where is it? Ugh. I'm gonna get rid of you. Get out of here. No, I just got rid of him, dude. Obsessive behavior. Man got called out because he was mad for getting called out. It's ridiculous. Yeah. If you have to say the I word when I say that it's you know, insane behavior, then you probably are too young to be on Twitch. All right. Grab that. Boop. Okay, so we're gonna do.
Evermorn donated $200 to charity.
That is incredibly nice of you, Evermorn. Thank you very much. The $200, the Humane World for Animals. You are incredible. That is a lot of money, dude. That is a lot of money. Thank you very much. Why didn't you go with the mug instead? Isn't that lesser work? It's not about lesser work. It's about learning the editor. Plus, I want to keep it in parity with what we have in Blockgame and Minecraft. So. I know, right? Clarithium, that's really what it comes down to. It's just like, it's super absurd behavior. Every single time. It's like, how obsessive can you possibly be, right? But seriously, $200 to charity is wild, Evermorn. Thank you. I hope you have a wonderful day, and that is wildly generous, dude. This charity that you chose, it means a lot to you with having your ferrets yourself? Yes. Yeah, we actually did the exact same event last year. The community raised quite a lot of money. And this year, we do it basically every January for the Humane World for Animals. They used to be the Humane Society of the United States, and now they're Humane World for Animals. They're also putting together a shirt, which I'll go bring up here, that we made the art for. And this also goes to them. So if you want to get this shirt with art that was made by Shay for all the ferrets on it, and it's us plus the Humane World for Animals, you can get that shirt, and all that money goes to it. So I'll grab that, and then I'll put it back over here, and I'll link this out to you guys. Yeah. Yeah, we do this charity event every year. Did it last January as well. It's very, very nice. Yeah, aimless. It's people looking for something to be upset about. If I had money, I would get that shirt and then frame it on the wall. I actually bought 2 of them, so I'm having them arrive to me because I really want to wear one and I want to keep one as a thing. How long will that shirt be available for? I think until the 1st. So about like another 10 days. Awesome design. Thank you. Yeah, that's made by Shay. The graphic that you see when it goes by when somebody donates to the charity as well as the same graphic on the shirt. One for you and one for your kid. Nice, dude. Yeah. Yeah, all of this is the event that we built with them, so. You're upset because you have nothing to be upset about? Exactly. It's like, if you're going to be upset, at least be upset about something real, dude. So I don't think we can add an item in the way that I want to. Unless we could... Can we add a negative item? Can I add one item? And then I can remove an item? Wait.
Mesidral 7777 donated $100 to charity.
Mesidral with $100 now. Holy moly, dude. You guys are wild. You guys are absolutely wild. Holy crap. $200 and then $100. Thank you both very much. And the $5 as well from Commodore. You guys are awesome. Thank you. We can do modify inventory. What? Okay. So negative 1. Negative 1 doesn't work. Item to remove. That's what we need. Okay, we could actually do this with a single modify inventory call. Get rid of this. We're going to make this into modify inventory. So instead of item, there's an item to remove and an item to add. So we can say adjust item durability. No, item to add, item to remove. Item remove is going to be potion empty. Item to add is going to be potion water. 1 and 1. And then we can do this in-game. We've got 1 potion water. Let me actually remove the UI so you can see this. We've got 1 potion empty right there. And we turned it into a water potion. Totally works. Totally works. See that guy right there? Obsessed for over a year. And I honestly, dude, I feel bad for people like that, man. You wake up every day and that's what you got. That sucks. Like, that sucks to see. Drink the water potions all the time? Nice. Like, that sucks for you. I got a good day. Yeah, it's a bad existence, man. Do good stuff for yourself. Spend time having a good day. If you wake up and the only thing you have is negativity, that's all you're going to get back from the world. It's not helpful for you, dude. Never will be. Never has been. Alright, so we can remove this. Wait, what? Why won't it let me? Changing this value, remove the existing properties. Yeah, I'm aware. Okay, there we go. We're going to do a check first, then we can do modify inventory. Yeah. No, Putis, I won't be doing that. Because if people claim that, they get banned on Twitch. Wake up angry, remain angry? Yes. Alright, so if we do... The only thing I can think of at this point is selector, and then check for a liquid. Right? Which is kind of weird. I kind of don't like doing a raycast for that. Your potion edit gave me an idea to make things even more terrifying. Rockin'. Yeah. Is this game better than Minecraft? For modding, yes. Absolutely so. So how crazy can modding in Hightail go? Really crazy, actually. Like, here, I'll show you some stuff that I made this week. We'll go to spell book. Or spell book. Actually, it's test. Test instant AoE... Raycast, reticle AoE, instant AoE weapon, and then this one is going to be Bolt. And we'll do Firebolt and Frostbolt. So this first spell is an instant cast Fireball, right? Just instant cast Fireball. But then it has a charged up version that's bigger. This one is a Frostbolt, so different particle effects completely. It has a little bit of a knockback to it. This one here is an instant AoE. You can go any range using a very fast projectile. And this one is using a reticle to cast an AoE spell in a location, designated location. And that's all stuff that we built this last week of like learning how to build spell effects inside of the game and like try different stuff. So with this one, what I'm doing is I'm building a system that when you use it on water, it should make it so that it gives you an item filled with water. You know. What's the alt fire for Frostbolt? Doesn't have one yet. It will though. Right now, this will just break, so. Yeah, Charged Frostbolt is not ready yet. We have to rebuild the projectile system. Something Jake is going to work on. He wanted to. What is that? Yeah, no, modding in Hightail is crazy easy, dude. Is it hard to combine the cast time with a reticle flame AoE? That would feel much punchier? Yeah, I mean, the biggest problem that we have right now is not that. It's that projectiles and casts like this don't work correctly. And I'll give you an example. If you want to make this reticle-based AoE, right? See how I have that reticle and it's like out there and it looks good? That's actually a deployable. And what a deployable is like a workbench. So you see how I can deploy out to that range and I can't go beyond it? That right there is what this is. This is a deployable. So the only way to make it go farther than that range is you have to increase your character's use distance. The bug of this is that now I can interact with dandelions from basically infinite range. That's a problem, right? So they need to decouple deployable range and use range as two separate values for me to be able to use the reticle system that I made. And I put that in as feedback. For the test instant AoE, it's actually firing a small bullet that goes very, very fast to go to a location. I could put that at the end of a charge. Like, this one has a charge effect. I could put it at the end of something like that. Very easily. Can you do all this without it having to do any programming or restart the server client? Yeah, I've been doing all of it through the asset editor. And learning how all of the interactions work and how everything functions. Part of what I'm doing is creating templates or bucket items so that I can learn how all of this stuff works so that we can go and build everything that I need to build. Yeah. You lead others to a treasure you cannot possess. You do it in drag and drop stuff? Oh, you mean with visual scripting? Yeah, you could do it with that. With this, I'm not doing that, though. I'm just doing the asset editor. And I think the thing that I want to do right now is I'm thinking about if I want this to be a selector or not. Is there a way to detect liquid? Nope. Fluid. Place fluid. That's interesting. So there's no detect fluid. It'll have to be a selector. This is going to crash if I choose the selector ID. So we're going to have to go into the JSON and add it. It's probably going to be... Yeah, we'll do that. Let's do this. Where's our selector? Model. Potion. Hitbox type. Blah, 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 blah. Interactions. Primary. Crouching type selector. And that's going to be... Type selector, and then a comma, and then ID. Raycast. Apply that. Get back over here. Go down to our selector. Oh, it's going to be under selector ID. My bad. Then we're going to say selector. And then this and that. Are you Madge now? Invalid JSON? Are you invalid? Shouldn't be. Let me go look at Zeke's stuff. Didn't think that was invalid. Let me go look. Selector ID. ID. Is it really mad? Shouldn't be. Ah, that's why. It doesn't have a token for it. It's supposed to be type. There we go. Type selector. Type selector. Oh no, I got it right. The hell? What made this invalid? Let's see. Comma there. ID raycast. ID raycast. Is it going to be mad about the selection variables? I think it might need the selection variables. That may be the reason. I'm going to look through this a little bit more. One sec. No. Mad about this. One sec. Yeah, it should be there. Just like that. Weird. What part of this is invalid? Interactions, type, condition. I'm just going to grab this. Make my life easy. It may just be mad because we don't have all the variables for selector. Alright. That's fine. All right, so we've got a raycast here. That's fine. And it's now going to be set up to this. Mobile viewer is going blind right now? Yeah, no, it's really small. Do you need to call it after selector? Maybe? Oh, that's exactly what it was. I forgot the colon on that. Weird. I didn't realize that would need that. All right. Either way, it's fine now. Distance is going to be 3 blocks. Offset's going to be 1.6. We're going to say ignore fluids and then remove ignore fluids. So ignore fluids is false. And we want to say hit block. And we have to say create embedded. Actually, wait. Will that fire on any block then? We want it to fire only on a liquid. Fail on block. Create embedded. Say message is what we want it to be. We say send message, and the message is going to be found. Oh, it found a block. That's a problem. Okay, that's an issue. Why is that doing that? That doesn't make any sense. Ignore fluids is set to false. Why is target type set to entity? What the hell? It's a raycast. Target type should not be set to entity. What? What? Okay, that's really weird. Hold up. Block tag. Let's go into here. Into Hightail. Is there a tag for blocks? Water? Is there no block tag for that? Water source? Do you not have a tag? Are you tagged? Tag fluid water. Okay, so it's got tag fluid water. If we go back over to this. Water. We'll get back onto this. Okay, doesn't detect that. Also doesn't detect that. That's a bit weird, right? Does not work in either of these. Huh. Do you know if we can extend the asset editor? We absolutely can. We've already done it with our own custom interactions. Like Blockgame item durability check and Blockgame damage. So both of those. So this is not working. Fail on block. Hit block. Neither. Let's try that. Okay. When it fails, there, that's whatever. So with hit block, we have an interaction called send message. A fluid, I guess fluid is the block tag, right? This is really weird because the block tag isn't that. The tag is fluid water. So what is the tag? Is it water or is it fluid? It's not 0. 0 is the index. Okay. Liquids or fluids? I'm well aware. Send message. Okay, so when it hits, it'll do this. We don't want to hit entity. We do want it to ignore owner. Fail on neither. We want it to ignore empty collision material. We want that to be false. Ignore fluids is false. Can a raycast just not detect a fluid? Or does it count as a hit entity? That's the question, right? Doesn't count. Glass is fluid also? There's no glass in the game, man. Maybe check how the water bucket detects fluids. The water bucket is using something called refill, and it is changing the state of the bucket. I'm trying to detect a fluid so I can change the item ID of an item. Using item manipulation. Inventory manipulation, specifically. Can you still place it? Yeah, I can still place it. That's fine. That works. Watering can is also manipulating state through refill. I'm not trying to do a refill. I'm doing an item manipulation. We have to do it through a detector of liquid in some way. Which is weird, because it looks like fluids can't be detected with raycasts, even though there's an option to detect fluids with raycasts. Because ignore fluids is set to false, ignore empty collision material is set to false. Maybe we get rid of ignore empty collision material? Maybe it counts as collision material? I don't know. Nope. That's weird as shit. Windows and glasses in the game? There's no glass in the game, but there's windows in the game. They don't count as glass. Yeah, there's no glass. In fact, sand turns directly into potion bottles when you put it in a furnace. Would this be a fix by restart issue? I don't believe so. Yeah, I don't believe so on this one. Hope they add glass, though. I mean, we could just add glass, right? What if we ignore fluids, and on failed, try as that would be a double negative? Ignore fluids and on failed. No, because I don't think that causes a fail event. I think it causes it to pass through the fluid and do nothing. Does that make sense? It might be the block tag that's the problem here. Yeah, I think it might be the block tag. Idea. Okay. I figured it out. It's kind of weird. It's not what you want. And it is a bug. We'll do TTS after the ad break is over. I've seen the instant ladder climbing bug that Winky found, yeah. The Minecraft block game is now back up. Fixed, dude. Thanks for letting me know. Okay, so I figured it out. I know what's wrong. Block tag of fluid or block tag of water both actually work. If we go in game, they don't work on fluids. They work on blocks. So if I set this to block tag of fluid or block tag of water, it will detect both of those. This is kind of weird behavior, because if we go into here, you can see it's fluid and water. I can define both of those. So not only does it check the key, it also checks the information. So if we go into here and we look at tags, fluid, water, it'll find both. On top of that, even though our potion empty is set to ignore fluids set to false, it is not ignoring fluids and it can't pull a block tag from a fluid. So that sucks. That's a bug. Yeah. Yep. In-game fluids aren't fluids. No, they just don't try to pull its block tag, even though fluids have block tags. So selectors cannot find the block tag of a fluid, even when ignore fluids is turned to false. So we gotta go grab this. Where is my section for this? So we'll go into interactions, we'll grab the whole interaction like this, and we're gonna go modify it in the old notepad. Grab that. Make sure that that goes to that one. It does. Cool. Interactions. We're going to say block primary. So we're going to remove primary. We'll only have a secondary one. We'll say interactions. Type condition. Failed. So we don't need an actual condition type. We're going to say type selector. Get rid of this. Get rid of that. And we'll do this on it. There we go. Take all of this. Shift tab back. Get rid of... Where's that one go? Get rid of that there. That one goes to there. That one goes to that. That one goes to... That's not right. So that one is to here. Where's the invalid JSON? That does not make sense. You should be all the way back. We'll just rewrite it. Make my life easy. Alright. We've got our selector here, so we'll go to selector, we'll do raycast ID, offset, and then offset will be inside of this. Then our distance is going to be set to 3. Target type entity. That might be the problem. Hold up. Target type's not even valid. Look at this. Target type isn't even in here. That's just a thing in the JSON that does nothing, dude. Like, that's really weird. Why does that exist?
Where's Valdo0194
No, it's updating
said
real
good
time.
morning 4. I hope you have a great day 7.
I hope you have a great day. Thank you very much. No, that's really weird. Like, really actually weird. So, raycast cannot detect water, is really what it comes down to. Even when ignore fluids is turned off. Let's try turning off ignore fluids entirely. Nope. Nope. What's a raycast? A raycast is like a little beam out of my character's face that detects the thing. So it says found block, but it's not detecting on here, even though they have the exact same tags. That's the problem. It's a bug. Alright, so even with that set to there, we have a source on this. Fluid isn't real. Target type, block tag. Yeah, this is wrong. Target type is wrong. No, not ray classed. Ray cast. Cast. You are casting a ray. Right? Can you add more tags like both? It doesn't matter what tags are added. It is not detecting the fluid. So we're going to keep looking at this. Block tag, water, ignore fluid set to false. And then this one goes up to our selector. So that's done there. And then we do hit block. Under interactions. We need to do this as a set. Yeah, hit block interactions. There we go. And then under interactions for hit block, we have type, send message. Message is block found. And then we can do that. So that'll be set to there. And then this is our hit block. And then ignore owner is true. Fail on neither is true. Or fail on neither. Then we can go back by one to there. And then we'll go to there. And then here. And then there. Cool. This is the interaction. So now we're going to go add that to a new object real quick. We're going to make a test object. Cancel. Test. What it'll be? Raycast. We'll do test. Raycast. Fluid. Say create. And this object is a nothing. So now we're going to take that option, and we're going to go down here to interactions, and just do anything. So we'll say on the secondary for this one, like that. We'll go into the source, and do interactions secondary. I think we just grab this whole thing and be like, bupe, apply. Invalid? You're invalid. Wait, why did it do, what is that? My dude. Oh, it's the goddamn tabs. One moment. One sec. No. There we go. Stupid tabs. There we go. All right. All right. Now we'll go back to the editor on this, and you can see that it's got a secondary interaction. That interaction is now a selector. It does the selector of type raycast. We can even change the distance on this to 5. We'll do a hit block on that, and that hit block will go into here and say send message found block, but it doesn't do it with block tag water, even when ignore fluids is turned off. And ignore empty collision material, we can even turn that one off as well and false. So now if we look into here, you can see that both of those are set to false, and yet it's still not finding it. Also, there's an erroneous target type that is listed in here that is not displayed inside of the selector. And that's it. That's just a bug. It's a bug. So we'll go take this. We'll turn that in. Yeah, or conflicting tags. It's not even conflicting tags. Because block type water is like that. Those already have it, and I've set it up the same between the both of them. So if we go to block in Blockgame, you can do block lemon, right? We can go up into here. We can look at tags. Tags fluid water. And then we say water source. And we go over here to Hightail. We go water source. And what do you get? Tags fluid water. Set up exactly the same way. So between the two, that is the issue. It looks like a fluid cannot be... You cannot pull the tags off of a fluid using a raycast. Even when ignore liquids or ignore fluids is turned to false. That's the problem. Yep, it's a bug. So I'm going to go send this over. Maybe it works after server restart? Let's try that first. Not a bad shout. We'll try it after server restart. My anticipation is that it will still be broken, but we can try it anyway. There are weird oddities with Raycast, so. Maybe ask ChatGPT for a fix? No. Number one, no. Number two, ChatGPT doesn't know how Hightail works yet. People have to solve these problems before LLMs can pick up the solutions. How does a watering can find water then? The watering can is using something called refill. It's an interaction. So that refill interaction is not working the same way. A raycast is a different system. So you have the interaction of selector that can do a raycast, which doesn't find fluids at all, even when it's set to ignore. Then you have refill water, which is a totally different interaction, which means that it's written differently in Java. That's the problem with that. And if we do a refill, you can't change item ID, but you can change it to a different state, which is not what we want. Maybe the water is something in the source for just those items? What do you mean in the source? The water. They're the same. They have the exact same data on this. There is no hit fluid, no. Nope. Hit fluid doesn't exist, and it counts like as a block effectively. And if it has the variable of ignore fluids, and we've set that to false, then it means that it should not be ignoring fluids. And I've also tried an ignore fluids true and removing ignore fluids as a variable. It just doesn't detect fluids. Don't you target water? Don't you target water-filled cauldron anyway? What? What are you trying to say? Yeah, the other one, the refill just does an item state change, which we don't want to do an item state change. We want to do an item replacement. So different, entirely different for that. Yeah. Kind of weird, right? Waiting on it. All right, server should be back up now. I'll get to it. Maybe Grok can fix it for you? No, it can't. Grok literally doesn't know how this works. None of the LLMs do. Over-reliance on AI is going to lead people to be incredibly dumb, dude. You cannot solve these problems with AI, which is why there's a ton of different guides out there that are written by AI that are saying that they know how to mod Hightail, and they give you solutions for Minecraft. Because LLMs don't know what Hightail is yet, because the documentation for this hasn't been released. Can you do an interaction that checks to see if the item's in a state and then an item change? Potentially. That's the only other solution that I can think of in this, is to do a refill item, and instead of changing the state of the item, we just go and do an interaction from it, but I don't know if refill item allows for that, so we're going to find out. What does LLM mean? Large language model. When people talk about AI chatbots or AI like Grok, that's an LLM. Yeah, Grok will gladly tell you something that's wrong and refuse your evidence. Yeah. That's true. Let's go pull this up 1 sec. Let's grab this. Entity stat type. Okay, so we're going to go grab our test. Raycast. Where is it? It's under ours. Raycast fluid. There we go. And we're going to go check this out real quick. Still not detecting. Still detecting the block. Raycast. Not detecting water. Is detecting the block. Broken. Broken. Oatmeal's an underrated snack? Yeah, it is. 100%. I love oatmeal, dude. You missed the creation of the long lemon block? Yeah, it's a good test block, because I can just, like, change it to whatever I want. Seeing the thube in the inventory is terrifying. It's pretty good, right? I mean, there it is. It's great. Is that Danny DeVito on a block? Dude, I wish. One moment.
D. Groff donated $50 to charity.
It's very funny. Holy shit. Thank you for the $50 to charity, man. Thank you very, very much. That is incredibly nice of you. Yeah, that is super, super nice of you. We're now at $4,737.67 for the Humane World for Animals. So I just tried to look this up, right? I tried to look this up to see if Grok could handle this situation. And it's trying to do link the selector to a block interaction. And also, in data packs, to detect a fluid, use the raycast selector to get the hit block position. None of that is correct. Oh, I hate this shit. Ridiculous, dude. It's just using the general jargon of what we're doing and mixing and matching it together with information from Minecraft. It doesn't know what it's doing yet, dude. So you gotta get in there and get dirty and try stuff. This is a bug. Yeah. Raycast selectors do not work for detecting fluids. Even when the interaction is set to false for the selector type. Yep. It'll figure it out. You know what's going to figure it out first? Me. I'm going to go put this bug in. There we go. I sent it over. Yep, just the bug. Alright, let's go back to our empty potion bottle. We're going to try a different way. Okay, drop on death is fine. We're going to go back to interactions. We'll do secondary, interactions, condition. If we are not crouching, then we go to next. We do a selector. We're not going to do a selector anymore. We're going to try the refill container. So refill container does a state change. But what I'm going to try to do is instead of changing states, we're going to go to next on this, because refill container actually has a next, and we'll do a inventory modify. Under this, we should do inventory to add and inventory to remove. We'll do inventory to remove, empty potion bottle. Inventory to add is we're going to say water potion, and we'll set that quantity to 1 on that. And the required game mode doesn't really matter. The type of liquid is what's going to matter here. I think we might be able to change that on tags. So we'll get out of next. We're going to go back into here, and its view distance is going to be 3. Cancel on item change. Use latest target. No. Tags. I think tags we're going to have to set it to fluid. Water. So that's the tag that will work with this one for refilling the container. And now, if we do that, doesn't work on that, doesn't work. Potion, empty, interaction, secondary interaction, 0 next. What's the problem? Interaction 0 next. Doesn't like refill container? Why? That's a bit weird. Let's go look at the mug. And mug is going to be on condition fill mug. Does it have to be type replace? Did we already do a type replace? I think we did. Type condition. No? That's a bit weird. No, I'm not interested in it, Diane. Hope you're having a good one. So it's not through the tags. It's through a variable called fill. That doesn't matter. Reference interaction mug fill. Let's go to mug fill. Mug fill is a type simple. Type refill container. States, filled water, allowed fluids. That's the problem. We don't want it to be a state. We don't want to change the state at all. But states is where you get allowed fluids. Well, shit. Idea. Maybe we give it a state anyway. Because it's getting removed, right? Oh, that's weird. Hold up. Filled water. Never mind. Water source and water. All right. Oh, that's transform fluid. The hell is that? I don't know what transform fluid is. Okay, that's a state then. Go to this. Huh. Why is that not working now? It doesn't seem to be doing anything. Weird, right? That works. Alright, let's go take a look at this. Alright, so next, if we do a condition, we say next, type refill container. I think I might have to do a replace. And then refill container after that. If that makes sense. So we might have to do replace, refill container. Let me set the view distance to max. It doesn't even matter, right? Nope. Huh. Is it because I didn't put an animation with it? Yeah, because with a mug, if you do this, it's actually still a mug. But see how we have a mug here, Deco Mug, and this one is Deco Mug State Filled Water. So it's actually a state applied to the mug. Which is kind of weird, right? Yeah. The state change ones also don't stack, and they have like a little star on them. Which is weird, right? Where it's like wooden mug, water. And I don't really like that, right? I'd rather it be like potion water and potion bottle as two separate things, right? Empty potion bottle and water potion bottle or whatever, right? As a separate item. Can you copy the mug and turn it into a potion visually? Yeah, but we don't want to do it in the same way. That's the difference, right? So in this case, if I do a next, refill container states filled water, allowed fluids. So we look at the mug. Filled water, allowed fluids. Water source and water. Filled mug, allowed fluids. So filled water, allowed fluids, water source and water. And that's it, man. Maybe it's the runtime? Let's look at the effects. Item animation ID. This may be the problem. It may be that I just don't have an item animation ID and everything. We're just going to go into the effects and do this real fast. So no particles. Local sound event is sound effects water move in. SFX water. There's a couple of like weird things like this where it's like you have to have animations for something or it doesn't work. Interact. And then clear animation on finish and clear sound event on finish. There we go. So we'll try that now. So it's doing the sound. So it is detecting it. It's just not doing what we want to. It reads chat? Yeah, I do. Constantly. Block tag material fluid? Where are you getting block tag material fluid, Zeke? And is that under selectors or is that somewhere else? Like if we go over here to test raycast fluid and we look at source, would it be like in here? Is this what you're talking about? Material fluid for that one? Waiting on Zeke. Because that's a bit weird, right? Selector raycast distance 10, block tag is material equals fluid. Really? That's a very weird way to put it, but we're gonna check. Nope. That's not working at all. No. No. Yeah. Unfortunately. Don't forget block ID. There's no block ID on there. What do you mean block ID? ID is raycast. Block tag is material fluid. Distance 5. Let me look at the rest of your messages to find out what you're talking about, because I think something was missed. Water source is the water you're looking for, the block ID? We don't even have the block ID on here. There's no block ID required for raycast. It's just doing a message when we hit a block. I wonder if ignore fluids is just firing, no matter what. Matchers? So doing a matcher is what you're saying. Selector. Selector. Dude, there's no matchers even on this. Is it under settings? Type block condition? Block condition is not... What? Where are you getting block condition? That is not what I was doing before. I was doing a selector. Are you saying selector doesn't work? Yeah, block condition is something completely different, dude. Block condition? Let me go to potion empty and try that out, because that is not what I expected at all. No, that's weird, dude. I haven't even tried that ever. Let me do a next on this and just see what it looks like. Do a next on that. Create embedded. Block condition. Is that detecting the specific block in front of us? With a matcher? Okay, so... That's weird as shit. We wouldn't use a selector for this then, dude. We're back from the ads. But, the raycast selector with material equals fluid doesn't work. We're not even using a block condition, though. It should be, so you use the raycast into block condition on hit block? Is that what you're saying? Zeke? Or are we using block condition into a raycast? Which, neither of those makes sense. Send me Discord, I'll send you JSON. No, let's just discuss it through, right? We're using a selector. The selector is using a raycast. Raycast has block tag material fluid, right? All that's doing is an interaction that says send message. This is not firing on liquids. Does that make sense? Even when ignore fluids is set to false. Even when ignore empty collision material is set to false. It doesn't do it. Won't fire. Isn't the mug a good template? No, because the mug is using refill. It's a completely different interaction. Again, buckets, mugs are irrelevant. Those using refill. Selector ID raycast. That's why I'm talking to Zeke, because I'm like, what are you talking about? Because you're using states? We don't need states. We're not using a state. Yeah, the idea is that we're not using a state. We're not using refill. We're not using states. We're just getting it to say a message when it detects a block. And that very basic functionality of use a raycast to detect a fluid does not function, is what I'm saying. You cannot detect fluids with a raycast. If you're using something else, then something else might work. Those could be non-source fluid blocks. No, they're not. The ones on the side are source fluid blocks. The ones in the center are non-source fluid blocks. Those are not non-source fluid blocks. So no. Also, this one right here, this interaction, like this, this is a block that says that it's fluid water. And if I set it to do this, it will actually detect that, but it won't detect the others. It just cannot detect fluid. So if we say fluid, right, instead of material fluid, like that, it will detect this block because that's a material fluid, and it won't detect these. So if we do blah, 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 you can see it won't detect that, but it does detect that. It's literally just not able to detect fluids, guys. Yeah. Like, this isn't like, I don't know, this isn't magic at this point. It just cannot detect a fluid. It can detect blocks that are marked as fluids, but it can't detect a fluid. Is there a different type of raycast? The other selectors don't work, no. Like, these other selectors are using the same shit. It just doesn't detect fluids. I put it in as a bug report. It's not a big deal. I think the thing that's really weird is, like, every time I find something like this, I'm like, it's just a bug. And we're supposed to just move on. Everyone's like, no, it totally works. And then, like, we go down each of those options and we find that, lo and behold, it still doesn't work. Yeah. Like, it just doesn't work. And it's fine. We can move on and try something else. I am interested in that, what was it? Change or state? Not a raycast. Not a selector. Hold up. Block. Block condition is the one that you were trying, right? Block condition is really interesting. Let's see if we can do that. Message. I love the theory crafting, though. Yeah, but none of them are correct. We'll get a view distance of 5. We'll do matchers on this one. Because we can do block condition. Rules. Is it rules to be matchers? No. Settings? No. Camera? No. Settings? No. Rules? No. Effects? Particles only. How do we detect a block against this? Would that be tags here? Let's look for fluid. And water. That's the tag for that. Fluid water is the same on source and water. Mattress is at the bottom. Ah, it is. You're right. Mattress is the block ID of water. Source? I don't like that. I guess it's doing a direct match on fluid water then. We don't care about the state of that. We can get rid of the tags. So the direct matcher of that. And then we'll say next, type send message, and then the message is going to be found water. Found fluid, rather. And now we can go take that weird object. And it doesn't detect! So that doesn't work either. Maybe we could do a selector into this? That doesn't make any sense, though, because it wasn't even doing send message. We'd have to do a selector of the block to check the block's condition, and the selector can't return the block. Look at my JSON. What do you got? So you're doing a selector of arraycast with a blocking of block tag of material fluid, and then a hit block of interactions block condition, and checking to see if the block's ID is water source. Fluid detected within 20 blocks. Fluid detected but not water. So with this, your raycast selector that's in there, that's weird, dude. Hold up. So you are doing a raycast into a block condition. We did the raycast before and it wasn't firing an event on hit block. That's why I'm confused. Because if we can't do a send message, why can you do a block condition? Does that make sense, Zeke? We did the exact same raycast as you. Is that just crazy to use? It just doesn't make any sense. Like, if it can't do a send message, why can it possibly do a block condition check? That means it's passing block data, but acting like it doesn't. Does that make sense? Like, that's weird as shit. Ah, blah, blah, blah. There we go. Because we've got your raycast, right? Material fluid. You don't even have ignore fluids on. Because, like, look, we'll do a hit block down here. We'll do send message. Where's my interactions? Send message. And we'll set that to message of found fluid. And do this. And it doesn't find the fluid. So why does it work for checking the block condition? If it doesn't find it, how does it find it? Alright, so let's go to here, and instead of send message, we'll do block condition. On hit block. Oh, that's so weird, dude. And then we'll do ID water source under block. Well, where's our ID? Block condition is under matchers. No, it's under block. What the hell's block? Wait. Matchers. That's what it is. The block is ID of water. What? You put your ID as water source. That doesn't exist, man. Even in Hightail. They have fluid water as a base fluid. Water source doesn't exist because that's an item. It's not hidden. Water source is an item block fluid. This is checking for a block. Like an actual block. So when you hard-coded it in the JSON to water source, that may be the reason that this is working. And weird. Let's do a send message on this. Message is going to be found water. Yeah, server items fluid. Yeah, server items fluid. I'm super well aware, but like, look. If we search for water source, do you see water source in there? Because I sure as hell don't. Right? That's kind of weird, right? So it's not even showing up in the list. It's going to have to be an item... Oh, it's not even showing items. Fluid. There's water test, and there's fluid water. What is water test? And why isn't there item block fluid water source? I'm wondering if because you used an invalid item ID, you're getting bad data. Let's try this. Now we're going to check this. We're going to go into here. We're going to change fluid water on your check here. And we'll do water source, which doesn't exist. Get back into here. Nope. So that doesn't work. Let's go down here and check a naturally occurring one. Nope. Oh, you have yours on primary. Well. Let's do that. Oh, that's block bench. That's not what we want. We want this. This is on secondary. So selector into raycast. Let's go look at this. Selector into raycast. Into distance of 20 with material equals fluid. And then hit block, interactions, block condition with a matcher of a block named ID water source that doesn't exist. And the only thing that you've added beyond that is block ID water. I'm wondering if the block ID water is why this is working. Let's find out. We'll go back into here and look at block ID water. Yeah, block ID water, and then on this one is going to be block ID water and water source. Still does nothing. Still does nothing. Super confused? Yeah. I mean, look at the JSON that I have, dude. And by the way, your block ID of water sources, that's not real. So, like if we pull this up and we search water, there's actually fluid water. There's not water. There's fluid water, and only fluid water. So, where did you get water and water source? Did you just write it straight up in JSON? You do believe the mugs interactions are set that too? Let's go look. Mug fill. Water source and water, those are allowed fluids. That's a different setup. What? You are wild. How did you survive that fall? That's crazy. Apparently when he was young, he fell off a 6-story balcony and lived. This is the lore for this little man, this new man. How did you survive that? How did you survive that? How are you built like that? You didn't even get hurt. No bones broken, nothing. Look at this little noodle. Flying noodle. Look at him. You're good. They smell like perfume or soap. Alright. Alright. Noodles are immune to pain. Didn't Nemo teach you that? True. He's so small. He is a small lad. Look at him. Look at his tiny little face. Yeah. Weird ass looking cat. Thanks, man. He had a focus sash. Okay, buddy. Alright, so if we look at this, this is with states filled water and allowed fluids. Allowed fluids is not the same. So when we're doing allowed fluids, water source and water technically makes sense. For this one, we're doing a block check, and a block check is not the same in terms of IDs. So if we look up water under block checks, then we can do Hightail, fluid water, as the only one that is actually real. And then there's fluid water test, which is a little bit weird. So that's strange. But it's item in this case. Actually, I wonder if this is wrong and it's showing item instead of item block, man. The editor doesn't see every asset. Nope. It sees assets that it should be allowed based on the type of check that it's doing. So this is showing any valid items in this case. So the item block is not valid for this check. It's checking for an item, which is weird, because now we could go like this and do water and be like potion water is the check for it, and we can get rid of that one, right? And then we can go back into this, and we'll go over here, and we'll put my potion water on the ground, and then we can do this one, and it still doesn't detect it. For whatever reason. But that is technically a right block at this point. Yeah, this just doesn't seem to be working, man. Let's try and do that raycast fluid again, and I'll equip the item again. So just get another one. There we go. Throw that one out. Grab this. Nope. Nope. Doesn't work. We can make it do other stuff, though. Like, it'll detect this block when I want it to. But this is definitely odd. I'm going to grab your entire JSON block now. We're going to throw that in here. The whole thing. This is on your primary interaction, it seems. We're going to apply that change. Yeah, see that? Failed common assets for these. We're going to get rid of the model. We're going to get rid of the texture. We're going to get rid of the icon. We're going to apply that change again. We'll go into the editor for this, and it's really pissed off. The model, texture, and icon are all blank right now. Quality is uncommon, that's fine. Item level, we'll change that to 10. What is this pissed about? Yeah, this thing is super not happy, dude. Common asset must be written to the root, blocks, items, resources, NBC. Common asset must have the extension blocky model. The model doesn't exist. We don't care about the model existing right now. That's fine. There already a water source mod for 2x2? What do you mean there's a water source mod? What does that mean? You mean creating a custom liquid? That's easy. If you mean that. Which is not what we're doing. Okay, we're going to go up here to this. Item model. Remove. Remove. And then the last one in the source is we're going to remove the icon as well. And now it's happy. Alright, so with that in mind, yours is test raycast fluid now. We're going to go back into the game. You're going to see that this is now called water detector. And it still doesn't work, man. Yeah, we're not testing for an infinite source. So the one that you sent me, Zeke, doesn't work. Which version of Hightail are you on right now? Are you on the alpha? Or are you on, like, which version of the client? Here. Let me go see what version we're on. This may be a versioning problem. Water doesn't have one, no. No, we're not... Give me a second. What are we trying to do? We're using a raycast to select a fluid, which is not possible right now. It's a bug. I put in a bug report. We're trying different ways to get it done. Bug and restarting might fix. We can try restarting it. I'll restart it. We'll see if that works. Hightail giving you a lot of errors today. Yeah, I need to see if we can change out the version. So I'm on the basic Hightail one. Are you on the pre-release patch line? Is my question. It should detect the water fluid, but it's not. You're super confused. And there, Zeke, is the problem. Which is why I put in the bug report. It should, but it doesn't. You understand now? Which is why you can't even get it to send a message when you do a raycast for a material fluid. If you can't send a message, you can't do a block condition. Editors in alpha? Yeah. The only way we'll be able to do this is through Java. That's how that works. It's just a bug, man. Are you on pre-release patch line, though, or are you on base? I could go to pre-release patch line and try it out, because we haven't tried that one yet. Could you do it in the reverse? Had to have the water to do the interaction? We could do that. You're in base? Okay. And it doesn't work on your server, correct, Zeke? Your friend found a badger in her car, and I was like, oh my god. What? What? Bro, what? Yeah, it doesn't work on yours either. Yeah, so the bug here, Zeke, to be clear, this is why I put in the bug report. We'll go pull this up and I'll show you what I've been talking about. Yeah, that's why I was like, what do you mean it works? And you're like, it works. And I'm like, no, it doesn't. Raycast. We'll go into here and we'll go into Blockgame. We'll do test raycast fluid. The issue right here, see where it says block ID water source and block ID water? Not only is that doesn't make any sense, but this is under block conditions. So we can actually just X all of that out. We're going to go right here into interactions. We'll go into interaction, primary, interaction 0, and we'll go into your selector and then into hit block and interactions and here. This is irrelevant right there. This does not detect a fluid at all whatsoever. Even if we go into here and we say ignore fluids and we set that to false, where it says ignore fluids false, doesn't detect a fluid. Even if we go into here and we say ignore empty collision, set to false, doesn't detect a fluid. False or true on either of those in any combination doesn't work. Also the block tag, irrelevant. If we change that to fluid, or we change it to water, we change it to anything, doesn't work. None of this functions. So you cannot detect a fluid through a raycast, is the bug. Actually, you cannot detect a fluid through a selector, is the true bug. So with that in mind, we're shit out of luck, right? We just can't do this yet. So that is the overall bug, is that selectors cannot detect liquids in any way. Yep. Because your code should have worked, my code should have worked. And all you have to do is you don't have to do like a block change or anything like that. Just go into here and put send message, man. Because then you have a very clear path of like, did the raycast work? You don't have any other variables at that point. Be like fluid found. If the raycast work, then fluid found would go off. But there's no hit block happening. So it's kind of weird overall. Yeah, code cannot detect ligmas. True. Yep. What? Midwest Illahan? What, dude? Yeah, so this is the kind of stuff that I've been running into of like, I can't even remember the other ones. I'll give you another one is, spawn deployable. Have you seen that command? So deployable. Spawn deployable from hit location has unlimited range. It's wherever the projectile hits. Spawn deployable from raycast has your player's interact range. So that's another weird bug. You can't spawn deployable from raycast at infinite range. You have to change the player's use distance to be able to match it. Otherwise, it doesn't work. Isn't that weird? Just like weird shit like that. And I've made like test cases for this as well. It's stuff that they'll fix. They just got to be aware of it. They got to be made aware. How does water bucket interact with fluids? It does it through a command called refill, and that works. However, refill has a different bug, which I'll show you right now. We're going to go to water bottle. We'll go to potion. We'll go to potion empty, and we're going to go into interactions, and we'll do interactions here, secondary interactions condition, crouching, so we have to not be crouching because it's set to false. Go to next. If we're not crouching, we can refill container, and the effect will make this water sound, and then next, it will modify the inventory. We will remove the potion empty, right? We'll remove a potion empty from the inventory, and we'll add a potion water. We can just type in 1 on that, and it doesn't really matter. Adjust held item quantity. I guess we could do 1. Yeah, I guess we can get rid of that. That'd be kind of interesting. And then we add a potion water into our inventory. We could get this working with other systems, too, and it's totally fine. So we'll go into this. It makes the sound, because it interacts with it, with refill water, but it doesn't give me the item. So next doesn't work on refill water. Which is really funny, actually. Yeah. No, you don't do -1 because it's item to remove, man. Yeah. Yeah, I know it works. It makes the sound, but it doesn't do next. Which is like... It's just very funny. Yeah. I just held item for that would be -1. Oh, for that one? Let's try it. It's still not going to function. Yeah, see? It doesn't even remove the held item. Does add item work? That's a totally different command. It just doesn't do anything under next. Like here. Whoop. I said remove it. Ya goblin. There we go. We'll do this, and we'll do send message. Let's see if it'll even send a message. Message. Butts. Doesn't even send message. So the next command on a refill action doesn't even do anything. So if you got refill container and do next, it does nothing. Like, this is the kind of shit that I'm running into where I'm like, dude, like, come on, man. So, like, there's just a bunch of stuff that just doesn't function. And, the editor needs these bug reports to make it better. And that's it, you know? Can you delete everything in the game if you wanted to? Yeah, if you wanted to. What if it's because you're in creative mode? Good shout. Let's try that. Nope. Just broken. Yeah. So we'll go put that bug in. Yeah. Yeah, it's a weird bug. These are the types of things that, like, need to be found. Bad bug. Think you're about half asleep. Can you get past this by coding instead of using the editor? Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely. But I'm doing stuff with the editor, right? I'm testing stuff with the editor and being like, yo. Like, this should just function, you know? I wonder if we could do it under a fail. Success. Let's try it under failed. Failed. When it succeeds, it fails, my dude. Oh, that's amazing. Hold up. This is super funny. I threw some JSON here for the interaction. Someone already made a mod that does this. Yeah, but that's a mod, right? If they're doing any type of Java work, that's not relevant to what we're doing. Yeah, task failed successfully is what's happening. We're waiting on ads. Okay, so I discovered something during the ad break, which is really funny. I set up 2 messages, right? So we're doing a sound effects water move in, right? So the effect goes off on refill container. That effect is supposed to change the state of this item to filled water, allowed fluids. And we go into this and we look at failed and next. Next, send message, should be sending success. Failed, send message, should be sending failed. It plays the sound for this, which means it's doing the thing, right? Because we have an effect there of playing the sound. Check this out. What? If it's succeeding in playing the sound, why is it firing the fail event? What? At least I have a way of going forward, but it's one that doesn't really make sense, you know? Yeah, it's reversed. It's working. At least I can make this work, but at what cost, right? So under this, we're going to do modify inventory. Do that. And we're going to say adjust held item -1. And we're going to say item to add potion water. And we'll say quantity 1. Now we'll go into here. And it works. Because it's a fail interaction. That's super weird, dude. Oh, god damn it. That's so weird. At least we can detect liquids of whatever type we want. Right? Let me see if I can do it now. After removing that state check. Okay, so that won't work. We have to do the state check still. Where is it under? States. We'll add a state in there. F. F. Unallowed fluids. So we do actually have to do this. We'll do state of fluid check. And we'll do this of allowed fluids. And the allowed fluids in here are going to be this. And we'll do water source. And then another one called water. So if we want to fill it with water, we do that. And even though it checks this, it finds the water, it plays the sound, it fails, and then we modify inventory. That doesn't make any goddamn sense, but here we are. And it works! This is the stuff that I'm running into with Hightail where I'm like, what is wrong with this thing, dude? Yeah, you can't get it to run a next command. That's quite hilarious. Good morning, chat. Good morning to you. You click on non-water, it doesn't work. Here. Empty. We'll get our empty potion bottle. Grab that. Oh, wait, now it is working. Oh, maybe it's working on everything. Oh, no, that's even worse! Hold up. I thought I was clicking on the ground. I think I was clicking on nothing before. Okay, so it works on nothing, but doesn't play the sound. But plays the sound on water, which means it should be succeeding. God damn it. It only plays the sound of the water, which means it is successfully detecting the water, but still plays a fail. Don't you love this? It's straight up even worse than it was. Yeah, no, it's straight up worse. So we can't get a... It files a fail. It fires off a fail, even though it succeeded, is what's happening there. No. It's not it works, but why. So here's what's happening, right? Let me close this out. We're gonna open up another MS Paint. I'm gonna show you visually how this works. Because this is definitely a bug, and it's a really silly one. Boop. Make big. Fill with black paint. And then layers. Give me another layer. Second right. There we go. And then we can do this. And that. There we go. Okay, so we have our initial action. This is a check for water. And you have 2 ways to do this, right? You have our success route. You have our fail route. On the if I could talk, success route. On the success route, we play a sound, right? when it plays that sound, we should go to next. On this side, we do not play a sound. And it should go to failed. Here's the problem. It's doing this. That's what's happening right now. Which is really weird. Yeah. That shouldn't be doing that. That's a very obvious bug. Yeah. Is it detecting the ground below the water? Is that why it's failing? No, that's why I went over to the river and tested it. It's just failing. It's just failing in general. That's super weird, dude. You test if failure has a next? Yeah, but that wouldn't matter, right? Fail having a next doesn't fix this, right? Like, we can add other interactions to failed, and it's kind of whatever. It's succeeding and firing off the fail event, which it shouldn't be doing. Does the game have automation and logic? There's no automation that I've seen so far, but there is logic that you can build into it. People have already built redstone inside using mods. So yeah, this is just straight up a bug. So this is with refill water. This is the refill container command. That's very funny, actually. Yeah. Alright, so... have you tried seeing how watering cans do it? It's exactly the same way. But watering cans are changing the state of the object. And since they're changing the state of the object, they're going from watering can to watering can state filled, which is not what we want. We want to make a separate item. It's odd that it fails in multiple ways. Kind of how it goes, right? Yeah, no, it's super weird. So let's go pull up a watering can or a mug. A mug works the same way as a watering can. So we'll grab mug, right? Our deco mug is the name of it. This will have an interaction on it. That interaction right here under the secondary is root mug fill, right? So root mug fill is going to pass it on to condition mug fill and then mug fill. So we're going to pull up mug fill. Mug fill has a refill container in it, and it just changes the state. They don't do a next or failed, changing the state on the allowed fluids here. So then when we take the mug in-game, we grab that mug and we interact with the water, it creates a wooden mug water, which is the same as Deco Mug. It's now Deco Mug State-Filled Water. It's the same exact item, but now it gets water in little brackets on it, which is kind of stupid. Can you drink the water? Yes. I believe so. Can we not? Maybe we can't. Oh, yeah, we can. And then it damages the durability of it each time we do this. And then it turns it back into a wooden mug. Which is kind of a cool interaction, but also is a bit weird. So if we go into the asset editor with this, right? Stop biting it? No. If we go into the asset editor for the original Deco mug, you'll see that all of those interactions have to be built inside of this thing. Which is really, really weird. Let me grab this. Flags, gathering, is stackable, false. Secondary. Reference to root interaction. Root mug fill. So we'll go to root mug fill. That interaction there is 0. Condition mug fill. Condition mug fill. Now, when it's a fail, it blocks with it. To add a block to the ground. This is checking for crouching. So if we do this, it does nothing. But if we crouch, it does that. That's that check right there. And then if we are crouching, we go to that. That's block secondary. If we aren't crouching, then we go to type replace, and the default value, interaction, is mug fill. And then mug fill is the one that does the refill container. So it's just a lot of extra for something that's very simple. And we should just be able to do next or failed out of it. Yeah. Is this a result of avoiding states? Yes. Yes, it is. We shouldn't have to use the state system for this, to be honest with you. And, the next on this should be firing, because it works. Yeah, this is basically what's happening here. We call a refill container, we check it for water and water source. If it's not on the water source, it should go to failure. If it is on the water source, it should go to success. And that should go to next, and this should go to failed. Instead, it succeeds, plays the sound, and goes to failed anyway. So next never plays. It's a bug. It's just a weird-ass bug. Okay, so we can get rid of all this. What's another way we can check this? I've run into, like, some weird bugs like this so far. Can you chain the sound play event to the next? No. As you can see here, it's just set as a succeed on this effect. Basically, all effects played when it succeeds. So if we go into here, and we look at this, say it plays that sound, but now it doesn't play the sound. You can't have it both ways. Succeed and fail should both not be the same outcome. That's the issue. And this is only playing under failed from the refill container. It is. It's detecting the liquid and then failing anyway. Super weird. There's got to be a way out of this. Task failed successfully? Yes. I wonder. No, you don't understand. The sound is not part of next. It's literally not firing next, dude. Sound is an effect. We can't change that to, like, a message or something like that. You can't change that. Yeah. Can you apply custom stats to the player? Yeah, you can. So if you do go in here and say, buyer, we have an entity stat type. So go into entity and then entity stat type, and you can add your own custom statistics. A good example of this is if we go down into here, I have a weapon called Test Fire Sword that has damage fire plus 30 on it, and this will actually go through because of our custom interaction called damage, block game damage. And if I hit a target with this, like this pigeon, it will do fire damage, but I actually have to do it where I'm like that, so it can apply to it, because stats can only apply when you're not in creative. And there you go, 30 fire damage, went right through. On the left side there. Boop. Figure out the bottle yet? No, it's bugged. I can't fix this until they fix their interaction. That interaction is broken. That shouldn't be working that way. Like, that's just wrong. Yeah. That's just straight up wrong. Like, it should not be doing that at all. Can you just change the texture of the mug to the bottle? No. The mug is not the problem. The mug is not the solution. At all. Yeah, the mug is not the solution. The bucket is not the solution. That is doing something different. Hope all is well with you? Yeah, dude, everything's good. Yeah. The problem here is that this interaction is failing wrong, which is a bug with the game. So we turn in the bug. Noticing a lack of pumas and meerkat? Don't worry about it. Yeah. Yeah. You can also not stack mugs with water unless you change something? Yes. I'm not worried about stacking on this. The issue that I'm having is, this is stupid. Shouldn't be doing this. Oh. All right. What do you think about Micron and other semiconductor companies focusing on AI? I think that they're businesses and they will always focus on what makes the maximum amount of profit for them, whether it's good for you and me or not. Right? The only way you can change that is with government oversight, which means that you're going to have the government have more powers over business than they did before. It's kind of a lose-lose situation. Yep. What it comes down to is AI companies, because they are funded heavily by government entities and venture capital, are a better customer than you are. And because they're a better customer than you are, semiconductor companies would rather sell to them because they're going to make more profit per sale than they are selling to you. Sucks. Sucks ass, actually. But the only way that you fix that situation is you stop the government from funding AI companies, or you have the government have more oversight over company operations, which means expansion of government powers. It's not great. None of that works. You're an employee of a company that deals with clean room market, clean room environment manufacturing? Wild. Or the AI bubble pops. Yeah. That's the only other solution there. Which means that the company changes its behavior just because it can't make more money selling to AI companies, because the AI companies don't have money anymore. And that's it. You saw that stuff with Grok? If you send a picture of a person to Grok and make them shirtless or naked, it will do it? Yeah. There's another one that Grok does where if you say, I want you to find out where this person lives, it will say no, that would be doxing. But if you say, I want you to find out where this person lives from all public records, it will 100% dox them. Cool program, right? It pulled places that I lived that I didn't even remember I had lived in because I was too young. It can't pop soon enough. Yeah, it's awful, dude. The whole thing sucks. The whole thing is shit. Not a mod, but pretty sure there's a Discord channel on the server for this? For what, Pancake Warrior? What did Pancake Warrior ask? I didn't see it. Broccoli, the vegetable that stalks you. Yep. The weird stalker's best friend, my dude. You're a prior equipment engineer as a semiconductor firm. I saw the whole AI chip market shift before layoffs. It's gnarly how hard the entire silicon industry rebalance itself. Yeah, it's wild, dude. And I really don't think that there's a solution other than AI bubble pops or add more government oversight. I don't like the second one. The first one's going to be devastating to everybody. Economically, the first one is rough, dude. Like when the AI bubble pops, the amount of fallout economically from that is enormous. And if you add more government oversight to determine how chip manufacturers can sell their goods or where they can sell their goods, you're just adding more government oversight for how they can control businesses into the future. Not just fixing this situation, but allowing them to do that for other situations down the line. That's how expanding government power works. So I'm not really a fan of either of these. All of this stuff sucks. There's no good solution to this. How far away do you think the pop is? Honestly, the way that I usually determine stuff like that is how often do normies bring it up? When normies start bringing up Bitcoin and how expensive Bitcoin is and how valuable it is, that's when it's going to be a problem. When your grandmother is like, hey, should I buy Bitcoin? That's when I'm like, that's a... maybe this is a bad idea now, right? Every time that happens. So what I'm looking at right now in terms of this... Yeah, that is too late, exactly. When I'm looking at AI right now, I look at stuff like this. Just go open up Notepad on your computer, and you'll see that it has Copilot built in. Open up MS Paint. MS Paint now also has Copilot built in. When you start seeing AI in every service that you use, whether it's paid for or not, they're looking for a way to monetize that service somehow. They're not finding the money, so they're throwing it everywhere in hopes of finding the money. Right? It's almost the Spaceball meme of like the search for more money, right? That's all that is, dude. And what you're doing there is you're basically saying, okay, we have it in MS Paint. does that count as a user now? Is that increasing their metrics of like how many users are doing this to try and prove the benefit to another corporate overlord above them? That's a really weird thing to do, to put Copilot in MS Paint and Notepad. The only reason you would do that is by trying to inflate your numbers of users or try to prove that there's value in it somewhere else when there's legitimately no value in doing that. It's just really weird, you know? It's also in Word and Excel. I know. It's everywhere, right? They're going to want to be bailed out when it pops, aren't they? I mean, that's kind of the standard, yeah. I mean, if this whole situation pops, how many of these companies are going to be like, we need to bail it out? Because it's seen as something of like, what is it called? There's a term for this. It's not a critical industry, but it's national security. Because AI companies are now seen as national security, so what ends up happening there is when they fail, does it ask for a bailout? And when it does, do we give it a bailout? So that's why I'm looking at this. I'm like, all of this sucks, man. Like, I'm not a fan of any of that shit. You say no, but you don't get to make that choice. I don't either, right? That's not like a voted thing, man. Yep, that's a privatized gain and a subsidized loss. Cool. I mean, they're already getting federally funded, so that's your subsidized loss right there. That's your tax money at work. If 2 centaurs have a kid, is there a 25% chance that they'll have a normal human kid? And a full horse kid? I feel like you'd have a... Yeah, I'd say yes. If 2 centaurs have a kid, there's a chance that it's just a fully normal human child or a full horse. I think that's fine. But would the horse have the brain of a man? And could the human have the brain of a horse? Too many questions now. Yeah. Is the horse kid just a horse? Or is it a guy? In the body of a horse? Too many questions. Oh, they do, Sarah, if they do it through taxes. The idea is that, basically the government invests in something so that that thing stays inside of the country and they can reap the benefits through taxes on that business when it grows larger than the initial profit, or not larger than the initial investment became. Right? You see companies do this actually for indie devs quite a lot. You can get grants from the government where the government will actually be like, here's $5,000, here's $10,000 towards the development of your indie studio. And if you succeed, the government makes more money back in taxes on your business. Because you do international sales. Yeah. So when you're saying like subsidies from that, it's usually through that method. Is there a Hightail channel role on the Discord server? It's under Blockgame. Yeah. Yeah, what profit benefit? AI is a solution looking for a problem. And until it finds that problem, it will not monetize correctly. And that's why you're seeing it creep into everything that you own, because they're looking for the problem. And I can't see that any other way, man. Yeah. Throwing shit at the wall, 100%. That's really all it is, man. But I thought we'll own nothing. I own things. You own things. AI does have its uses, but not for the common consumer. Yeah. Yeah. I hope it never realizes that we're the problem. Well, I'm going to be honest with you. What you have right now is a large language model, not AGI. So you're not really in danger of that. Problem they solve is human thinking? No, they don't. Do you know why? Because AI, currently, large language models, can only solve things that have already been solved by another person. If you're trying to do stuff with Hightail Asset Editor, AI doesn't know how this shit works at all. Because there's no documentation that's public. When there's documentation that is public, AI will be able to help with this. But it can't right now. It gets everything wrong, and it merges answers from Minecraft. None of that is good. None of that is positive. It can only solve what you have already solved. And if no one has solved that thing before, AI is useless for it. At least the LLMs are. There are other models for that kind of stuff, for large research, but it still has to be overviewed by a human being. It's just a search engine, a fast one. Yep. It's a fast and confident search engine. Doesn't mean it's always correct. And you should always look at it as not always correct. Hell, one of the things that we saw before, it was about a year ago, is Google's AI said that you should feed a ferret with insulinoma milk. Just stupid, weird shit that it's responded with. And that's trying to give veterinary advice that could harm the animal. So it's like, none of this shit makes sense, dude. Always look at it with a grain of salt. Always. Yeah, always. This is a small part. They can easily be used for common things like homework, simple code, or things like that. Things that have already been solved, yes. Yep. But do you know what happens when you use it to solve your homework for you? Or use it to be creative instead of you being creative? Use it to write your game design document? Use it to create an asset instead of you creating the asset? You rob yourself of the experience. It's exactly the same as playing World of Warcraft and buying your level 60 instead of leveling it up. You can't play that class as well as other people who leveled it all the way from 1 because you don't know it as well as they do. The only person that loses is you. All right. So this doesn't work. We'll have to find a different way. TTS time.
Tory Kitch with 500 bits said, "Man, I really love my furniture. Me and my recliner go way back."
Okay, man. Why you
Vermouth
like
with
this?
1000 bits said, "For the cute fur noodle."
Yeah, thank you very much. That's really nice of you, dude. And yeah, we got 7 new ferrets into the rescue today. Technically last night. It's from a abuse case. Not abusing the animals. It's not great. It's really shitty. Yeah, it's not great. They're in very good condition, though. The owner loved the hell out of them. This is a working example of a refill container. Next interaction. Let me see what you got, bud. Now that's interesting. Hold up. I think I understand. Where is it? Under state, after states, it's for next. It's before next. Hold up. I think I know what went wrong. I think we can fix this. What is it called? There it is. Maybe that's fine. Actually, it's not that. You have it a primary interaction is simple. With a runtime of 0.1. What if we change it to a condition with a runtime of 0.1? Nope. So it's not that. Let me grab mine. And I'm going to copy mine out. And we're going to do our test raycast fluid. Drop this into here. And we're going to grab our test raycast fluid here. And drop it into there. We're going to grab your version. Oh my god, no, I don't want the whole page. Jesus. Let's read through this. Apply those changes. Take a look at the editor. Type simple. Next. Refill container. Next. And your refill container is set to states of filled water allowed fluids. That's correct. Item add. Ingredient poop. I'm on to you. We're going to wait on the ads. Okay, so the way that you have structured this is different. And the way that you did this is you did a simple interaction. And after a simple interaction, then you did refill container. Instead of doing refill container first. So the simple interaction goes off with a runtime of 0.1. The refill happens as a result of that, so a next, and then refill goes to next from there. Inside of that, you're doing the same states that I was doing. So let's see if that works. What is this? Test raycast fluid. Test raycast fluid. There we go. Do that on the ground, nothing. Do it in liquid, it works. It's also creating a filled state one, though. So this is weird. It's doing two things at once. It's making a filled state one, which is very strange. And then at the same time, it's working because this is a simple effect that's going through. Why? There is no reason, functionally, why calling this from a simple type should work. Let's try something weirder. Failed. Apply that. It also fires the fail event. That's so weird, dude. Is it not doing this? Hold up. Shouldn't this be on next? Hold up. Maybe I did this wrong. One moment. Simple. States. Why is that not working? Shouldn't this be on next? Hold up. No. Do it. Inside of the interaction of simple, it's set to next. And then next is type modify inventory. Oh, that should be refill container. I'm dumb. Yeah, here, let me take yours again. Hold up. No, that is set to next. So on next, if we change that to failed, I'm going to take this. We'll do this. Set this to failed. And apply that. Invalid JSON? Why are you mad? I put a comma there. Don't lie to me. One moment. We're going to discard all of this. I'm going to go in here. We're going to change this one out. Delete that. And do create embedded. And we'll say refill container. Go back into the editor into the source. Oh, it's putting it up here. That's really odd. Okay, so with that one, now we'll take this. And we'll do editor. On this one, we're going to say next. Create embedded. And this one's going to be modify inventory. And modify inventory on this one is going to be adjust held item quantity -1. And adjust this one. Items to add is potion water. Right? So now, if we go into here, this is going on the failed event instead of the next event. Exact same setup as yours. Throw these out. Throw this out. Throw that out. Boop. Boop. Doesn't do anything now. Okay. So it doesn't fire a failed event when it's inside of simple. Simple allows it to be failed or success. That's weird, right? Like, that is actually weird. Why is it invalid? Should be interactions next or failed. But it's mad. Maybe it's here. It's supposed to be there. And then this should be down here. What? What? This. I hate the way that they have this set up where you can't just click on this and see where it connects. One moment. Where the hell is this at? Oh, it goes to that one. Okay. Deeply annoying. Ridiculous. All right, so on this one, when we do a next versus a failed... What? Excuse me? Why does it change that structure entirely? No, this is stupid. Hold up. That's supposed to be encapsulated inside of that. Because this should be a failed. No, that doesn't make any sense. Because this goes to there. This should be inside of interactions. Inside of the simple should be this. And yet it's not? Failed has to be first? Does it actually? Inside of the structure? I do have failed as first. And it should be like this. Because this goes up to there. That goes to that, that goes to that. That encapsulates this. This encapsulates the entire event. Is this structured differently than I anticipate? The hell is that? What is that shit? Next. What is that before? I don't know what that is.
Armford672 donated $25 to charity.
It's incredibly nice of you. You're amazing. Thank you. Ah. They made a stupid... There we go. Yeah, no. That's not working at all. Oh, it's working up here. There we go. So this next on Modify Inventory, we got to change that. Okay, that's why I was confused. I was like, what the hell is going on? We've got a failed and a refill container on next, and then when we go into refill container, and it says next on this one, we do Modify Inventory. That is very nice of you, though, legitimately. Thank you very, very much. I love when ones come in and say shit like that. Like, that's wild, dude. What else has this guy said in here? Oh, that dude has been saying rude things in our chat since January 18th, 2025. He came back from January 18th, 2025 to January 26th, 2025, and then did it again, and is now here at January 21st, 2026. That man has been obsessed for an entire year. Oh, that's wild, dude. That's completely insane. Yeah, it's since then. Azuroko. Or Azuro. I'm gonna tell you this, dude. So, Ornan, I know this is probably like a sock puppet account for you or some shit, right? Because you've been... I'm hoping this isn't your main, where you're like obsessed for this long. Go do anything else with your energy, man. If you wake up every day just being angry that I exist, you're not doing anything for yourself. That's not improving your life in any way, man. Like, do something for you. And if this is your only thing, I guess you got that. But if not, go do anything else, man. Improve your life. Because this isn't doing that for you. And it's not hurting me. It's mostly just like a weird side attraction for me. Where I'm like, why would you do that for a whole year, right? Okay, so we've got our mod inventory on this one. We've got our mod inventory on this one. I'm going to turn the failed one into a poop. Ingredients. No, we'll turn it into salt. We'll turn it into salt. So if it succeeds, it becomes water. If it fails, it becomes salt, right? Now we'll go back in game and check this out. Let's see how this works. Fails. Doesn't do it. Oh, wait. It's mad. I gotta restart the server. That's doing that thing again. No, we just timed him out for 10 minutes. You don't need the simple interaction, by the way. It works because the item has a state to change to success. Is that what it is? Is that all it is? Is setting an item's state? So it will succeed but fail if it doesn't have a state to change. That's even weirder, dude. That's even weirder. Oh, man, that makes no sense. Because it should be doing that anyway. Waiting on this. Yeah, task failed successfully is basically what's happening there. All right, there we go. Boop. Still broken. Let's go test it out. All right. So if it's that it doesn't have a state itself, that means it has to use the state system with refill. Because there's no other way to make that work. So we can't use refill. We're back to the problem that we had before. Because if it goes and tries to do that, it will set up the state of the item with that state and then put it in your inventory. So now we've got a hack on a hack, basically. Yeah, we can't do that. So I can't use refill correctly. And we get back to the other bug, which is selectors cannot detect liquids. So that ends up being the other problem. It can change the state, but in your example, it gets rid of the item, so it's fine. I don't know if it does. Let's try it. We're going to play around with this and see, right? Because when it changes the state, it's not just getting rid of the item, it's getting rid of the item in your hand. So that's not going to be the same. We'll go to Blockgame. Test Raycast Fluid is the name of this one? This is the one we've been working on. So this one has a state of filled water. Right? That's the state for filled water on this one. And now we have an interaction of primary, interactions, simple, failed and next. Next is refill container. What is the error that this gives? Test raycast interactions, primary interactions, 0 next. So it's having a problem with simple into refill container. So with this next, we go into modify inventory. We say adjust held item 1, item to add, potion water, quantity 1. So what's the problem? Where is it, Madge? Why does it think that's missing? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. It's clearly right there. Simple. Next. It's right there. What? This is the bug you had, Zeke? Where it just doesn't exist? Okay, let's delete all this and try again. We're going to get rid of simple. We're going to try a different one. We're going to say refill container from this right here. Instead of encapsulating it in a simple, because now we know a little bit more about the state system. And we'll say create embedded, send message, success, and create embedded, send message, failed. Right? Make this a lot simpler for that. And now we'll go into here. No? What the hell's going on here? I'm gonna delete all of the interactions. Even delete primary. Make a new primary. Start over from scratch. Failed to decode asset, failed to decode. Let's go into here. Yeah, state-filled water. Is it because it doesn't have one? Failed to decode. Let's find this out. And we'll do refill. No. We'll do next. Primary. Is it just mad? I don't actually know what's wrong with this thing at this point. Interactions. Refill. Okay, it's not saying failed to decode anymore. I wonder why that's mad. Instead of primary, you use. Primary and use don't matter. Use would be like the using the inventory, I believe. Like primary is just like what the interaction is going to be triggered off of. It doesn't really matter for us. Put the fluids on the refill container? What? We haven't done that yet. That's the next piece. So we go into here and we go into states. And we do fluid check. Insert. And this will be the allowed fluids for this. We'll go like this. And we'll say water source and water. And that's cool. And now the refill check on this. We'll do next and next. And this one is going to be send message. And this one is going to be send message. And this one is going to be a message of next. And this is going to be a message of failed. And mad. Why is it angry? Why does it think the interaction is missing? It's definitely not missing. And it's not giving any other data out other than the interaction is missing. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. It's clearly right there. It's under refill container. What's Zeke's message? It happens when you edit the source and then use the editor for some reason. It has issues decoding the edits you made in the source. All right, let's restart the server because then it'll refresh it. I was going to say, because this is completely valid JSON right now. Well, what are you talking about with AI, Shay? You tried AI for help with coding, and the thing is the worst. It keeps removing code, it hallucinates, it mixes up versions, it keeps doing stupid mistakes, and insists on things that are not a solution. Yeah, but it's really, really good for convincing higher-ups that you're very technical. Until they figure it out 6 months later and fire you. It's great for that, actually. It's fantastic. All right. There we go. Yeah, just needed a restart. Here's the problem. Always fails. There's that same issue, even though it's got a state on it. So it is the symbol that's allowing for this to work, man. Because if we go into the editor and we look at all of our interactions, and our state is clearly set with filled water. Didn't change that. So filled water state is there. Let's go look at interactions. Maybe it needs to have... Oh, wait, I think I have an idea. This should be filled water here. Because that goes to the key of the other one. That should honestly be a drop-down list of all the states you have on the object. Failed? Next. That makes more sense. Now, problem. It is giving us this item. That is the filled item. That is not what we want. We don't want a state being generated. We don't want a stateful item being generated. So, on next, what we need to do is instead do modify inventory. And we're going to say adjust held item quantity -1. And we're going to say item to add, potion water, quantity 1. Now, this should remove the one from our hand. What do you think is going to happen? My anticipation is that this won't work. My anticipation is that it deletes one of the potions from our hand, and then also creates a stateful item, and then also creates a water potion. I was right. So that does not work. That does not work. And each time we do this interaction, it removes 2, because the stateful conversion also gives us 1. So, now what we have to do is do this in series to clean itself up. We're going to do item to remove, ID, potion, empty, with a state on it. And I don't know how we could do that. It's not better. It's a different bug. Test raycast fluid state filled. Water. So, Cast. Mouse over this. Raycast fluid state filled water. Raycast fluid state filled water. This is what it turned into. What happens first if it only produce one? I don't know. That's not what I'm worried about. I'm worried about this. Stop it. Stop it. Delete that. Can we not just push that in there? We can't. And we can't define... Maybe we can define metadata? The metadata is only in JSON. What the hell does the metadata look like for a freaking state? God damn it. I don't actually know. Oh, man. No, Super Sketch isn't doing anything wrong. Full of wisdom. Who are you? Yeah, no, he's not being a dick. You gotta know the difference between someone being a dick, man, and someone just giving their perspective earnestly. That takes time to figure it out, right? That dude's not being a dick. He's not being a shill. He's not being a troll. He just doesn't agree with you. And that's fine. Yeah. Like, that's... Not agreeing is okay. There's nothing wrong with that. You guys can have a discussion like normal people. ChatGPT is superior to you at critical thinking? If you think ChatGPT is superior to you at critical thinking, that means you're not critically thinking enough. Like, straight up. It means that you are atrophying your ability to critically think in the world. Which likely means that you have more emotional reactions than than actual logical reactions to things. You're letting yourself be driven by emotion. Yeah. Don't let that happen to you. Think that was a joke? Could be. Might not be. It's done all right with your stock portfolio? Yeah, just follow Nancy Pelosi. Let's go to failed. We could probably do... So we can't do a check here for that one. We can't remove the stateful one. This is just a... Honestly, dude, this is a barrel of centipedes. None of this shit works. There's two bugs that are here. One, you can't use refill without a state on it. And the other one is you can't do raycasts for a fluid. Honestly, the real problem is the raycast for a fluid. That's the issue. Yeah. That's the complete issue out of everything. Have you met Michael Reeves? Yeah. I actually have his Roomba in my closet over there. The one that screams. The current state of humanity, ChatGPT having more critical thinking than people, is not far from reality. It is, because ChatGPT doesn't critically think. What ChatGPT does is it feeds you an answer based on your interests. It will tell you whatever you want to hear. If you tell it that you don't like something, it will tell you why not you shouldn't like that thing. If you tell it you do like something, it will tell you why you should like that thing. It complies with you, no matter what it is. It is an echo chamber with authority. That's AI. Yeah. And I think that's the biggest problem. It is really easy to fall into a hole of psychosis because you have a piece of technology backing you up that feels like it's an authority on the subject, when it's not. Yep. Yeah, Michael Reeves made a Roomba that screams when it bumps into things, and it went up on charity auction, and I bought it. I also have the skull of William Osmond. So my plan is to put the skull on Michael Reeves' Roomba and then drive it around my house screaming. Show us the Screamba? It's in a really shit state. I had to rip the battery out of it. I haven't repaired it yet. I need to. I need to spend some time on the damn thing. You make it not push back and just comply? If you make it do so, yes. Do you want to know the best way to use AI right now? If you want to know something about a subject, say, hey, ChatGPT, give me all of the information for and against this thing, cite all of your sources with links. And then do that, and that's it. You're not going to get banned for that, Papa Yee. You know, you're not getting banned for that. But I'm going to be honest with you, we're chilling here, and I'm pretty happy. There's a million different videos out there that are like, it's over, he's done. Nah, you know, our community's still here. I still get between 2,000 and 5,000 people that show up at the stream, depending on what it is that we're playing. I don't really care. And those videos haven't really done anything. Yeah, some dudes just want to be dicks, and to be real with you, some dudes just want to be dicks to make money out of ad revenue, and that's it. I know you want to write a thing yourself, but this does what you're trying to do. Oh, no, that's a mod, dude. Let me go see this mod. No, I don't want to install via app. Where's the actual source on this mod? Changes recipes to water bottles instead of buckets of water. Grab an empty potion bottle and go underwater and press the use key. This will bottle the water. Okay, so what they're doing is they're going into the water and using the use key while underwater to do this. Because they're using the player's state of being in water as the way to do this, instead of using a raycast to detect the water. That's such a meme, dude. Yeah. I don't like that. I don't like having to jump in the river to use the water. Yeah, I don't like that at all. It works, yeah, but it's not good, right? It's not about does it work, it's about is it good, man. User state moist. No, it's just going to be checking to see if the user is probably swimming. Maybe the animation ID, maybe the state that it's in the water. It's not checking the blocks around it, because Raycast doesn't work for that. What if you just turn off the swimming requirement? Do you still have to be inside of the water, dude? What? Jump in the water and it detects it and traps you? Yeah, I don't like that. Checkbox for swimming? That's probably what they're checking, then. I don't like that. I think that's a bad interaction. We'll just do this in Java. Alright. Let me grab something real quick. I'm going to send this over. Condition on next. Selector. Confirm. We're going to take that selector. We'll go grab this. There we go. And then under selector, this is going to be directions, next, modify inventory, and that will be item to remove, -1, and item to add, we will say potion water, and quantity 1. There we go. Done. So when this does work, it'll work there. We'll go into source for this. So basically what we're doing here is we're doing a block primary, block secondary. We'll go inside of the secondary interaction, right? And inside of the secondary interaction, we're checking to see if we're crouching. If we are not crouching, then we go forward with a selector that is a raycast. That raycast then needs to have a distance of 5. It checks for target type entity, which is baked in. That's not correct. Maybe we could change target type to fluid. Apply that change. We'll go back over here. His target type doesn't actually exist. Where is our selector, please? Turn that off. There we go. Maybe that will work. What? What? It's always hitting failed. It thinks that it's always getting a fluid. It's even funnier now. So target type. Zeke, do you see this right here? This isn't shown in the editor, but it applies it when you have a raycast. Which is incredibly weird, and that's probably why raycasts break when you select them. So that variable, that value, is not listed in the asset editor. Does it do it in the air? I don't know. Let's find out. Nope. It's definitely a weird one. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to you, man. Imagine talking about ChatGPT and not understanding the tech underneath the hood. I didn't say that I understood the tech underneath the hood. I said that the end result of that is that people are replacing their critical thinking with it, which I don't think can really be contested. Yeah. You're talking about someone in chat? Oh, okay. That's why I was confused. I was like, what are you talking about? Talking about sensors, real-world inputs. Yes, it has training data. I'm talking about external live data. Yeah, they actually do external live data checks for stuff, and that's one of the biggest problems. So, like, a lot of people try to go and write up a bunch of documentation for Highlightail modification, and there was no documentation out because they haven't released it. So because of that, when ChatGPT and Grok and stuff went to go search for this, it couldn't find it, so it filled it in with fake data from Minecraft. Which is live data, right? So, like, there's nothing for it to find. So it hallucinated data instead. That was just wrong. Yeah. Wonder if AI dreams of electric sheep? No, because it doesn't dream. It hallucinates. It's different. Difficult to discern intention in text. That's fine. Alright. I gotta see if Zeke is still here. Hightail is saying that water is not wet. Yes. Yeah, it definitely hallucinates. You mean like live world data, like visual sensors taking into account surroundings of an AI-powered robot? Oh, you mean like having eyes. Yeah. You mean real-world environment, like eyes, ears, nose, etc. I mean, that kind of data can be fed into it. You can do that. And there are companies that are doing that, which is gross and weird. Yeah, let's not do that, though. It's kind of already being done. Hallucination problem persists with live data. It does. Yeah, it super does. Like, we've seen that exact same thing with, well, like I was talking about this earlier, about a year ago, ChatGPT, or Google's version of AI, that, like, AI, response thing at the top of Google, was saying that if a ferret has insulinoma, you should try feeding them milk. Why the hell is that AI ever giving veterinary advice? Especially bad veterinary advice. Right? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Like, that's insane. It's like... Yeah. Hello, Man Joe. Thank you for the rating party of 14. Hope you're having a good day. What's up, Troy Tech? Google's LM is called Gemini, so that was Gemini responding then. Yeah, Google's AI is incredibly bad. You're waiting for the I killed my husband because AI told me to news headline? That's already happened. Yeah, AI psychosis. Just look up AI psychosis. You'll find a ton of stories like that. It's very sad. Yep. There are people that fall into a trap where they believe that the reality that is being presented by an AI model is the real reality, and that their family members or their loved one is actually a robot or sent by the government or whatever other crazy thing that they believe. AI psychosis is very well known already. Yeah. It's very sad. Yep. Basically, cyber psychosis from Cyberpunk is already here, yeah. So we can pull this up and I'll show you. Yep. The murder of Suzanne Adams. Adams' murder was fueled by her son's delusions that she was a Chinese intelligence asset. Shortly after an investigation into the murder-suicide, it was revealed that Solberg had apparently conversed with ChatGPT about the suspicions, and ChatGPT backed them up. So he murdered her. So yeah, this already happens. Because people search for an outside source for validation, and AI models will always validate you, whether the original intention is founded in reality or not. And that is why AI psychosis exists. Why are people so gullible? Because you want to believe that something like that, like an AI model, is an authority figure, because it's technology. It should know. It's the future, right? That's the problem, dude. So people fall for that trap when they're in a suggestible state. Yep. Humans look for meaning and validation. They're looking in all the wrong places. Yeah. One sec. Your senses are data inputs, yeah? Use ChatGPT to help you schedule things because you have severe time blindness. That's useful. I can see that. That's a very mundane task. And I can see that being powerful, right? Alchemist music, a little bit of Alchemist. So, what we need to do is we need to update raycasts to make it so that they can now no longer ignore fluids. And probably target type needs to be fixed. Because target type is always set to entity on here and doesn't seem to be used. Which is really weird. I'm going to set this here, one sec. Yeah, there's no settable in this. Yeah, this is nothing. This is super weird. Hit entity rules? That's not what we want. Hit block. That's not what we want either. This is super weird. No, that's really weird. There's also no hit block rules, which is very odd. There's hit entity rules, no hit block rules though. And ignore fluid set to false shouldn't be doing that. Yeah. Once AI pops RAM, it's going to be so cheap. Yeah, no, once AI pops. You're right. I agree with that. Anytime you ask AI to cite its sources, you can cross-check it for errors. Yeah, one of the biggest problems I have with that, though, is sometimes it hallucinates sources. Like, I've had it do things like send me the ISBN number of books that don't exist. Just like weird shit like that. Where like, yeah, it's from this book. And then this is the ISBN. You take the ISBN, you look it up. That book doesn't even exist. It's never existed. So I'm like... like, you have to go through and individually check all the links, too, because some of them are broken links to things that don't exist. So I'm like, dude, like... It's just it's an unreliable narrator is the problem. Yeah. The crypto bubble popped and GPUs are still pretty dang expensive. That's because the AI bubble took its place. And when you say the crypto bubble popped, no, governments got involved and they're still mining, so. Some of the sources are AI generated and published, exactly. So you have to go into the source, you have to determine if the source is even real, and then you have to determine where they got their sources to put that information and make sure it's not just a AI feedback loop of hallucinated garbage. This shit sucks, dude. Yeah, Bitcoin's dropping again right now. They did dip for a while, but they're back up. For GPU prices. You work in education and advice on Gen AI usage, and you can tell you that neither students or teachers are good at checking source for LLM answers. I know. I'm super well aware of that, Vesti. And the reason that I know that, not even being an educator, is because people will enter my chat and say things that I know they got from AI. Because you can check it immediately, and you find out that that information is completely false, and the only way you can get to the conclusion that they've gotten to is from Grok or ChatGPT. That is the only source of that information that looks like that. It's super weird, man. Yeah, it's an AI circle. That's it. Must be rough being a librarian. Yeah, dude. Hey, dear love, what's up? Hope you're having a good day. I think we can just delete this. It's hard to tell because this is, like, not functional. Yeah, that doesn't need to be in there. Yeah, so target type does not actually need to be there. It looks like... So it's really hard to tell because we have raycast. If you select any of these, the asset editor will crash. So we don't know the actual structure of this. And all the online sources I can find have target select or target type in there, whatever the hell this is. Let me pull it up. Yeah, target type. So target type likely isn't even real. I think the real problem here is that ignore fluids set to false should be targeting fluids, and it doesn't do that. Ignore fluids set to true should ignore fluids. Ignore fluids set to false should target fluids on a raycast. That's the true bug. Oh. Dead armed, yeah. Go look at my exclamation point jobs, dude. That's my work history if you're so inclined. If you are that interested, my dude. Yeah, it doesn't have a targeted action. There doesn't seem to be a target action in there. Which is weird, but like, whatever. 10 years with Pirate Software coming in February. 10 years? Has it actually been 10 years? Not Dillahan, I wiped yours. 10 years in February, huh? Let me go look. I didn't realize it'd been that long. No, not 10 years. That'll be next year. It'll be August next year is when I first started streaming. Long time. Jesus. I was going to say, it's not 10 years. Nope. August next year. 9 years. This is the 9th year. Yeah. Well, you do now, Dillahan. Okay, so the flags that we have are offset, distance, ignore fluids, ignore empty collision material, and block tag. Ignore fluids doesn't do anything. Which, funnily enough, ignore empty collision material is also for fluids and other things. But yeah, no, this doesn't actually do anything. Ignore fluids does not actually ignore fluids, whether it's set to false or true. Which is weird. It's weird that they're even doing this by a system of flags, you know? The other possibility is an overgeneralization of human medical advice for hypoglycemia to drink milk. It might be. Troy Tech for that. Yeah. So ignore fluids false should be doing that. I'm talking to Jake about it right now, too. It's a very unsanitary flag. True. Your dad unironically calls Grok he and him and uses it for everything. It's not good. Yeah, referring to Grok as a person is starting to get weird. Is it worth trying a restart? No, we've done it. It's a bug with the game. So ignore fluids is being used in the raycasting code. I'm asking Jake to send me the block for it. Because I'd like to see what's going on there. Because something's wrong. I wonder if we can fix this with a plugin. Because we might be able to override it. We can make like a raycast but good. So raycast selector this, ignore fluids, and block type get material, block type material empty, and fluid ID does not equal 0? Fluid ID? That's probably why this is happening, my dude. What the hell is fluid ID? No, the asset index for that is not correct. That might be the bug right there, dude. Because if we look at fluid like water, that's going to be the fluid ID itself is this, right? So it's saying if ignore fluids and the block type of get material equals block material is empty and fluid ID does not equal 0. Fluid ID doesn't even exist. Internally, it works as an asset registry. Is water 0 then? Can you check individual assets and see what water is mapped as? Because that would be the first fluid, right? Is it 0 based? And it's just hard-coded to ignore water? What if you do this with poison? There's other fluids too. We'll do fluid tar. Where is my fluid? Oh, no, because it won't hit any fluids, will it? Right now, I'm not detecting a specific kind of fluid. I'm just detecting any fluid. Let's grab tar. Gross. Alright, so this is tar. What? One sec. One moment. Selector, raycast, hit block. Nope, it's still a problem. It's still doing the same shit. Okay, so let me look at this again. I see what's going on, Jake. So if raycast selector ignore fluids is true, and block type get material is empty, and the fluid ID does not equal 0, then we return false. If ignore fluids is true, and the fluid ID is anything other than 0, meaning that the fluid ID exists, if they're not 0-basing it, that returns false. We need another check in there, which is if raycast selector this ignore fluids is false, and block type get material equals block material empty, and fluid ID does not equal 0. Return true. Does that make sense? Because then it can go to next. We just need to check the inverse of that flag and return true. That's it. And if we can do that, we can fix this bug immediately. Because it doesn't matter what the fluid ID is. We haven't given it a field for fluid type, right? Honestly, this needs a drop-down. It shouldn't be ignore fluids as a flag. It should be like hit fluid. It should be like hit block, but hit fluid, right? That's what it should be doing, and this shit's dumb. That's the correct fix for this. But we could ham-fist the fix right now. Bluetooth is definitely sorcery. It might be.
Bitter Fox said I have 2 rescue rotties, one H as a stage 4 heart murmur and the other is missing the toes on a back o' foot.
Whoa. Whoa. Yeah, more feedback. We're gonna update. I'm gonna update the feedback page. Let me do that. Yeah, I'll add it to the feedback section then, Jake. Hightail. Where is it? No. Hightail. Feedback? No. Requests? No. The hell did my doc go? Hightail requests. Found it. Alright. Go take this up. Put it up here. Yet another weird issue. There we go. And we'll grab this. And we'll take this over there so we have a template for it. Let's see. We're actually going to set it to selectors. Yeah. Have a flag for ignore fluids that can be set to true or false. Setting this to false does not detect fluids, and there is no option for this. Adding another section called hit fluid that mimics the current hit block. Unlock a lot of functionality. We're pretty close to asteroid mining now. All we need is spaceports? I mean, I guess. Can you do a right cast that results in a no block hit? No, it just returns a fail, right? Yeah. When it goes 5 blocks into the sky, it returns that position. You can do other things from that, but it won't return the position in the way that you would describe. You jealous of me eating nearly 3 pounds of homemade spicy kimchi? No, I'm not jealous of that. And, when you rip infinite ass within about 12 hours, you're not going to be jealous either. That is a wild amount of kimchi, my dude. Yeah. Adding another section called hit fluid that mimics the current hit block would unlock a lot of functionality for the modding community. I'm going to set this up for them. There we go. Alrighty. Cool. And now we can make our own custom expected JSON. What the hell? Set that to 10, please. Why did it set it to 10 and a half? What the hell's the matter with this thing? Let me go look at this. So we'll make another one of this, which would be hit fluid. Apply those changes. We're going to change this to hit block real quick. And I want to put like block types in this, and then we're going to give them an example. tags have to be on this. I think this will fix the problem. Fluid for them, because we can't fix this one. And we'll look at the tags on this. Material fluid is what the tag is there. Tags material fluid. So we'll go back over to this one and do tags material rename fluid. If it has that tag. You say ignore fluids. Interactions, secondary interactions. This actually, I'm wondering if this works. Hold up. God damn it. Stop it. So, I wonder if we can do the tags of hit block material fluid. We can't put it up there, can we? Block tag doesn't seem to matter. I'll remove that. Try this. Found fluid. No, you didn't. That's a lie. You're a liar. It's really funny. So it's not even looking for the tags of material fluid on hit block. It's just going through to the next interaction. It's full of lies. So if we did this, we'd have to have a hit block rules. Yeah, dude, there's so many things that have to change with selectors, dude. Because hit entity rules can be put in here, and you can add a hit entity rules and be like matchers for that, but you can't do it for block. Right? Like, that's really weird. So I think that's going to go on the list, too. Let me do that. Matchers. Be like, type. Matchers are, like, really bad right now. God, so what they need to do is they need to add hit entity rules, hit block rules. And if they did that, I think hit block rules would work because we can change it to fluid, right? Because if hit entity rules, the only options you have for matchers are vulnerable or not vulnerable, which is a bit weird. And then next. I think that works. Yeah. Let's put that into there. Hit block rules as an option to the various types of selectors. Yeah, so selectors currently have a flag for ignore fluids that can be set to true or false. Setting this to false does not detect fluids, and there is no option for this. Adding another section called hit fluid that mimics the current hit block, or adding a hit block rules that mimics the current hit entity rules section would unlock a lot of functionality for the modding community. If this is added, then ignore fluids can be removed from the flag, or removed as a flag. Yeah, this is like a really nasty one, honestly. It's really kind of silly, too, because, like, you have a whole different block type in there, and it's not functional. So I'm going to go into this. We'll take a look at this real quick, and we'll look at matchers. This doesn't work. Get rid of that. And under this, ignore fluids is false. That doesn't even matter. Remove that. Selector raycast. Hit entity rules. We'll take this. Hit block rules. Matchers. And apply changes. And then we'll go into matchers. We'll say hit entity rules. We're going to go make a new one of this. Set that to vulnerable. And then we'll go into here and say create embedded. And do interactions on that. And say send message. Found fluid. And then we can go into this, and we'll go like that. So, with this, we've got hit block interactions. We don't really care about that interaction. So we can get rid of this. Hit block just has nothing in it, right? And then we have another thing. Actually, does this get mad? It does not get mad. Under the other thing, we have hit block rules, right? And we can take this matcher here. I think is that. Yeah. And go like this. And apply that. And so, effectively, it will look like this. That'll be valid JSON. So you'd have hit block, does nothing. It's just checking for hit block. Hit block rules, matchers, type vulnerable, and then next, we do the thing, found fluid. And that'd be it. That'd be the whole deal. So we can actually get rid of that, I think. We'll go back into this. Go to hit block. I don't really care about hit block. Interactions. Yeah, we'll get rid of hit block. We don't care. And that is the only thing that we need in this. So this would be the effective way to do this, I think. But it's mad. We'll probably just shrink this up. So it fits. There we go. So this would be the expected structure of this. So the expected structure is we do the interactions, we do a secondary interaction. The interaction is a selector that's a raycast. Then from that raycast, we have a section called hit block rules, which is the new one that doesn't exist otherwise. And inside of hit block rules, that's where we add that. So I'll add this section as a color. We'll make that red. There we go. Done. League is very tilting. Yes. Vulnerable matcher for a block does not apply, which is why we do a different kind of matcher for it. So it would be ID. And this would be block ID. Right. Something like that. You should make it green. I guess you're right. You're not wrong about that. We'll make it green. There we go. Selectors and fluids. Yeah, so ID would be block ID in this case, because ID is used for other types of things, like other blocks, different types of stuff there. Green or the other green? This green. That's the green that I would use. But yeah, weird. Super weird, right? If they were in here, how much of these are suggestions getting pushed up in Prio? I've been sending them directly to the community manager because they asked me to. They liked all the stuff that I was talking about on stream before with the game, and they've been taking all these suggestions and pushing them up. So, yes. And they have been in here. Grab that. Shrink that down. There we go. So in current selector building, you cannot just check what exact block by ID that was clicked. So if we go and look at this, and we look at the asset editor, the only option you get is you get in here under your selector, the selector that you have hit entity and hit entity rules. That's it. And you have hit block, but no hit block rules. So with no hit block rules, you can't really do anything with this under your selectors. But you really should have something in there. So if we go back into the source here, you can see that I've set it as hit block rules under the interaction here. It's a selector type that's a raycast, and then it doesn't have hit block rules because that doesn't exist. So that's the section that I would add. With that being added, you can then define what kind of blocks you hit with your hit block instead of just hitting any block. Under hit block, you can do create embedded, right? And then we can do interactions and all this stuff in here, but there's no way to determine what it is that you want beyond tags, and that doesn't hit fluids. So if we had the ability to hit that on fluids, it'd be really nice, honestly. With hit entity, it's roughly the same. You have tags for that, interactions for that. It should honestly be by ID, if you want it in there, or a list by ID. Using any Java for this? I'm not using any Java right now. I will be, though. So if we go back into the source in here, honestly, the way that this should be done is a list of IDs. Let me grab this. I need to go back into our file, because it's not quite correct yet. It should be a list of IDs. What? Why is it doing those? God damn it. Why are the quotes in Google Doc different than the quotes there? I hate it. If you do quotes in Google Docs, it does these quotes. Super annoying. Yeah. What are you talking about, Ms. Dev? I do finish my game. I release an update every month. You've been misled by the internet, bud. Go to the Steam page, go look at the updates. Alright, so... yeah, you were 100% misled. I've been doing that since January 2025, which is when I announced that that was going to be a thing. If you go to updates right here, you can actually see the patch notes thread for this and see every single one of the updates that are on there, all of the Steam announcement pages, and all of them up on the game itself. You gotta stop believing reels over life, dude. Yeah. Will do, Chief. My bad. No worries. No worries at all. A lot of people were misled by that shit, to be real with you. And they come here and they immediately, like, just spout vitriol, and they don't check into it. So you're not alone. Yep. But yeah, all of last year I updated it every month, and I'm going to be doing that this year as well. I've got 9 days, just about. When does this month end? Ends on the 31st. I got 10 days to do the next update out. And I was fixing bugs for it last night that people ran into. There's a soft lock that's getting fixed, which is kind of cool. Keep it up. Thanks, man. You making a mod for Hightail? Yeah, so what we're doing right now is I'm going through the asset editor and trying to move our MMO from Minecraft over to Hightail, and I'm running into problems with different situations. Like, we can't detect water. There's no way to detect fluids right now, and then I take that and I give that to the devs of like, hey, this would be a better option to do this. It's just we need something like hit block rules for like ID, maybe block ID in a group, and like that's kind of how I would set that up. I think selectors overall are probably in the worst state of the features that I've seen, because you can't do things like select the closest creature in an AoE. You can't choose a thing like select a random creature in an AoE. You can't select a fluid. You can't select a block by specific ID. You have to do it by tags. There's a lot of weird shit like this in selectors where I feel like selectors overall just need a rework entirely. You know what I mean? It's just like there's stuff that you would need to do as a game dev that you cannot do with the way that their selectors are set up right now. And I think that needs a lot of feedback, because I think it's an area that most people just won't give feedback on. Yeah. You're really surprised about some of the selectors? Yeah, I mean, also they're broken. So, like, I'll give you an example, right? We have a raycast selector. Choose any option here. Guess what happens? Oh! Oh, wait, it actually works in there. Okay, so let's delete the selector. We don't have a selector set. We'll open the selector, and we'll go, I want a raycast. Oh, you have to manually put it in the JSON when you first create one. So, like, it can't actually create a selector unless you know what the format of the selector is right now. So, like, I think selectors overall are in a really broken state. And I think that can be 100% improved. You know, it's just not good yet. What is this? It always depends on if both ends are available to understand it here. Oh yeah, Ms. Dev. I think a lot of the times, though, we get a lot of people that come in that will say something like you did, and then I go, here's the proof that that's wrong, and then they go, then they'll move the goalposts and be like, well, I hate you anyway. It's like... And then we have to ban them because eventually they just say some insane shit. And it's like, it's pretty common, but it really just comes down to like, here's the receipts. Like, do whatever you're going to do at that point, right? Okay, so... Let's see what we have this. People like to test the waters a lot. It's not even really testing the waters. And the dude saying the I word. The I word was such a weird one. I described someone as having insane behavior earlier, and someone's like, oh, he said the I word, and they got really weird about it. The I word and the B word. Insane behavior, apparently. That's so strange, dude. Okay. Yeah, exactly, Din. I think that's the biggest problem with it. So, we have a broken potion bottle. Because there's no way to detect fluids. I think the other one I have to put in is the fluid one. Potion. So, fluid doesn't work. Refill. Refill doesn't work. And that's because of that weird interaction we saw that's this. So, refill container... When it fails, it's not supposed to play the sound, it's supposed to go to failed. When it succeeds, it's supposed to play the sound and go to next. If you don't have a state applied, then this happens. If you do have a state applied, then this X doesn't apply and it actually goes through to next, and this doesn't happen. If you do have a state applied, it replaces the item with the stateful version of the item. That's super weird. So refill container can't be used for this. Yeah, we'd have to re-implement refill container. There we go. I feel like if the word makes you offended, you're just self-reporting. I mean, yeah, like that's just like a weird thing. It's a really weird thing to do. That's why I was like, this is just concern trolling at some point. I just got rid of him. Concern trolling is, like, pretty common, though, so I'm not really surprised. I feel like the word... Yeah, that's really all it is. We're gonna do TTS.
X Natamare 117X with 500 bits said, hello Thor, I have been working on Battletech matches, missions for me and my friends to play.
Cool.
My desk is overrun with stat cards and miniatures. I cannot use my keyboard well, I have lost my coffee mug among paper maps. Help me.
It's too late. This is your life now. What does Machara send me? Oh, I'm aware of that. Yep. Aware of that. And have done so. Not prio on test items. There we go. Yeah, somebody sent me a thing saying how to do the localization thing. We've already done it. I just didn't want to. Not for test items. It's not worth it. Alright, so for this item, there's two ways we could have done this, and neither of them work. One is a raycast selector, checking for a fluid. You can't check for fluids with a raycast selector. The other way we could do this is with refill container, but refill container changes the item to a stateful item, which is silly. So we can re-implement refill container as Blockgame refill container and make that into another item type. And I think that works. No, not even with a raycast selector. It's any selector can't find fluids. So, yep. Your interview went really well yesterday. Grants, man. I hope you get the job. Yeah, so in this, we're going to go back to interactions. We'll go into here, under secondary. Ah, that's potion water. We need potion empty. interactions, secondary, interactions, here. And we'll go look at failed and next. Next is going to be our selector, and we're going to change this instead to refill container. Boop. And under refill container, we can put our effects and everything that we want to put in there. And we got to add the state to this. I really don't like having a state on this, though. I wonder if we can remove the stateful version of this right now. Can we remove a stateful version of an item with metadata? I don't know if we can. I don't know if that's in. There's metadata that we can detect, but how do we remove the stateful version of the item? The item player animations ID is going to be Highlightail item interact, I think it is. Interact. Or is that already in there? Item animation ID is interact. We remove this. Clear animation unfinished, clear sound unfinished. And this one is going to be the world sound event is water. And that's water move in. Hightail. SFX. Water. There we go. So for those two, we have the effects for them. And then states, we don't care about states, but tags. Maybe we can apply a tag to it, because we're not applying a state. If you're thinking about building on Hightail, building is awesome. Building is very good. Yeah. How does the cheese check for the bucket of milk? Let's go look at cheese. That's in recipe, input, milk bucket, quantity 1. And output there. And the bench requirement for this one is crafting cooking bench with a category under ingredients. So if you have a cooking bench with that, you can set it there. And if we go and look inside of Hightail, you can see that I've already done this with a different kind of cooking bench, where we've made it so that I can make wheat flour out of wheat, and then turn that into wheat dough, and then turn that into wheat bread. Right?
A waltzing dingo said, I have one request. There are things called mushies, walking mushrooms, in the game. They must be added to the food. We must delicious dungeon the mushy.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do that. Let me look at the mushies. Let me see what these look like. I'll make them drop mushrooms, dude. Where's our spawn entity? Mush. Mush? I wonder what their internal name is called. Huh? That looks like a corgi almost. A mouflon. Mouflon lamb. Mouflon. That's a corgi with horns. Mush. Mushy. Oh my god, look at him. Let's scale that up. Look at him. Look at him. Look at that guy. He's got a tiny mushroom skirt, dude. It's just a model, so it doesn't actually do anything. I like how we can just place models around. We can make giant mushroom people. Yeah, we can. Yeah, they're invulnerable. Well, not really invulnerable. They just don't have any HP. So they can't ever really die. Yup. Oh, God. Oh, God. Wait. Wait. Oh, no. Oh, no, no, no. That's really weird. Why did it rotate only that part of him? Okay. All right. Yep. You know, that's fine. We're just gonna get rid of that. Hey, buddy, I got the game with your code. What's up? Let me see. Would you recommend doing first? I would say play through it first. If you'd like to play through it, I would play through it first. Yeah. I can put this over on YouTube side and we'll pin that. Pin message. There you go. What happens if you rotate the thube? You can't because it's not a model. It's a block. Yeah, I can make it so it rotates, though, randomly. Kind of like these potions do. Like when we do this. Oh, it's broken on that one. Let me grab this. See how they're all slightly rotated off of each other? Like randomly? I could do that with that block if I wanted to. Which might be cool. Turn yourself into a mob in the game. Do that. Can you stack them? I have them set to not stack, but I guess we could, maybe? You know? Alright. Water. What does water do? Oh. Does it do anything? Water just spreads faster. Alright. Water and tar do not mix. Interesting. I like that you can set different values for the different fluids. Okay, so we can't check for a fluid. There's one more way to do this, but it's not as fun. There's one more way to do this, but it's not as fun. Okay, so if I take a bucket of water and I make you go to the station with 5 bottles of water and 1 salt, so we make purified water. Or an essence of fire to boil the water, and we make the water bottles boiled water. I think that works. I think that actually works a lot better. Using an essence of fire for that is kind of interesting. And I think we can do that. Because the water in nature is not safe. So we can make a recipe since I can't do this. We'll make a recipe for this. Can you do like Minecraft Sea Pickle where you place multiple potions in the same block? No, but I could make that. You know. Why don't you just use water essence? Good. I mean, we have essence of water in Blockgame. Do have that. Charcoal in it? Filtered water? Okay, I think that's a better move. Yeah. I think filtered water with charcoal is a better move. Okay. Idea. We take a potion water, and instead of making this using a normal block, because we can't, we do filtered water. We make 5 of them at a time. And the recipe for this, we will do recipes. Go find it. We'll make a recipe in the cooking station. And that cooking station, there's block bench for it. In the cooking station, if we go pull this up, we'll make it under the raw category. Or we'll make it under prepared, right? We'll make it under prepared. And we can take bottles, empty bottles, 5 of them, a bucket of water, and charcoal. And then you have filtered water. Yeah? I think that's how we can do that. And I think that ends up being better. Make it an alchemy station? We'll probably make it at the alchemy station. I still have to rebuild the alchemy station. I think it's more of an alchemy thing, for sure. Yeah, we'll do it at the alchemy bench. You see Star Vortex got a Twitch extension update? No? Hell yeah. I didn't play it last night. I should probably play it. Alright, I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick, but I think doing this makes sense. And I'm back. All right. So I think what we'll do is let's start kind of mapping this out, right? The chef stove, we need to have potion water, but I'm going to call it something else. We're going to call it boiled water or something like that. Where's our potion water? So potion water will work with that. And we'll create this at the bench requirement in here of crafting. That'll be a crafting thing. And the idea is going to be BG Alchemy. And the category on this one is going to be probably purifying. Right? What are we going to call that category? Because I'd have to have a category for a bunch of different stuff. Maybe we'll call it filtration. Processing. Maybe? Right now on this one, if we go over to the other one, we've got, on this one, raw, prepared, roasted, smoked, and baked, right? For like the crafting related stuff. I'm thinking about the different types of things that we do. Distillation. I don't know if that counts as that. Yeah, it's not really a distillation. If we did a distillation, I'd have to use essence of fire. I want to use filtration, which is using charcoal in this case, because it'd be easier for them to get. There's like a really low-end thing that you have to do. There's like early game. Liquids? I mean, it's alchemy. It's all liquids. Most of it, anyway. Steamed, fermented. I think filtration is what I want to do it under. Because we could filter other stuff, too. We'll do filtration. We'll do filtration there. Fail can't be null? What, bro? So here's our output quantity. Primary output is going to be 5 of these. The input is going to be 3 different things. The first one is going to be potion empty. We need a quantity of 5 of those. And then charcoal. Actually, I think it's ingredient charcoal. And then quantity 1. I guess we don't need a third thing. The secret third thing is removed. And then we'll do output quantity of 5 of these. Oh, no, a bucket of water. I forgot. I'm dumb. And then the output is going to be here and there. We'll need to make this one into potion water, quantity 5, and then whatever the bucket ingredient is. Read only. Bucket? Is it deco bucket or container bucket? Let me look. It's container bucket. Or deco bucket. God damn it, there's 2 buckets. So it's got to be a tag then. Is there a crafting thing that uses a bucket of water right now? Do we have that? Dough does? The original dough? Let me go look at the recipe for this. It's going to have a tag. Container, bucket, state-filled water. Okay. Very funny. Such a weird way to do it. Quantity 1 on that. No metadata? No. Output is going to be container bucket. So it's only using the 1 bucket type. Which means it can't use the ancient bucket. It has to use container bucket. Gross. I don't like that. I feel like there's a better way to do that. You know what I mean? Can you use either? No. You'd have to set up a resource ID, and then you couldn't do the metadata on it. See, this is why I don't like the metadata of, like, doing a state of a filled bucket, right? This is why I'd rather do a separate item. Because then you could have empty buckets and water buckets as 2 separate classifications of item, and then you could just search it with this. Because they did it as a stateful version, you have this shit, and you can only do 1 specific bucket type in each one of those item IDs. So it's like really weird now, right? That's why I don't think it's a good way to do it. That should either be a list or make it so we could do resource types, item tags. Chat is a deco bucket? True. Unironically true. The deco bucket is for looking pretty? I mean, I guess, but like, dude, it still works, right? So if we take this down, this is, imagine the player experience, right? I'll give you the player experience. We have these 2 buckets. You're like, oh man, I need a bucket full of water. I have this bucket, and I fill it with water. And I have this bucket, and I fill it with water. This one works to craft. This one does nothing. See the problem? Because you have container bucket state-filled water and deco bucket state-filled water. Those are 2 separate items, and there's no classification for them. That's the issue. That's why this is like a lame way to do this. Unless you do 2 recipes? Yeah, but then you have to do 2 recipes. Do you see the problem? Yeah. Because then you'd have to do multiple recipes for every one of them. And you'd have to, like, set up... No, that's bad. This is why we have tags. The way that tags work is you can apply a tag to a set of items, and then that tag will do that. So if we go into here, let me see if there's a tag for this shit. It should be under, like... Not item drop list. It might be under items. Resource type. Yeah, there we go. See resource type bone? And then we look at this and we look at the source, and it's icons, resource types, any bones. So anything that has the resource type of bone, it works for that. So there should be one of buckets empty and buckets water. See the problem there? I think I can actually set that, but I can't do it when it's a state for the bucket to be full of water. Unless, possibly, I can make it so it changes state and changes its resource type at the same time. This is why filling a bucket should change it to a different item. I'm gonna die on that hill. I think stateful items is a bad idea. I think it runs into like really weird behaviors like this. It doesn't work with the rest of the entire system for item identification. Because there's no way to detect state outside of hard coding the name like this. Which is really silly. Yeah, very weird. How many buckets are there? I don't know. How many buckets do you want to add? Because look, now you got... See, this one's got resource type milk bucket. So that works. But you have a bucket milk cow. Contextual use NPC. Container bucket and deco bucket. Those are the only 2 buckets in the game right now. There's only 2. But you've got a resource type of milk bucket now. Which means you're checking for any milk bucket. Which means when it... Oh, wait. Wait. I have an idea. I have an idea. If there's a resource type of milk bucket, we can go into the model asset. Is there an interaction on this? I'm onto your bullshit. I'm onto it. I know it's in the moss horn. Let's go to moss horn. Root interaction. Moss horn. I'm onto you. That is the model. We need the NPC. There we go. Moss horn, and there's only an override asset in here. And we look at any melee simple, tag melee simple. Where's the interaction? I know it lives in here. There we go. Harvest add item bucket. Container bucket state filled moss horn milk. Harvest add item deco bucket. Deco. See this right here? This is why you want to do item tags instead of this. This is the problem, right? Because now you have to take every single bucket in the game and list out every single bucket in the game with the stateful interaction. There's no reason for that. That's too much. Yeah. WizFizz, no you didn't. You're over on YouTube side, dude. Over on Twitch side, we've got about 3,000 people, and it's like that every day, dude. You gotta stop getting all your news from slop YouTube videos, man. Maybe moss horn milk really isn't milk? Dude, don't say that. Don't say that. Just remove what's not needed? No, because you want it to work with both. So we gotta do it right. And the right way to do this is to add a tag to it. And I'm trying to see if it can add that tag. Because there's a tag of milk bucket. So if we say bucket, milk moss horn bucket resource type, and milk bucket resource type. But it's not applying that. On this interaction var, right? Right here. It's just saying container bucket state filled moss horn milk. So for a cow, we gotta go pull the NPC role. Mammal moose cow? Mammal cow. This is the one. Livestock cow. And the interaction on this one is the same. Harvest add item bucket, harvest add item deco bucket. So they've just added it for both of those, but we don't want to do 2 recipes because that's really silly. So we'll make a tag for this. The Smith model was just a cow to make it look human. Minecraft Blockgame. No, he's not a cow. The Smith model's not a cow. He's a snowman. It's different. Hightail makes modding so much easier. You're currently making a mod that adds a load of bricks to the game. Love seeing what you're doing. Definitely would love to get as good as you. Oh, dude, I'm not even good yet. Like, I've been doing this for 8 days now. I've learned a lot of shit, but I'm also finding a lot of shit that's, like, broken and giving feedback. And there's still things I don't know how to do world gen yet at all. I haven't touched that section even 1%, my dude. We could probably do that, Lord Buglug. is delete the stateful water bottle when we do that, but that means it would flash into the inventory and then delete immediately, and if the person's inventory is full, it might drop on the ground. It's like a gross band-aid for a bug that shouldn't exist. So I want to stay away from that. World gen is neat, but Origin is complicated. Fair. Yeah, I haven't touched any of it. Dude, Red VT, what do you... Red VT's comment is, milking a snowman should give water. I'm not letting you milk a snowman. I hate everything that you just said. The words that you just said are probably new, by the way. That sentence has probably never been said before by another human being. And now that you've said it, it's a permanent part of history. Why? No, do you want to milk a snowman? Jesus Christ, I'm out, dude. That's horrific. Y'all are goblins. No human should say that sentence. Grim, dude. Just grim. Okay, so they're doing it as a harvest. Harvest add item bucket. Let me see if this... Does harvest actually work? Harvest? Is that an action? Is it an interaction? Add... No, it's not an interaction. What the hell is harvest then? Is this a built-in thing? Because you can't do the editor for NPC roles right now, which is weird. None of you deserve glue. What do you mean we're cowards, Red? It's not cowardice. It's respect. Respectfully not listening to you ever again. Grim, dude. Container bucket stateful milk. So, when we make an item stateful, can it have a new resource type? Interaction is bucket milk cow. Contextual use NPC. Context is milk. Wait for animation to finish. Item animation ID is shear. That's funny. World sound effect is sound effects water move in. Deco bucket milk. Look, they had to make it for both of them. Why? Because you have bucket milk cow, and then you've got your cow over here. Container bucket state filled milk. Harvest that item bucket. Yeah, no, you have to make an interaction for every single bucket type. There's so many better ways to do this. Is Hightail on Steam? No. No, it is not. Does that mean that the milk bucket doesn't actually have a resource type? Is there anything in the game that uses a bucket of milk to make it? Do we have anything in the game that does that? Is it just cheese? Cheese doesn't help us. Unfortunately. So if we go to food cheese actually hard-coded the type of bucket, which is where we learned this in the first place. If we go to recipe input... Oh no, it did a resource type ID. How is it setting that? Never mind. Oh, you want to know something really weird? I'll give you something really weird. Try this right now. Get into ancient bucket. Fill it with milk. And then use that in the recipe. I think it'll return a container bucket. Which is already the weirdest thing, right? Because they hard-coded the return item as a container bucket. So you can turn an ancient bucket into a container bucket if you do that. Little bugs. Tiny weirdness. Yeah, so if we look at bucket, these can both be milk buckets. Summon in a cow. Do that. Cow. We'll go to this and world spawn entity. Cow. Spawn it. It's a big old cow. We'll grab this. Yeah. Did that not work? Do I have to be... No, don't drink it. Gross, dude. Okay, so we have a wooden bucket with milk. And we have an ancient bucket with milk. And then we can do a chef stove. It's probably going to crash me. You milking a bull there? Game, let me do it. I got some bilk, dude. Don't worry about it. Block game, cooking, bench cooking. We'll grab this one. Over there, we'll go to recipes. Where's our bench? Bench type. Bench type. Crafting. Is the basic one called crafting cooking? I think it is. It's cooking bench. Of course it is. There we go. We change it back to cooking bench. Go in game. Are you not a cooking bench now? What? What? Cooking bench ID. Ah, that's why. Categories. What is the category for cheese? Is it prepared? Is that category? Or is it ingredients? Do you apply change? It already does it automatically. Might be ingredients. Oop. There we go. Okay. So when we do any milk bucket, and it crafts, it will produce a wooden bucket. So, throw that on the ground, throw that on the ground, throw that on the ground. None of those matter. We have the ancient milk bucket. It will turn it, I'm betting, into a basic milk bucket, container one. And I was right. That's funny. Okay. So they can't remove a state with a crafting action, and they can't check for a state with a crafting action. This just makes me believe even more that they need to stop doing this. States don't make any sense. Cool idea, doesn't work in practice. Individual item IDs is the better way. So I think what I'll do is I'll remove all states from Blockgame. We just won't use them at all because they don't make any sense. If you have another type of cow, you can also put all the buckets in there. What? What? Wizfizz, that I'm going to be honest with you, it sounds like concern trolling, man. That's why people are irritated about it. No one would generally do what you just did. It's just kind of odd, right? Doesn't add anything to conversation. Nobody really likes it. It's just kind of a weird thing to do. It's over on YouTube side. Yeah, I think that's what we'll end up doing, is we just won't have stateful objects, because stateful objects end up having really weird interactions. So we'll do separate items for every state that we want to do. And I think that'll be much better, because it gets around this strange problem, right? Let me think. Raw. We'll go back to this and call it BG cooking again. Do I have 2 cows now? It didn't die. Jesus. What if they fix that later? Then I'll change it later. That thing has a ton of HP. Never mind. Yeah, to be honest with you, like, I'll just change that later, but, like, the way that states are set up in items, it just feels really awkward, and I don't think I'll end up using them. I think there probably could be a lot of use for it, but they're not well-maintained or well-supported by the rest of the system, currently. Can't play around adding or removing tags. Think about it this way. You can't set a tag for that for the different types of buckets. Because how do you tell an item in a recipe to return the correct version of the item? If you have a tag of all buckets... Do you return all buckets? That's more of a check. Is it in the list of buckets? But when you try to tell it remove or return a single bucket, you have to check to see which bucket went in the first place. That's the problem with that. And then you'd have to set up a recipe for each type of that. There's no good way to maintain this in the current system right now. Which is probably why they made it so that when you make cheese, it takes a list of all buckets and then returns a specific bucket. Which means you could turn a deco bucket into a container bucket through the crafting of cheese, which is very silly. Get rid of that one. It also means you can likely use Moosehorn milk to make Moosehorn cheese. It's kind of funny. Maybe in a later update, we'll have a way to check that, but not right now. Bingo. Yeah. Yeah, there's no way to check it right now, which is fine. You don't classify your cheese? No, dude, just eat it. Eat the cheese. Okay, so we've got ingredients, charcoal, and I need to go pull that from the other one. Ingredient charcoal. What is face type? What is support down face type full? We've never figured that out. I legit have no idea what this is. Right? What is that? Yeah, what is face type? What is support down? Oh, you know what it might be? I think I know what it is. Hold up. I think I know what it is. Wait, can we not... You can't place charcoal? What? I'll fix that. Yeah, charcoal can't be placed. I'm gonna fix that. No, even crouching doesn't do it. Because they didn't put the interaction on it. We'll put the interaction on it. Yeah, it's missing. Fuel quality. Neat. It's got gathering. What's the flag? Nothing? I know what's in here. I know it's in here. It's interactions. That's what it is. Interactions, block primary and block secondary. So, on charcoal, they forgot to do this. Yeah, on charcoal they didn't have an interaction. There were no interactions on this. So that is the problem. So you can't place charcoal, which is silly and should be placeable. So I'm going to add that. I'm just going to make those interactions real quick. We'll do primary and we'll do secondary. So on this, we're going to reference existing and say block primary. And on this one, we'll do block secondary. Go into there. Go to Hightail. Block secondary. So now that I've done that, now we can take this charcoal. And does it work? It does not work. We need to give it an animation, I believe. It's the animation ID. Find it. Animation, animation, animation. Because you have to give it an animation. Item animation. No. Player animation ID? Oh, maybe it's set to it. Okay, so let's go check potion water and see what the difference between these two things is. We'll go to source. Because there should be an interaction on this that does that. Bench requirement, output quantity, potion is there. Where are you? Hello. What's up, dude? Did you name yourself to Milkable Snowman? Oh my god. You are the worst. You are the worst human being. Red VT has spawned a new human. Grim, dude. Actually grim. Yeah, primary and secondary, block primary. Primary and secondary is block primary and block secondary. So what's the problem here? Is there no block for this? Oh, it might be a block data problem. Block sound set ID. That's why. We'll go into block only. Block model texture, block light. Block textures. That doesn't seem to matter. Under this one, under block. Block model textures. Block model textures. Is there anything that's weird in there? Group is set to stone. Block particle set ID is dust. Random rotation for the block particles. Random rotation is yaw step 1. Yaw step 1, no and symmetric. Good. Gathering flags, soft and harvest. Flags is there. Where is the missing issue? Because we get down to interactions here. Hitbox type is potion. Is it the missing hitbox type? No, it's got rubble. Blind set, like block set ID. The interactions in this one is missing. Oh, did I put it in the actual interactions? It's not on the block interactions. I'm dumb. There we go. Actual interactions is missing. We'll put two of those. Primary and secondary. We'll go into this. Reference existing. Hightail. Yeah, so they missed this on this one. On this one. The reference to the root interaction is going to be block. Block primary. And then the reference to the root interaction on this one is going to be block secondary. And now, hopefully, it worked right, we can play circle. So the root game, like the base game, won't allow you to do this. And now we can do it. So, yeah, definitely like a minor bug there, but that's fixed now. Boop. So now, we can just place it. Looks like it rotates along the Y just fine, too. See, this is kind of one of the things, is there's a lot of stuff like that that's just kind of missing. And they have to go through and, like, clean everything up. It's going to take them a long time, but we're going to do it for Blockgame now, so that way we can just have it. Okay, so, charcoal. Ingredient charcoal. Cool. And I think I know what that is. Yeah, so that support down, you'd argue that wasn't a bug? No, it's definitely a bug. Do you know why? Because they have it for every other interaction, right? And support down is so that it does that. It's requiring support to be below it. So if we go into here, and we'll go into this, and we go into support, and we say down, face type full, and we remove this, then I bet it will sit there and float in the air. Boop. Now I know what support does. Nice. Now the interesting part is, can we modify that back? Support. Down. Face type. Full. Match self ignored. Support required. Cool. And neat. That's how trees work? Yes, it is. So if we want to remove that, we can. Alright, so that's done. Now we got charcoal that works like other placeable objects. Do you know why I want to put that in the game? Do you know why I like having that? So that you can place it in your house. I want you to be able to set up like your own nice-looking objects and set your home up in any way that you want it to be. That's important. I may actually remove the harvestable from it and make it so that when you break it, it actually drops itself. So that way players can't come in and harvest your stuff from you. Or we'll make it so that you can't harvest those generally. I don't know yet. I think harvest, the F to interact harvest thing is causing like weird issues right now. Because of interaction distance. So I may change stuff that can be harvested anyway. Like this is based on interact distance. Interact distance can be really, really far. But instead, like, we can do it based on breaking something, which can be really quite close. That means block destruction causes a recursive destruction. Can we stack overflow? You can cause insane recursion on this, so yes. Serious note for a second, I agree that block game players should have nice-looking bases. Yeah, I've actually decided how I want to do stations. I'm going to have town have, like, the big stations, the ones that are, like, super important. And then, like, the ones that you make in your house are, like, the lesser version of those. So you can do, like, basic crafting at home, but you have to go to, like the actual city to go do, like, the super in-depth hardcore crafting. Marathon is available for pre-order in Steam, and it's fixed now, but at first pre-ordering, it would be automatically start downloading Destiny 2 on your machine. That's funny. That's a funny bug. That's a really funny bug. They officially tweeted about it? You got the tweet? Yeah, I won't be playing Marathon, though. Yeah, I won't. After what they did, I'm not interested as a consumer. Yeah, at all. I won't be playing it. Your question is how? They got the product IDs mixed up in their Steam interface. That's all. What did they do? They stole a lot from this artist's name, Anti-Real, and shoved it into Marathon. Like, all the visual uniqueness of Marathon is directly taken from that artist's portfolio. Including their logos and a bunch of other shit just got shoved into the game. It was really bad. They got called out for it. Took the game down. I believe the art director was fired. Also, half the art team and the art director were following the artist that they stole from, so it's not like it was a mystery. And then, now the artist tweeted out recently that it has been fixed to their satisfaction. And, that may be fixed to their satisfaction, but as a consumer, I don't want to support a business that did that in the first place, dude. So I just won't be playing it. Yeah. It's pretty bad. Like, it's actually, like, really bad. I can show you some of my tweets that I had on it, actually. From Pirate Software Marathon. Yeah, like, I'm talking about, like, it's not even like a little bit close. They, like, barely smudged the artist's name out on some of these, dude. Like, it's like hundreds of assets like this. It's insane what they did in the first place. And I'm like, dude, like, come on, man. It still says Anti-Real Daily Series. It's just, like, smudged. Yeah, you could literally see the name. But, like, some of these are crazy on this, too. Like, we'll go into here. This one. I don't think it was that one. Yeah, going to be interesting what Bungie's response is. Let me see the original tweet on this one. There we go. So, like, you see this. This is actually the asset. We'll go pull it in MS Paint so I can zoom in on it. But, like, the thing on the right is actually the artist's original work, right? This is the artist's original work with the LF space haulage logistics, right? I thought that was like a faction in the game. No, it's not. It's just stolen from this artist and pasted on every one of their vehicles in the game. Like, they just threw it in there. Like, it's insane what they... Yeah, dude, it's bad. Like, it's really bad. And it's blatant as shit. And just kind of blows me away. This one's really funny, too. The symbols that you saw all over the game for, like, the different factions. No, That's actually just from that artist as well. That one at the end there, that little symbol, is their actual personal logo for their brand. So, like, Bungie just took it and put it all over the game on basically every asset you see in the game. Like, there's hundreds of assets like this around the game that they got caught on, dude. They had to rebuild the entirety of the game. Like, wasn't that whole scandal resolved? The fact that Bungie did it in the first place and then mishandled the way that they handled it, where they're like, no, it's totally not happening. It's not happening at all. And then, like, did all that shit. I don't want to support them, so I won't be buying the game. And people wanted to know why, so I showed them why. Yeah. They've done this. This is also a pattern of behavior. This isn't the first time they've done this, and I'm out, dude. Like, I'm just like, all right. And I used to be a huge fan of Destiny 2, and I just like, this shit is too far for me. Yeah, this is like way too far for me. I'm out. Like, nah. What is this one? VVVA? We've resolved an issue where Destiny 2 would begin installing after pre-purchasing Marathon on Steam. We have resolved an issue where Collector's Edition owners would receive an error when attempting to activate their game code. Oh my god. That's insane, dude. Out with you. Yeah, no, it's completely nuts, to be honest with you. But no, basically what they did was they stole from that artist heavily. And then they tried to... The reason why I don't want to support Bungie now is they tried to blame an artist on the team that had already been fired. But half the art team, including the art director, was following the artist they stole from. It's not like they didn't know their work. That response from Bungie is bullshit. Just straight up bullshit. And they didn't even scapegoat it on a person. They scapegoated it on a former member of the team. And I'm like, dude, no. Shut up. Like, that's just dumb at that point, dude. So I just can't. I just can't support that shit. And if you want to play it, have fun. I don't have any hate towards you if you're doing that shit at all. If you want to play the game, if you want to be excited about it, that's totally fine. But, like, dude, I can't. That shit is awful. Like, it's incredibly weak. Yeah. Alright, so we've got this set up. This is fine. I think the interaction on that is cool. There was a video? There was an apology video from them? I didn't even see it. That made you quit supporting them as well? Yeah, it's terrible. Yeah, so that was like a big deal. And then Anti-Real finally said, like, oh, you know, they've resolved it to my satisfaction, which basically means I got a bunch of money. Which is, like, fair. But, like, as a consumer, like, dude, Bungie, I've seen you do it like 4 times now. Like, I'm out, man. I want a Marathon World, not an extraction shooter. Same. Yeah. Yeah, you know, just hire the artist. Exactly. Exactly, man. And I think that's the thing that's stupid. Bro, what? Pay them and then hire them? Also, NJ, I know you just got banned for, like, writing a shitload of insults in one go, but, if you're talking about Heartbound, which it appears you are, I update it every month, and I have since January of 2025. And I will continue to do so until the game is done. And you can see that on the Steam page and all of the updates. That one decision probably cost them at least $2 million. That one decision cost them a lot more than $2 million. This is the biggest new IP that they have released since Destiny. It is the largest thing that they have done in, like, a decade. And they fumbled it, dude. They fumbled it by stealing from an artist online. It's like the dumbest way to fumble something like that. Honestly. It's just, it's so unnecessary. And the thing that sucks about it, too, is think of all the people that worked on that weren't even touching the art. That had no decision in that. The people who are like server engineers and programmers and voice actors and audio engineers, like, and writers. And then the art team steals the art. Like, that blows, dude. That blows so badly for them. You know? It's just rough, man. Which game? Marathon, yeah. What are you currently modding? I am fixing up different items right now for our Blockgame MMO to move from Minecraft over to this. And I had to change one of the recipes because it's a little bit weird now. But I keep running into strange problems and then reporting bugs up to them, so. Alright, so on this one, under the recipe now. Where's our recipe? Where's our recipe? Crafting. Potion empty, ingredient charcoal, container bucket state-filled water. And we get back our potion of water with 5 and our container bucket. And this is going to go into the bench of BG Alchemy. So we need to go to our Alchemy bench under Read Only. We'll say Bench Alchemy, the item. And we need to grab this, override the asset. And we need to go back to Hightail and grab this and override that asset as well. Boop. And then we can go to here. What made you switch from MC to Hightail? I've been wanting to do this since 2022. Back when we first started engaging with the development team about moving from Minecraft over to Hightail. And originally we were going to be one of the headliners for the game. Is like, you know, when Hightail came out, we could do that. And then it got bought by Riot. And then it got shut down. And then it got brought back. And they'd sent me a whole care package of stuff that we're going to do. So I had like shirt and like this mug and like a bunch of other things from them. I think I have a tiny Quebec guy around here somewhere. But, like, that was the whole thing with that, is we were going to do that. So then I resynced up with the community manager, who got rehired, which is cool, which is Buddhacat, and then started talking again, and now we started moving everything over to Hightail now that it's out. How did it get brought back? Simon Hypixel, who's, like, the owner of Hypixel, rebought the game back from Riot. And that's it. Yeah, it was a huge, really long pipeline for this. And I'm really excited for this, because I've been waiting for this for 3 years. And I've just been finally able to work on it now, which is great. You can place a block on MC, and it also plays in the same spot in Hightail. It's just a bridge. You know, Duazit, you have to understand that's going to be 2 different servers running, right? Wonder if Riot regrets that? I don't know. I'm not really sure if Riot regrets it or not. I will say that, like, Riot tried to do something with it that didn't make any sense, and then it imploded, right? They tried to bring it to console and mobile, and that basically killed the project. What do you mean with bridge exactly? So there's 2 ways that I think you could do that bridge, where they're talking about MC and Hightail. Right? And basically they have a shared view that's showing both servers at the same time. But my guess is that the server is either an MC server or a Hightail server, or both. And this bridge in the center, if it's both, is just replicating the action from one to the other, which isn't as crazy as you would expect. Like, that's not that insane. You could replicate, where, like, the action happens here, it goes over the replicator, and then it does the same thing in Hightail. Because you could just do that. Like, that's not insane to do. So, like, that's it. I'm wondering if the viewer is just showing one of these 2 servers, if that makes sense. If it's not, I'd be really interested, but that's what it appears to be right now. Yeah, it is cool. It's really cool. But that is my assumption on how it works, and it might be wrong. You seen Minecraft convert to Hightail, like buildings and stuff? Yeah, all you have to do is you build a, like they have these different types of buildings inside of, like the format is different, but you just have something that reads the NBT and then transfers it over into the new format, which is totally doable. I appreciate that Riot people expedited selling Hightail back. Who knows what Tencent would have done with the IP if they vaulted it and turned it into, like, Block Genshin? Yeah, it would have been bad. Saw there is currently someone on that working and it seems to function. Yeah, no, that's what we were talking about. As Mumbo would say, it's really quite simple. No, it's very technical. There's a lot of pieces to do there, but it's not like... I think people see it as a magic trick, if that makes sense. It's not magic. But it's cool. It's so funny. Let me see. Yeah. I did see this from Hawken. That's funny as shit. Not you. That frog murders people. Yeah, these mobs are awesome, dude. Block-based gacha? Never. I won't have any gacha related to anything in our shit, dude. I hate that. I'm not a fan of that at all. Okay, so bench in this is going to be our crafting alchemy bench. We're going to make it Blockgame alchemy. There we go. I need to look to see what the category lists are for this. Oh, that's interesting. Why did they name it that way? That's very odd. Huh? Because the category IDs don't need to be different. Frog is the devil? Could be. You gotta make new icons for each of these? It's all but confirmed. Windcraft is going over to Hightail now. Pretty neat. Yeah, they've got a lot of work to do, just like we do. When will Blockgame be playable? When it is. Give me some time. I've got a lot of work to do, to be honest with you. But I'm starting to get the hang of stuff, so... Okay, there we go. And now, we'll go over to Potion of Water. We'll look at our bench category, BG Alchemy, and the category is going to be Filtration. And now, if we go in game... There it is. Cool. And it works. Nice. Nice and done. So, we use an empty potion bottle, 5 of them, 1 charcoal, and 1 wooden bucket filled with water. And when we craft it, we get back the wooden bucket, and we get our 5 potions of water. And those potions of water can be placed on the ground, and when they break, they do a special graphic of water leaking into the ground. Nice. You can really design the asset too? Yeah, you can use Blockbench to change all of that around. Anything that you want to. That cool? So we changed this earlier so that there's actually 2 types of potion bottle in the game now. So there's the blue for this, and then there is mana potions, which is the same model, but it's using a glow effect. And so if we change it to time midnight, you can see that the mana potion glows, and my potion does not glow. And that's the only thing that I changed for that, right? Oh, the name is irrelevant. We haven't put in the localization strings. I'm not worried about that at all. So now if we go into time noon... When we break my potion, it does a water effect that I made. And when we break this potion, it does a magic effect. Kinda cool, right? Alright. Whoop, whoop. And now we have this being able to be made. So under filtration, we'll have this. I need to make a secondary tab, I think. Filtration, we'll make another one called distillation. Bench cooking. No, bench alchemy. You need a new one there. Distillation. Is that 2 L's? It is not. My client crashed, which is fine. Do server dot bench categories dot distillation. There we go. And then the icon is just going to be combat potions for now. Crafting categories, Hightail, icons, crafting categories, alchemy, combat potions. There we go. And now, when we get back in game, because it crashed and made it upset. Crashed because too many L's? No, it crashed because I added a category to a crafting station that I had just opened, or was looking at. Now you can see we have 2 different ones, distillation and filtration, right? And now we can add different categories to all those craftables. So when I go find an item, we can have our potion water. We can craft it up. And now I can go into our potion empty. And we can go into there, and we can get rid of it. Yeah. We can actually get rid of the interaction on this. Which was a long chain of interactions, but it's fine. It doesn't need to happen anymore. Which is cool. So let's get rid of that condition. Boop. And we'll just make this into primary and secondary. And secondary will now just be in here as block secondary. Create embed. Oh wait, no, not create embed. I'm dumb. Secondary. Reference existing. Block secondary. Go to Hightail. Block secondary. There we go. And now, our potion that is empty. My thing that I want to do, just to let you guys know, is I'm thinking about you guys being able to do cool shit with these items, right? So if we look at potion bottle, right? We can look at that. One sec. Change it to that, please. But we look at potion bottle for this. These can all be set on the ground. And we can set these ones on the ground as well. What I'm going to do for every ingredient in the game that we add for Blockgame is you'll be able to place it on the ground and it will have different effects from when it is broken. So that's what I want to do, because I want you to be able to decorate your house with all of these. So every item I add, we're making it do that. That is the standard for items, basically. Guessing exploding potions will happen one day? Yeah. Oh, yeah. So every item I add will do this, and that's why I'm doing it now, so I'm setting up, you know, the idea for this. So we're going to potion water. Where's my potion? Water. There it is. Boop. And they stack to 10. So bottles stack to 10, potions stack to 10. You gonna get glass in your foot? Maybe. Maybe not. Ban anyone playing Hightail, I know, right? How does localization work in this or an MC? So in MC, what we do is we replace a string that's displayed on screen using Java, which overwrites what Minecraft originally wanted to put in. It's not efficient. In this one, it actually is just referencing a token, which is normally how localization works, and you can put that on the server and it reads it. Right now it doesn't have one, and because it doesn't have a token, it just displays the token itself. It doesn't have a reference to the token. Easy peasy. Nice. Will you be making it that you can use a potion to throw it at another player? Maybe. That might be kind of cool. We could probably do that. Water potion doesn't actually do anything. So, maybe? That might be a neat way to do that. I don't know yet. Yeah, there's throwable potions right now, but I don't know if I want to do that with every potion type, is what I mean. You know what I mean? Because that might kind of make thaumaturges not valuable. Water potion buffs hydration, it will. You're going to be able to drink it. Speaking of which, I need to go make hydration now. Let's see. There we go. How are you? Doing good. How are you? Alright, there's the key for that. Type is going to be send message. Incorrect tool. Water potions don't exist. WTF? I made them. It's a bottle of water. And I just call it potion water instead of potion empty. So that way we can use it as a unique identifier for item interactions. Alright. So hunger. We have a condition on this. Player alive, adventure. And that is doing the interval amount there. This is regenerating. Amount is -1. Regen type is additive. And I want to set these to be 100 on both of these. 20 suck. There we go. There we go. And then we can add a debuff effect when you have hydration at 0. And this is on the condition that player is alive. That's a bit weird. And this is on the condition that hunger is equal to 0. I wonder if we can have it. So ID 1 is just if you're alive for that condition. ID if alive. This is weird that it has this regenerating in here. Yeah, that's really weird. ID is regen health. Huh. Odd. I'm just gonna add another one of these. Yeah, because those are all the conditions, and these are all the versions of the conditions. So we look at these conditions. This is a live player regen health stat. And that's the interval of 1, the amount of 1. And on this one, it's 0.5. That's a regen type of percentage. Under the condition that the player is in creative mode. So if they're alive and they're in creative mode, you regenerate that. So on this one, the condition is if hunger is equal to 0, then they regenerate negative. There's supposed to be another one in that. There's a condition missing there. It should be if the player is alive. Yeah. There's a little bit of weirdness in there. 15% movement speed when dehydrated? Making their movement speed go down feels so bad, dude. I don't think that's fun. I think reducing the overall health is like a bad thing, or is like the way to do it. Or reducing the health regen, because then it feels like a buff when you're eating, but slow feels so bad. What if potions have half effectiveness when thrown? That might be cool. Yeah, I could do that. Wait, wrong one. We'll add another regenerating on this. Normally it's 1 every 1. If the condition is alive, the player is not in creative. Why don't they just say the player is in adventure? What? There we go. And then the regen health is there. I guess if the player is not in creative is fine. And then the ID is regen health. And then ID stat hunger this. Greater than 1. If the ID is stat hunger less than 1, if it's equal to 0, then we do the next one. Okay, I see what he's doing there. And we'll do one more condition on this then. Under this one here. Boop. And that'll be stat. We also have to have the stat of hydration is greater than 1 as well. Greater than or equal to 1. And then on this one, if on this, the condition is both of these, it's going to crash me. And we'll say stat hydration is equal to 0. We'll have it be there. And then that will kill them off. So if you have hunger and you have hydration at both 0, you can have that there. But if it's just hunger, we'll probably just reduce your heal factor. So I don't think you'll die that way. Trying to think about it. We're going to log me back in. Timeout? Boo. No world. Bro, what? Server Madge. Uh-oh. What's going on in the console? Oh, because I'm not done with the stats. It's pissed about the stats. That's funny. Could not join. No default world configured. What? We're going to go back into this. That's very funny. All right, so for this one, basically what I want to do is this. If you have both hunger and hydration at 0, the game tries to murder you. Like, you need to have one or the other, is basically it. If you have, let me see, conditions. You get half a health every second. What is this? All right, there we go. That looks like I'm fully disconnected. It's very angry. It's very angry. I'm going to turn on our music.
Purple and Silver with 500 bits said thank you for your stream today, Thor. Had my first anxiety attack of 2026.
Oh,
I'm
dude.
okay. As of me writing this, the need to cry is mostly gone. The heavy feeling on my chest is getting there. One reason I put your streams on in the background is to have that distraction in case of times like this, when the anxiety meds only lessen the raging storm. To lighten things up a bit, do you ever get tired of the music of video games you play on stream?
Nope. No. Totally background noise for me, to be honest with you. I like repetitions, so like I'm super into it. I'm sorry that you're dealing with that, though. That sounds rough, dude. Like, anxiety attacks are no fun. Yeah, you'll get through it. You'll be alright. Alright. Chat, I have a question. If your hunger is at 0, what happens? Should you starve? And what does starvation mean? I never liked Minecraft's starvation. The fact that it just does damage to you is kind of weird, right? I think that's really strange. I think it should set your health regen to 0. How can you regenerate if you don't have materials to regenerate, right? I think that feels correct to me. I don't like the idea of making you slower. Yeah. I don't like the slower. I don't like loss of control of your character, and slow works with that. Yeah, that's great. No HP regen. Now what happens if your hydration is 0? What does that do? We're not having stamina in the game. We're removing it. We're doing everything based on cooldowns. I don't like stamina. Train music, but no train? This is just the binding. It's just on the list, on the OST list. No mana, no stamina, neither of those. What is the Valheim treatment? What does that do? Make you get hungry faster? Okay. Eat something and gain max HP. Yeah. I don't think hunger should kill you. I think it should just stop you from regenerating, which is killing you with extra steps. I don't like slows. We'll go to Blockgame real quick. I wonder if we can do an entity tag type. Can we do a stat tag? Is that possible? Nope. There's no such thing as an entity stat tag. Lame. Oh wait, maybe it does have tags. I could reduce all combat stats. We could reduce combat stats, because if we have health here, we could do a tag on it, and then say all tags of this type, we do a thing. So if we go into hunger, or we go into health regen, right? And we look at regenerating. Yeah. Hunger's got regenerating on it. Min value effects. We make a sound with that interaction that sends a message saying it's critical. Regeneration there. This reduces it by 1 every round. Or if we are in creative mode, it increases it by 100% instantly. Which I think is fine. Hydration, we do the exact same thing. Goes down by 1 every 30 seconds. So I think the idea of this kind of makes sense. And then with this one, its conditions... Let me pull this up. If the player's alive, if they're not in creative, and the idea is regen health, and the stat of hunger and hydration are both greater than 1, greater than or equal to 1, then we receive 1 HP per second. It's really complicated for that. Hunger stats, thirst longer cooldown. I think hunger reducing... I think both of them are half of the regen right now. Right? I think you should actually have a negative in some way. 0 hydration, a goblin summons and keeps bugging you till you drink. That's funny. So here's what I'll do. Food already gives you buffs. Hunger will give you 0.5 HP per second. Hydration will give you 0.5 HP per second. Together they give you 1. Just as what they are. If you have hydration and hunger set up. If you don't, you just don't get that innate healing. And that's it. And I think that that is better than starving to death standing in town because you went AFK. I think it's way better than that. Think food should be half as effective? No, I think that gets overly complicated. There we go. Sounds like soup is going to be Blockgamer's national food. Yeah, fair. So I'm going to remove this. We don't want that anymore. I'm going to have 2 other versions here. Yeah. Don't want those there, actually. We want them up here. There we go. So in this one we'll have different conditions, right? So this one is if we have everything in there. And we'll do the next one, which is going to be exactly... I guess we have to do every condition for every one of these. That seems kind of a lot, right? So every one of these will have 4 conditions. Yeah, and the last one's going to be our creative check. There we go. Actually, I don't think we need this at all. Let's get rid of that. Or we do the last one as the creative mode. I can do the last one as the creative mode then. Interval 1, amount 100. Right. And then modifiers, we'll put in a modifier there. And we'll say that conditions, and the condition in this case is going to be ID. I think it's state. We can find it. Not stat. It is player creative. There we go. Player and game mode is set to creative. And that's it. So if it's player's game mode set to creative, we regenerate super fast. And if we're not, then we do all this other stuff. So we're going to do ID is alive. Alive. We'll do alive for each one of these other ones. And then we got to do player is not creative. So player game mode creative not. Game mode creative not. It's kind of a weird way to do this, to be honest with you. We'll probably make a better system for this later. And then hunger and hydration. And then hunger, stat. And this one will be a stat. And we'll say hunger. Let me actually make sure that it can only be one set at all there. Equal. So this will be the hunger version of that. And the interval will be interval 1 and 0.5. And regen type is going to be additive. There we go. And then for this one, we say regen type percentage. For that one. And there we go. And this one's going to be stat. That's a stat of hydration. And the value is equal. I'm going to do the same thing up here. All right. So now we can start playing with these. If hunger is equal to 0, but hydration is 1 or above, we have the interval of 1 and the amount of 0.5. If hydration is greater than 1, greater than or equal to 1, and hunger is equal to 0, then we have additive of 0.5. Done. Problem fixed. This isn't Hightail. This is the Hightail asset editor, my dude. You may want to look into modding. Boop. Let's see if this worked. I think the server might be dead because I was playing around with stats. There we go. All right. So now my health regen should work that way based on my hunger and hydration. So let's see if I can take damage from falling real fast. Well, that's a problem. That's regenerating way too fast, and it's doing it wrong. Let's take a look. If we are not in creative mode, regenerate 1 additively. Yeah? Stat hunger, stat hydration. If we are... Ah, that would be why. I think it defaults to percentage. I think it was defaulting to percentage. Additive, percentage. And this is a modifier, not a condition. I'm dumb. There we go. Wrong button. There we go. Hey, look at that health going up. It's working. And when I go into creative, puts it to full. Easy peasy. Alright. Nice. So if you have food, it now counts for this. Morning, Thor stream. What is up, dude? Hunger, you have 100 hunger now instead of 20. So it'll be every 30 seconds, which means a full belly lasts 50 minutes. Just kind of want to change that around. Grab this. We can do 3.33. Let me think. Isn't that regen too slow? No. It's baseline and 8 regen, man. Just for having both food and water on. And it works even in combat, so it's definitely not a small amount. You can have food, like other types of buffs and stuff that I'm going to increase it with. Trust me, you won't be hurting for HP regen. Boop. Alright, that should be good for now. Hunger and hydration is in. So now that hunger and hydration are in, I can start working on things. To give these actually stuff to do. Yeah, there we go. Nice. Nice. I guess percentage 1 is the whole thing. Neat. What did you choose for no water? What do you mean for no water? Oh, I just make it so they give 0.5 HP per second each. So if you don't have hydration, your innate regen gets cut in half. If you don't have food, your innate regen gets cut in half. If you have both, then it's full amount of regen. Oh yeah, stamina's already gone. We got rid of it. Boop, boop, boop. Alright, so now we gotta make it so that this is drinkable. Right? You're gonna have to make another bar for hydration. We're gonna change the UI out, so yeah. Which class is getting dual daggers? Probably gonna be the warrior, to be honest with you. And I kinda wanna make something that feels like the dual daggers, even if it doesn't look like it, because warriors use offhands. They use an offhand that is, called a totem, basically. You seen some of the autumn biomes? I have. They're freaking amazing looking. I actually flew around the first, like, day or so just looking at all the biomes. Like, there's a lot of really cool looking shit out there. I kind of want to play around with World Gen. I think there's one up here. Yeah, here we go. These trees are really pretty. I think another one that's really pretty as well is this biome. This, right here. The helix trees are just freaking rad looking, you know? And they have fruits on them. So you don't like, you know like in Minecraft you have to break like a leaf block and then there's a chance that it drops an apple? They're like, no, you can just create fruits on the tree and then pluck them, which is awesome. The trees in the volcanic place? It's over here. Hello. You talking about these ones? Or the ones in the jungle, under the ground one? No, Max Kelly, my dude, if you want to chat to people, just do it in chat. Alright. I think the one thing that I might have to remove is this press F to pick up on shit. Because we have an entire system of herbalism that you use as a player. And, like, that doesn't work with that interaction. So I'll have to be removing that. You know? Yeah, that's getting weird, dude. Stop it. Hellos and good afternoon. Good afternoon to you. Like, this is cool. But the F to pick up objects is, like, a really weird problem. Like, and then I can go back to using targeting reticles again. Which would be nice. Because I can't do that if we have the F to interact right now. How do you press F to pay respects? I can make an object that says pay respects when you press F on it. We could do that. Yeah. Your dev stream is super helpful. Start working on my server today. Rock on, dude. If you have any questions, just let me know. I've learned a bunch about this so far. There's still stuff I don't know, obviously. But, like, you know, I can make quite a lot of stuff now. I'm feeling good about it, you know? Just give you a buff when you press F to pay respects. It should. Yeah, Armada's going to be pretty comprehensive, to be honest. A shrine, perhaps? We could have a shrine, yeah. Is that in-game music? Yeah, all this is in-game. All hail Blockzos, dude.
Underscore bubonic underscore plague with 500 bits said good morning Lord Thorington. Giver of glue, guardian of goblins, keeper of kobolds, warden of wiggles. So Embark Studios is making Spuranza a walkable place. Also,
Okay.
when the game was being developed, the AI for the Ark had to be nerfed into the ground because the AI was burning too quickly and outsmarting game testers because Embark Studios at first just let the AI run wild.
Yep.
Finally Embark is cracking down on hackers, basically IP banning them.
Cool. IP banning them won't work. They'll have to account ban them. And then people will have to buy the game again. Which, you're always going to have people hacking your video game. It's always going to happen. That's weird looking. Is that not a line? Oh, I think it was made from underneath. What? This doesn't seem to work anywhere that I put it. That's weird. Did they illegal build this? I think they illegal builded this. But how? Oh, that's really weird. Yeah, no. That's really weird. Yeah, it's like it's swapped somehow. Very weird. Alrighty. Yeah, I love this music, dude. You have to use the creative tools to make it that way? That's so strange. Illegal build. Sir, what are you doing in that wall? Alright, man. Look at these bonefish. In Adventure, they break. You don't get the full rotation pressing R? Have you tried standing on the other side? Yeah, you can stand on the other side and there's like different ways to rotate stuff, but there are a lot of like oddities with rotation I've seen. And I think it's because of the way that they have it set up where it's not like every possible rotation, it's NSCW, right? And that's it. And then some things can rotate more. Music is sick, dude. There's actually so much going on with this game. Yeah. I mean, look at the skybox, right? You can change that, too. Like, we'll go out here into this other biome. Like, look at this. It's like raining in frost out here. And the water, the frost actually grows out onto the water. Which is kind of cool. Can't wait for the first bosses in the game. We're going to work really hard on those, too. I have to bring Cinder over from Blockgame, because we have a boss called Cinder in Krognar's Bastion. I think that's going to be the first one that I work on. Yeah, Chnappy's excited about that. Oh, this is neat. Yeah, look at this. It's like a base camp. And then it goes all the way down. It's like a mini dungeon. Doesn't look like it has any spawners in it, though. You know what I love? Hear the rain? They have a different audio asset for when you're indoors during the rain. You helping with development? No, we're moving our Minecraft MMO over to Hightail, and I've been modding it into the game for the last week. Yeah, it's just really nice. Which means if that exists, we can modify it. It's kind of cool. It's good shit. Minecraft has that too. I mean, that's fine. That doesn't really matter. Because, like, you have to look at it this way. Minecraft has had, what, 15 years to get that right? This is Hightail's day one. The fact that they have those features in day one is incredibly good. What is this? What the hell is this? Interesting. This looks like a dungeon that wasn't completed. Yeah, look at this. It's a dungeon that wasn't completed. And it just generated the whole thing out like that. So it looks like you're supposed to go down here. And then find a way down. What is the way down? Oh, it looks like it's here. You find your way down like that. There we go. And then now we're inside of this cave. That's not great. Where does this come from? Oh, you have to break through the wall. Weird. Come down this way. And it's got music for this zone. This sub-zone here. Yeah, this is cool. It's actually really cool. What is that? Grim. Nice. I need to play around with loot tables next. Oh, this is funny. It just did the snap wrong. So the water poured in. Yeah, I need to play around with a couple of things with that. This is also wrong. That's funny. Another high roll chest. Another high roll chest. Another. What? You guys just punch each other to death. Even though you're on the same side. Okay, man. Hilarious. Oh, that's interesting. The bottom of the ocean has a carver. Look at that. And it's like a worm tube. Look at that weird worm tube, man. Hell. Yeah, look at this. And it goes into these underground, like, glowing ruins areas, it looks like. Yeah, look at that. So at the bottom of the ocean, they have tubes that go out to, like underground ruins. That's sick, dude. No, that's really sick. You bought a shirt? You rock, man. Rock on. Thank you for supporting charity, man. You are amazing. There's apparent scuba gear? That's pretty sick. Yeah, see, this kind of stuff is really neat to me, because I can set up resources that only grow down there, you know? So then you have an incentive to, like, go do underwater exploration. And, like, air pockets like this are really cool, too. Like, it's a total air pocket right there. And then this one down here has an air pocket in it. And it's like a geode. So you have these blood leaves that grow in here. I can make other plants grow that way. Yeah. Oh, always, Weed. Mr. Weed, you're awesome. Thank you very much. Understand this is creative mode? Yeah, this is creative mode. But I'm thinking about, like, different ways that I can manipulate these environments for our server. And, like, what we're trying to do. Like, look at this seaweed. I can make that cool, right? I can make that so that it does stuff. It drops certain resources, or maybe uses herbalism to harvest it. I think that might be a lot of fun. Yeah, short winter seaweed, right? Yeah, look at all these. There's like chests and stuff down here, so I can do those into special chests. I can't wait to play around with World Gem with that. Look at this horrible thing in the darkness. Look at him. Are you making professions on the server? Absolutely. Blockgame on our Minecraft server already has professions. We're going to have a number of different professions for this again. Herbalism is one of them. Oh, this is neat. It's like a frozen version. No, this is cool, man. A lot of structures generation is on hold for World Gen V2. Oh yeah, no, this is just what's in there right now. Like, I'm waiting for World Gen V2, man. Like, I don't want to build anything until we have that all functional. And, like, easily accessible. Yeah. That's, like, a big deal, to be honest. We got lava. Because World Gen V2 clears Minecraft. Like, straight up clears it. Who here hasn't seen it yet, by the way? me grab this. One sec. Like, I need to start playing around with it, but basically use visual nodes for this. Like, here's a guy who did that. And he made this, which is all these, like, floating islands covered in water that are, like, dripping the water down, and it's just done through visual code. Like, through visual scripting. Which is awesome. I don't know how to use this yet. I haven't touched it at all. And I'm, like, really interested in seeing what they did with this. Like, I want to play with this very badly. Yeah. And it's just cool as shit, so... I can go grab this and look. Why are people responding to me? Yes, very cool. What is this? We're gonna go to World Gen V2. Let's see if we can find other people who've made stuff. And there's somebody who made a really amazing one looking yesterday. Like a really awesome looking one. Yeah, dude, like... some of these are just crazy. Like, these were made with World Gen V2. Like... it's just insane what you can do with it, man. And there's players that are already doing this, so I need to get into that next. Like, this guy who's just tinkering with it, let me go check this out, right? This dude's been building this, and check this out. I think he's just making a biome. I really want to see what he's doing with this. Does he actually have this come out to something by the end? Oh yeah, there we go. Go check this shit out. So it just regenerates it live in front of you. Which is, like, completely insane. So you can do full world gen live on the server at any time inside of your custom biome. Yeah, in real time. Yeah, that's what I was saying, dude. Like, this is, like... it's completely insane. So let's see what he does with it. That blows me away, man. Spawning in bosses like this? No, we wouldn't be spawning in bosses this way. We'd be tying them to the biomes, but not in the same way. Is V2 just for making and creating worlds by hand? Also be used for the game to play normally. Oh, it'd be used for the game normally. Yeah. That'd be the idea. Right now, it's kind of like... it seems pretty limited. They still got a lot of work to do. Is that visual programming? Yeah. It makes it more accessible to people, to be honest with you. You can still pull it in Java. You do the exact same thing in Java. But, like, look at that. Isn't that wild? Like, that's nuts that I can do that. Yeah, I told you, it blows MC out of the galaxy. That's when people come in and they're like, Minecraft could do that. And I was like, okay, do it. Like, you just can't, man. What... Minecraft is a good tool, but it's not this good. Yeah. Yeah, the game is multi-threaded and runs on a potato. Everything you've seen on our server so far is running on 8 gigs of RAM. So, like... put that shit on a Raspberry Pi, man. This is by far the best example of World Gen. This is the one I was looking for. Thank you. Look at this dude's World Gen. Wow, that is, that's got some quality problems. Let's set that to 720 and, like, force it. There we go. Yeah, look at this dude's World Gen, man. He's got, like, structures and everything on it. Yeah. It looks like he's got resources and stuff building on it now as well. But isn't that rad? Yeah, it's a sky city. It's all like sky. So, like, if we go this way and, like, look at it, it's actually, like, a bunch of islands. And he's even got the world gen for, like, the bottom of the islands working. Like, look at that. It's nuts, dude. Like, that's why I'm sitting there, I'm like, dude. And you could do that with all visual scripting. I have no idea how this works. Did you see this pipeline for so many people learning to code? Oh yeah, no, 100%. It's going to start a whole nother generation of young people that are interested in creating, like, being programmers. And I'm super excited for that. Kind of thinking about using Apply as a personal Hightail server. Try it. I have no idea if it works. You start playing and modding, you really need to. Like, it's... The shit that this is capable of doing is nuts, man. Like, look at that. He's even got, like, the stalactites on the bottom of this doing stuff. You've seen Eldritch End mod? I don't even know what that means, man. I don't look at mods. I don't look at other people's mods. Oh, I saw it. I saw it, Winky. The ladder tech. I think I could probably fix that one, to be honest with you. Yoop. You don't fix ladder tech? I bet I could fix ladder tech. I bet I could do it. I know what your ladder tech is doing. I think it's storing your movement speed at the time that you attach to the ladder. And then when you leave the ladder, it unstores the movement speed and reapplies it to your character. I think that's what it's doing. I think that's what's happening. So since you're falling at the time you attach to it, it stores the falling speed. Which is hilarious. Hey, Winky. Yeah, I have a good question for you, Winky. Are you still a vanilla Minecraft diehard? Is that what you are? Alright. Oh, that's weird. You can attach and just send it without jumping? Oh, that's interesting. You ever stumble upon the Dark Souls 3 ladder glitch? No. I think the ladder bug is related to the bug where if you mantle on a certain position, it shoots you to the top of the landmass. Could be. That could be it. Yeah. Nice. I think I got everything working the way I want to. I think we have the coolness. And now I just have to make items. There we go. So we have potion waters now. Yoop. Nice. Is the liquid tube working as intended now? Maybe. I don't have a liquid tube though. Oh, you mean for checking the water? No, I just made it so you use charcoal to do it. And that's it. This game is awesome so far, though. Wild for early access. Yeah, I've been fixing bugs and, like, making shit for us. I need to figure out what this tier 2 thing is, though. I haven't actually looked into tiers for benches yet. So, like, if we look at bench alchemy, I have no idea how the tier system works. Like, at all. I have no idea where that is. Because we've got bench. And then we have categories. But, like, where is the upgrade path on this? No, support is so that it doesn't fall apart. Where be? Right? Is it tiers? Is that what it is? That's not under bench, though, is it? Oh, it is under tier levels. 0 and 1. Okay, that's cool. That's actually sick. Look at this. Extra input slot, extra output slot. No, that's huge. That is unironically enormous. Let's go to our salvager. And it says what materials we need for the upgrade requirement. That is rad. Look at that. Say exactly what you put into it. So if we go to salvage, bench salvage, right? Our Blockgame salvager. And we take a look at this, and we go into our block and then bench. I can upgrade this thing. I can make better and better salvagers. So that way you have more and more input slots. Yeah. Yeah. So the salvager can be upgraded. That's a really cool idea. You designed your own to make your own mobs for it? Yeah, so it actually works with Blockbench. We modified this asset earlier, and you can just upload it right in. Done. Do you think it's possible through modding to make a Dark Souls style system where if you parry the mob, you can do a punishment move? Absolutely. Yes. That is definitely doable. Blockbench looks like Blender for pixels. It is, actually. So you could even click on these. Like, you can go over here. And you can modify the textures. So if we go into the texture, you can see, like, which texture we want to select, right? And you can select each individual texture face and then, like, do stuff with it. Which is kind of sick, to be real with you. Yeah, you can already do the parry thing. That's 100% doable. And then we can change each one of these if we want to. And, like, switch out the textures and, like, play around with everything. Like, look at that. You can click on it right there. The cork. That neat. What file type do you save these files as? You need to have your Blockbench on there, and you need to have the Hightail mod for it. So when you go in here... if we actually close out of this, you'll see a new tab in here, right? You'll need to go to... Where is it? I think it's Tools. There's a thing on here that says Plugins. File Plugins. And you need to get the Hightail Models
Ajabadja
plugin.
donated $50 to charity.
You're a boss. Thank you. Thank you very much. You rock, man. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. So with this, you do Hightail Models, and once you install that, you can then have these blocky models, is what they're called. We'll grab that. We'll go down to blue. There we go. So now you can see it's got a blocky model, and it's got the actual asset directly on the screen. And there you go. Yep. Thank you very, very much, dude. $50 to charity is wild. It's incredibly nice of you. Cheers. Anytime, dude. Yeah, this is a really cool system, though, because it's just easy, and it's all free. So, like... You just made a little musket in Blockbench. It's very primitive. Rockin', dude. Cool. I think you can draw right onto this, too. I need to figure out how to do that. Is it under element? It might be under element. Where do I draw directly onto the thing? Because I think there's a way to do that. Is there a paint thing? Where is the paint thing on it? Paint by edit? Where does that exist? Paint mode top right. Ah, there we go. Yeah, and you can just... That wild? Be like, I want it to be red over there. And like, look at that.
Gerg the Average
red?
donated $50 to charity.
Hey, you're amazing. Thank you very much, dude. Thank you, Gerg. But isn't that awesome, though? Like, look at that. And because it's using the same texture on all four sides, it just edits it for all four sides. Yeah, it's going to make model design super easy. Like, look at that, right? Like, I think that's freaking incredible, dude. You know? Yeah, DevTools are awesome. Really, really good. And if you look at this, when we do that, it draws it right on the texture face up there. You made an anvil hammer? Rock on. Yeah, no, Blockbench is really good, man. And now we can just upload that, and then we have it. And then I made the particle effect in-game. Neat. Can you draw on the blue bit too? You could draw on whatever you want, man. Like, you have full control over the model. There's no restrictions here. This is, like, fully in your control. Can you eat the bottle? I could make it so you could eat it if you want to. It's a little weird. Yeah. Blockbench works up with Hightail. That's good news. Yes. And you can just drop the folders directly into here, and it immediately uploads onto the server live. Which is freaking rad. Yeah, no, it's really cool, actually. Do you eat it? Do you gain health damage, or do you gain R? Do you take health damage, or do you gain R? The answer is both.
Tamaro donated $50 to charity.
$50 to charity. Thank you very much, Tamaro. We're at $4,920.44. The Humane World now. Thank you very much. Animated textures are currently not supported, I think. Oh, that sucks. I know there's textures, though, like animations for the models themselves, because, like, check this shit out, right? We'll go take this, and we've got, like, a mithril sword. And we'll grab the mithril longsword, right? We pop it in here. Check this shit out. Oh, wait, that one doesn't do it. Maybe mithril sword does it. There we go. Look at that. And that definitely changed the color of that asset during the animation. Because, like, wait for it. So there is a way to change textures, man. And there's a way to animate blocks. For sure. I just don't know how it works. At least not yet. Right? All right. We got ads. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go brush my teeth. And we're back. Ice Cube, you're over on the YouTube side, which is 10% of our community. You should come and go over and hang out on Twitch if you want to have a larger amount of people. We've got about 3,000 on Twitch, bud. YouTube has always been the smaller community. A lot more people chill over there, and usually only because they can't watch while they're at work, because their work will ban Twitch but won't ban YouTube. Is this the famous Ice Cube? And everything? I always think that's really funny, though, is like people pop into the YouTube stream and they're like, why community so small? And I'm like, it's not. YouTube's small. Wonder if you can link the workbench tier to player stats. Ooh. I don't think there's any feature set for that in this. But I bet we could do that with Java. We'd have to do it dynamically, though, which might be a little bit weird, right? How difficult do you think it would be to implement a cellular automaton? I don't even know what the shit that means, my dude. Yeah, and all right, Papa over on YouTube side, yeah, man. Discord's been out for more than 10 years now. Gross. That's gross. Also, you guys have bought 190 of those shirts, which is awesome. So thank you. The shirt is awesome. Can't wait to try it. I'm waiting for 2 of them to come here. I'm waiting on mine. You're newer to game development and mostly self-taught. Have you seen talented developers fall? What is this? Because they picked the wrong game direction, not because of lack of skill? Yeah. Oh, yeah. You have to understand something is like, there were so many devs that we had on, say, in December, when we did that, where they're like, yeah, we made a game and it sucked. And then we pivoted and we made a different game and it sucked. Then we pivoted and we made a different game and it sucked. And then we pivoted and we made this game and it's way cooler. And like, that happens all the time, man. Like, you have an idea, you think it's gonna be really cool, it looks cool on paper, you make it, and then it's ass. And then you modify from there. And that's okay. And like, that's normal as shit, man. Wonder if Limu's seen the shirt yet? You should send it to her. Love the dev interviews. We'll do them again in June. Can't wait to see when you have a Hightail jam. We might do that in July. Do you see the Hightail client and Minecraft client crossplay someone did? Yeah, my guess is that there's 2 separate servers and they're just using a viewer to replicate between the 2. Which makes the most sense. It's just a bridge. It's neat, though. Simon is threatening to buff the lava frogs. I'll do it right now. I'll do it right now, Steel Generation. You can't stop me from buffing the lava frogs. $1 billion damage. It sees you through walls. A radius of 50 blocks around it instantly turn into lava once you engage in combat. It physically deletes your save file from the server when it kills you. It removes the boot.ini from your computer. How much deeper do we go? It uninstalls all of your drivers when you die to it. What are we getting caked up, Mothman? We will. There will be. There will be Mothman. You have no boot down II? It'll put one on your computer and delete it. It installs Arch Linux, thus rendering you a virgin again. It's over, dude. It'll send... Oh yeah, it'll send sultry messages to your ex at 3 a.m. when you're asleep. Jesus, that's too far? Yeah. Too late, you already use Arch? F. So sorry. Okay, boomer, because I used the word sultry. Look, just because I have education above a 3rd grade level for word usage doesn't mean that you get to call me a boomer. Learn the word sultry, goddammit. Sorry that I read above a 3rd grade level. My bad. Like... Go back to your Riz. Ridiculous. Can't even say the whole word. Charisma. Where do you think Riz came from? You bastard. Boomer be boomin'. Why you like this? You prefer swag? Okay, swag is also old. Yeah, charisma, dude. Where do you think Riz came from? It's the center of the word charisma. That's it. That's all it is. You're saying that guy has charisma. Bro, stop sixing my 7. I swear to God, Winky, you're the worst. You know, in Ashes of Creation, Tix made her character named Tix7? Charisma balls? God damn it, dude. You like swag much better than drip? I never liked either of those things. I never liked either of them. Like, even when they were popular when I was younger, I was like, this sucks. It's like, this is such a shit thing, dude. What? No. Get rid of that. Okay, so where's our tier levels? There we go. We're gonna add another tier level. No crafting time reduction modifier. Extra output slot. Extra input slot. We'll do 3 extra input slots. And then 2 extra output slots. And the material is going to be ingredient poop. Quantity, 5. And we'll do it again. Oh, wait, every time we do this, it'll do that same amount? That's kind of weird, right? Can we not define it on a per upgrade level? Oh, maybe we can define it on a per upgrade level. We can. Never mind. There we go. So then... does this double on top of that? Is that what that does? I don't know if it does. Yeah, don't forget to add 10 different rarities for crafting materials. On it, bud. What a cool and fun feature that is. Oh, wait. It needs poop. It needs poop. Wait, why does it show... It's interesting. This says upgrade requirement for the tier levels. Does this start at that? I see. This will be like that. There we go. So the first upgrade one is level 0, and you got to do nothing on it. I understand now. So now when we engage with it, there we go. Cool. That's cool. Not so cool. All right. So it's off of the baseline. So this one will be 6 added. Wait, no. It'll be... if we do 3... because we start with 1. We'll do 7 added to it. And then this one will be 4. There we go. There we go. Neat. Wait, what? Wait, what? We've wrapped all the way back around. Where? Where? How many levels does it get? I'm confused. Salvage.
The _lady Jana donated $69.69 to charity.
Nice. Nice. You're amazing. Thank you for that. Upgrade? Upgrade? What? 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 So we start off with 0. Okay, so 0 upgrade tier gives no bonuses. 1 upgrade tier gives those bonuses. 2 upgrade tier gives those bonuses. Where's the... Why is there going to 4? That doesn't make any sense. It's not even listed. What's going on here? That's a bug. That's gotta be a bug. No, that's straight up a bug. Nice is wild, though, man. Thank you. We didn't think we'd get this far. That's what it feels like. Something's wrong, for sure. Okay, let's try this. Oh. Hightail just crashed. That's fine. We'll do ingredient poop on the first one. Let's do all of these. Let's just do this. We're going to do 5 on this one. We'll do 10 on this one. We'll do 15 on this one. And we'll do 20 on this one, just so we know what it's doing. And then on this one, we're going to do... Let me see. It'll be 3 plus that. So this will be 11. And this will be 6. There we go. And I think that works. I think it's good. Yeah, cool. And then go restart the client. Because I crashed it. You hear lurking? Nice.
Central said finished Expedition 33 DLC bosses. It's so much freaking fun, real test of your skills and build. And it's for free, nonetheless. Sandfall rocks, yar bongos, yar bongos, yar bongos.
That's pretty boss, dude. What are we doing? Making a salvager. Crashing the game. One, 2, 3. It should just be that one. Okay, there's a bug with leveling up benches. That's weird. That's weird. Upgrade. That's cool. Upgrade. Why is that doing that? Let's go find out what's going on. Like, what happened? Is this a me bug or is this an it bug? Let's go find out. What is this bench called? Bench armor. You broked it? Maybe I did. Maybe I did. Let's see, bench. Tier levels. And it's got its upgrade requirement. Time in seconds is 3. I didn't do anything different. Oh god, I did nothing different. What? Let's get rid of that one. No, this makes no sense. I guess maybe because we have time seconds, 3. Time seconds, 3. Time seconds, 3. Crafting time reduction modifier, doesn't matter. Local open sound event. Bench upgrade sound event ID. Maybe it's that. Workbench upgrade start detail. Workbench upgrade complete default. So default. And none of those. Let's see. Workbench. Gunner, what are you asking, my dude? Is that a reference I just don't know? Workbench upgrade start. Yeah. Workbench upgrade. There's our start default. And there's our complete default. There we go. So what is the problem then? What are you working on right now? Trying to find out why this is broken in a weird way. Because it is broken in a weird way. That's just doing the materials, so that's fine. Huh. Yeah? So there's our tier levels, and this looks fine. Why is it doing an extra tier? None of the other ones do an extra tier. If we go to bench armor, we can look at this. This does all the ingredients in the first one. Is the salvage one just broken? It might actually be. You have to set the max tier? Is that listed somewhere that I'm not seeing? Where is max tier set? Right? Because it should be defined by this. Like, if we go to tier in here, and we look at the tier levels for this, it's just listing them as indexes. So, like, where is max tier defined? There's the first window when you open the inspector. In show properties. This is show all properties. There's max stack size. Item level. Which is not it. Where are you seeing max tier, my dude? The only thing it would be under is block. I mean, if it's not... If there's a max tier variable, and it's not in bench tier levels, then where is it? You know what I mean? Or are you just making it up? Like, did you not actually see one? There's no control F, my dude. Like, that's not going to show you anything. I'm going to take this. We can't control F in here. We're going to go bring it over to this one. And then tier. Wrap around. There's only one reference to the word tier in this. You're definitely one-guying me right now. You say you swear you saw it, you're not trying to one-guy me? No, there's only one reference to tier in all of the JSON for the whole object, so you one-guyed entirely? Yeah, no, there's nothing in there. There's no max tier, man. And for some reason, our salvage bench is doing that. Let me see if there's any structural differences between these two objects in the JSON blob. So we can go into this, right? We'll go into here. We've got our tier levels on this one. Where's my tier levels? Risk be input. My bad, don't worry about it, dude. Nobody knows how any of this shit works. You had a 50-50 shot of being right? Time 3 seconds. Input extra slot, output extra slot. Cool. Crafting time reduction is nothing. Upgrade requirement. Cool.
The underscore lady underscore Jana donated $60 to charity.
That is very nice of you. You are amazing. That is weird. Do you see this at the end? The hell is that? Right? That's another upgrade path extra on this one. We have now over $5,000 for the Humane Society. You are awesome. The Humane World for Animals. They used to be the Humane Society of the United States. You guys are amazing. Lady Jenna, thank you very much for the $60. The Humane World for Animals. You're incredible. So why would this one have this extra bit? And where is that expressed in the editor? Because if we look at this one, we have tier levels 1, 2, and 0, 1, and 2. And if we look at this one, we also have tier levels 0, 1, and 2. But this one... I see. Okay, this is why this is weird. At level 0, the upgrade requirement to get to level 1 is listed in this index. At level 2, the upgrade requirement to get to level 3 is listed in this. We have to make another tier level in this and give no upgrade requirement because you can't upgrade beyond that. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4. That's why. So when we upgrade, we're just going to have this one as a duplicate of the one before it, and then we just don't put any stats in it. Now it makes sense. I was like, what the hell, man? So now we can make the salvager bench. We can look at this and say 1, and then again, and then again. And level 4 will put whatever stats we want on it, right? Yeah. Now it makes sense. So we do this one as 11, and this one is 6. There we go. And when we get back in game, it's 11 and 6. The UI looks insane. But it works. It actually works. Why poop? Because it's funny. I broke this block, by the way. Look at that. Now it's working. It's funny. Yeah, I can't place anything here. Look at that. It thinks that there's a block there because I crashed the server, removing it. Isn't that weird? It doesn't know what to do. Huh. Stop breaking the game? No. I can't interact with it either. I bet if I relog, it'll fix it. Or if I reset the server, it will. I think it's a client-side ghost. Oh no, it's a server-side ghost. Even weirder. Okay, I'm going to reset the server and we'll see if it fixes it. More dice. Nice. That's a lot of dice, dude. We are now at $5,069.69. A double nice. Thank you very much. Weird way to program? No, it's just the asset editor, man. That's all. Why is there no search in-game editor? I don't know, dude. You missed this, Thor? I do the same thing when we're working on Blockgame for Minecraft. And when I do those Minecraft streams, they're like 6 hours a day, man. The other half is game dev. Like, it's game dev and then, like, playing games. No, that's permanent. What the shit? What have I done? What have I done? Oh, no. I need to use a tool on this. Maybe the paintbrush tool? Oh, God. I need to edit my materials shape and size. We'll do width of 1, height of 1. And we'll do, I guess, air? It's gotta be air, right? Well, there is now? I don't think so, dude. Boop. We want it to be air. Wait. I think I killed it. I think it's dead.
Drip from behind donated $25 to charity.
Your name is always amazing. I killed it. It's gone. It's gone. We never have to talk about it again. It's dead. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's dead. It's dead. It's fine. The Thor block terrifies me. Why? You don't like this block right here? Why? What about that one? What about this one? Right? That one. That one? Is hosting a server hardware hungry? Not at all. It's running on 8 gigs of RAM. The Thor. There he is. He's hiding. He's waiting. He's waiting. He's waiting. Dragon Dagger, what are you saying, dude? What is this weird statement? Dragon Dagger has said, JSON is programming. A game modifier isn't a programmer. Neither of those things makes any sense. You could absolutely do programming to modify a game. And JSON just holds data, my dude. What are you talking about? That's wild, dude. Alright. And all of this is in JSON anyway. So, like, what? Like, if we go into this, it's just a big JSON blob. Like... Look at it. It's beautiful, isn't it? Okay, so... Potion water is now done. So these are kind of like the basic things for what we want to do. I need to make it so that now you can make basic meat products, right? Like really, really basic stuff. And I think I want to add those to our crafting or cooking bench here at the tier 1 chef stove. And we'll make it so that this chef stove cannot be upgraded. This one. We'll make it like a basic chef stove or something like that. And then go from there. And that'll be it. Yeah. Yeah, we'll go from there. We'll have like a higher tier 1 inside of the town. Is how I want that to work. So like in Origin, we'll set that up. Yeah. Should make a timeout ban room with just those bricks? Going to already. Yeah, I already planned it. Can you change the workbench models per tier? You can, yes. Yeah, you can update it. Because we can have it swapped to complete. Actually, wait. I don't know if they do that innately. We might have to do that in Java. Let's go check first. Because I'm pretty sure... Let's go to bench, cooking, bench alchemy, block, bench, tier levels. No. You know, I'm going to put in a feature request for that. I'm going to put in a feature request for that because I think that makes sense. Yeah. A visual indicator of the bench's tier doesn't exist, and I think we should have that. I think we should have the option for that. And I'd have to do it in Java otherwise. I'm going to do that now. Feature request. There we go. Did I miss out on the world gen experimenting? No, I haven't done it yet. I need to go grab these first, though. Okay, so bench tier levels. The hate is only because it riles up Java devs? Yeah, it's funny. Let's give a lot of modders a lot of control for the visual style of upgrade paths. Add a lot of flavor to the benches. Let's see. Expect the JSON for this. We're going to go and grab the JSON source for this. Then we're going to go tier levels. Does that only have the one right now? I think it might. I'm going to go grab the salvage bench and grab it from that one. There we go. We'll grab both of those. Alright, fine. It's so annoying. Hold up. Just gonna grab it in here. There we go. You can't scroll when you're holding it in there. Tier levels are gonna be this all the way down to there. And then we can grab that. Dump it in here, and we'll remove all of them from this, except for this one, there. And we're going to take this back like that. Take this here, and we're going to go into material. So upgrade requirement is the materials. And then we can do model. And set that up so it'd be like this. Model ID. And there we go. That's what you just put for each one of them. And that'd be easy to do. And then they could set it up on that side. We'll go put it in here. This would be the expected JSON for this. We'll go grab this. Oh, I gotta do the tab. It's gotta go up by one. Boop. There we go. Grab that. Grab it over to here. Excuse me. No. There we go. And then this is the actual JSON as it stands. We'll make this one up by one, make that bold because it's the header, and then we'll take this right here and turn it green. Done. Nice. I think the harvest particle is the bigger one, though. Cool. What is this? Our dad? No, it's my dad, you goblins. He's not your dad at all. Does Control-C break the editor for you? Control-Z doesn't even work in JSON. Yeah, it doesn't do anything, man. It won't crash the editor, but like if I make a change and I'm like, and then I hit Control Z, nothing happens. Yeah, it's super obnoxious. He's my dad. No. He's my dad, he's not yours. Why is there so much gatekeeping around what coding is? It's people trying to use it as a gotcha to say that I'm not a professional at what I do. That's all. They've been doing it for a year. It's not really relevant, to be honest. You were always the selfish brother? Wow. It's our dad? Wow. What makes a professional? I don't know, but they're trying to define that, right? That's really all it comes down to, dude. Okay, so this is all gonna work just fine. Cool. And where can we craft this? The bench requirement for the input for this is crafting workbench. Category workbench crafting. Done. Do you know when they fixed linear interpolation with their animation engine? No idea. I haven't played with animations at all yet. The little that I do know about Blockbench is just in crafting textures and basic modeling, right? Yeah. Isn't professional per default when you make a living out of it? I like that. Yeah, that makes sense. I've been making a living doing that shit for ages, man. Whoop, whoop. All right. Cool. You make a living making maps? Do you actually? Do you make maps for a living? What kind of maps? Really? You make racing game maps. That's kind of cool, man. Environment design. I don't know why people talk about being dev as if it was a big thing. I don't know either, dude. Anyone can be a game dev. In fact, like, that's the entire basis of the community that I run here, which is, you know, go make things. Congratulations, you're doing it. Right? That's why we run the game jams, dude. That's like the whole point. Yeah, like, that's why we run these. That's, like, the entire point of these. Digital maps are kind of cool. Yeah. Where's all the machine code? I know, right? I think it has something to do with what? You think it has something to do with huge ego people? They are usually the ones that say QA is not dev. I find, to be honest with you, the grand majority of people who say that quality assurance is not part of the development team are people who have never worked in the industry. More than anyone else. It's always like armchair people, usually consumers, that say like, oh yeah, QA is not dev. I know what game development is because I buy video games. And it's just like, dude, no, you have no idea what you're talking about. If you don't have quality assurance, you don't have development. Like, that's how that shit works. Like, you need it. Yeah. That's very funny. No, I hear that shit a lot, too. I think it's dumb. Yeah, QA is insanely important, dude. My favorite thing is this. You'll have a consumer, like sometimes, some people will go like, QA's not development. And in the same breath, they go, why does this game have so many bugs? Stupid devs. Like, what are you doing there, man? Like, this makes me laugh. Actually funny as shit. Bupe. Wow. I like how I just said that, and 2 people immediately got banned for being assholes about it. This dude was like, your take sucks, stop virtue signaling. And this other guy said, go to hell in Russian. Just banned them both. It's like, all right, man. See, that's what happens when I'm like, no, QA is part of development, and you have 2 people just lose their minds over it. It's completely insane. Makes me laugh, man. Yeah, get him out. Don't need that shit. When we see Java code, I wasn't working on Java, to be honest with you. I'm working the asset editor because I'm creating objects for our game, man. And I'm trying to get around the asset editor and turn in bugs for them, which I've been doing. We made a whole bunch of shit. We actually have working recipes and shit now, which is really nice. Which is very, very good. Sir, I'll have you know that a 15-minute video made me an industry expert. I know, right? Do you want to know how to make it, like, become a game dev? Make a video game. Just start doing it. You can do that now. Yeah. You can just do that. How do you start? Behold! I have a tool for you. I made this website. Read it. You just read this website. You can learn about this, and then you can go join our game jams, which are listed at the top, where you can try for yourself. And you just do it. It is not as scary as you think it is, and it can start off overwhelming, where you don't know what you're doing, right? But then you go down here, and you choose game design document. Read through this. Look, it's bright and horrifying. Jesus Christ, one moment. There we go. All right. Read this. Read through this. Do this. Do this. And all it is it's a write-up of what kind of game they wanted to make. This is where you start. It's a game design document. And then from there, you go through and you learn how to build a team. What tools do you want to use, right? Then you go down here and you're like, oh, what tools do I want to use for music? What tools do I want to use for art? How do you raise money for this? Do you want to maybe stream for this? Maybe you want to interact with a publisher. They're the same thing. Maybe you want to kickstart it. Maybe you want to do merchandise. Maybe you want to do subscription stuff like coffee, right? How to avoid scams. Look at that one. Terrifying, right? So, like, what kind of scams are out there? Which ones exist? And then you kind of go from there. How do you market things? How do you build a community? How do you do social media? Gilded has to be removed now. I think it's shutting down. But yeah, like, just go through this. Read it up. This is all stuff that I put together for you guys. A big thing for me is making sure that knowledge is free for you. I don't like the idea of paid for knowledge. And if you support me in the stuff that I do just by being here on stream, it lets me do this shit for free. So, yeah. Whoop. A big part of how... That's insane, thank you. Yeah, anytime, man. The itch.io, like the game jams, we do those every 6 months. So the latest one is going on right now. There's 9 days left in it. We've got 898 people have joined. But here's the thing, too, is like, if you don't want to do that, right? If you're like, oh, no, I don't have time for this one, check this shit out. Go to itch.io/jams and look at them all. Look at all the game jams. So for whatever reason, if you don't have time to do ours, go do yours. There's a ton of them. There's just an absolute shitload of game jams out there, right? When we go back here, this is just ours. And this is the 18th one that I've run, and they've done really well. They've done great, actually. And there's no prizes. I'm going to be very clear. The only prizes are things like a little logo that we give you and a channel on Discord. Because we did a cash prize one time, and it made people insane. And I will never do it again. In my life. Ever. It was awful. And it has continued to be awful. Because there are people that are angry about not winning about that. Still to this day. It was horrific. How did it make people insane? They got incredibly jealous. We had a $10,000 cash prize for 3 of the winners, basically. And what ended up happening was, if you did not get that, those people have just converted into, like, mind-melted, angry people about everything. And they just bitch about our game jam endlessly, and they have for, like, 2 years now. Yeah, it's really bad. I was trying to do it as a thing of, like, hey, you won, we're going to kickstart your studio. And I was like, this will be really cool. And everyone's like, no, we're assholes. It's like, oh, we'll never have money involved again. Bye. Like, and we just made it, like, there's no prizes anymore. Yeah. Yeah, never again. Yeah, we'll never do the 10K for Head Start again, dude. Like, I tried to do that, and I was like, this is going to be really positive, and, like, it ruined people. It made them monsters. Yeah. It was, Ko, Baru, and myself each pitched in 10K to do it, and, people lost their mind. So, yeah. The 3 of us wanted to do something cool, and they ruined it, so... Yep. That's why we can't have nice things. Yeah, no, I mean, it's just stupid. But, like, for me, it's like, whatever. The real prize is that you learn how to do something. So, like, I'm fine with not having a cash prize. I just think the cash prize just made people, like, mental, dude. What is this? Yeah, but check out the website. You just do it. It's all free shit. Our Discord is set up the same way, too. Like, here. I'll pull this up for you. This is like everything that I do is working like this. So you go to our Discord, discord.gg/piratesoftware. You go up to channels and roles. You can select any of these roles. So you're like, I want to be a game dev, right? And it'll give you access to the game dev section when you do that, which you won't see all these channels. You just see the ones you want. And that's like all of these game dev channels, right? There's like a ton of stuff in there. And then also game dev resources. So there's a ton of resources in here. Like Kenny's freaking awesome. Like free assets for you and just like a bunch of resources for learning shit. And like all of this is set up for you to learn things for free. That's kind of the whole point, right? And that's it. That's the whole deal. So like choose these and there's like game dev and hacking and art, audio, video, voice acting, programming, writing, streaming, life skills, science, and information technology in there. Oh, and the science one actually has sections for like mushrooms and stuff, which is pretty cool. We have aerospace and chemistry and cosmology and entomology and meteorology, mycology. It's full of mushrooms. It's full of crazy-looking mushrooms, like these chicken of the woods, which is like the best chicken of the woods I've ever seen in my life. God damn it, I'm still jealous, Taffy. Still jealous. Couldn't find Blockgame in your Discord anymore? Actually, let me show you. Channels and roles. It is... Which of our games do you want to follow? Blockgame. There you go. And it'll be right up here at the top. Right there. Blockgame. It has all the channels right there. But choose that one. And you can go and find out about our Blockgame shenanigans. And you can see all of the... Where is it? I think it's in announcements. You will see Blockgame announcements. And all of our historical patch notes. There's a billion of them. They go back years. The patch notes are enormous. The little fairy guys are from Quebec. No, Winky, they're not from Quebec. By the way, this is how we're going to monetize the Blockgame server. So it says, if you're a current Blockgame modder and feel a bit adrift due to us swapping to Hightail, then this might be for you. I have never monetized Blockgame, and I dislike the idea of doing so in a way that doesn't provide something to the community. I also hate pay-to-win or pay-to-convenience mechanics, as they undermine a game completely. Warframe has a very fair and positive system called Tenogen. Under that system, artists can make models for Warframe, get approved, and then 30% of the sales gets 30% of the sales of those base models. The artists then never have to deal with chargebacks, customer support, or anything else. They just get a paycheck every month passively for as long as people are interested in the items. I want to do the same in Blockgame, and I think it's fair. It's a fair and positive approach to monetizing what we're doing. Once we have something playable, this is the direction I want to take things. Everything in Hightail can be made in Blockbench, which is a free software. Super easy to use and simple to upload custom models or textures to Hightail. You can start designing out cool stuff now if this is interesting to you. So that's the idea. We're going to do what Tenogen does. That'll be the way that the server functions, and it'll give artists an opportunity to make monies passively, where they don't have to do shit. Which I think is cool. I think it's a cool way to do it. You few Discord notifications there, sir? I have 365 of them, one for each day of the year. Yeah. You love to learn Blockbench just for that? I have it open here, and I know very little about it, but I will show you something kind of cool that you don't need any texture editing software for this. Watch this. Isn't that rad? You just draw right onto the texture page, man. It's like kind of insane, actually. Yeah. Right? Like, that's kind of nuts, man. It is cool. It's cool as shit, and it automatically unwraps your textures for you, so you just create a block, and then, like, it just does it. And you're like, cool. And you can actually click on each one of these and, like, draw right over here, too. So, like, if you want to draw, like, on, like, this one, right? You can just go up here and be, like, on the top left. Isn't that wild? So if you want to draw directly on this, you totally can, and then it draws it directly on the model. Isn't that neat? It's freaking rad, man. It's just good software. And it's free. Aspired Software a developer for Hightail? No. I'm moving our MMO from Minecraft into Hightail, and I've learned everything I possibly can about the editor at this point, and now I'm moving on to things like Blockbench integration and other pieces, right? Yeah. But I've been having a blast with it, man. Like, we've moved a ton of shit over and had fun doing it, and I've learned so much about this game and how it functions, and turned in a bunch of bugs. Where's that model come from? It actually came from the game. It was a base model for... Here, I'll show you. Mana potions. So we pull up the mana potion here. You can grab this. And you can see that one's glowing, right? And if we go to time night, you can see it glows in the dark. And I didn't want that, so it's like I need to figure out how to make it not glow like my potion does. So then we say time noon. This potion, when it breaks, does that particle effect because it's a magic potion. And my potion does that because it's made out of water. So I made that particle effect there to make it look like it's just liquid that kind of deforms your vision. Because water's clear, you know. And then made the texture so that it doesn't glow anymore. And that was the first mod of an item in Hightail that I've done visually, which has been nice. But I've also got other stuff too, like we can actually upgrade our salvaging workbench to get more input slots now. And custom recipes inside of this. So we can actually do custom recipes and
User
custom categories now.
720ZZX donated $15 to charity.
What a boss! You rock, man. Hell yeah. But yeah, no, I'm pretty excited with this right now. Like, we've been doing a really good job with it. $15 for charity, dude. Why do you move the game over to Hightail? Minecraft is incredibly limited, and we've got like 2,000 items and like 400 monsters and like bosses and dungeons and professions and everything. And to be real with you, Minecraft is very limited. I'll give you an example, right? Let me show you a spell that I made. We've got Firebolt. And then we have the cooler Firebolt, right? The Minecraft version of that is fire particles shooting in a straight line. You can never get the visual effects that you have in this game in Minecraft. Unless you do a client-side mod. And at that point, just use Hightail. You know? Like, even this, too. You can't do that in Minecraft. You can't do this in Minecraft. It's just a nightmare, dude. That's fine, PRH. Have a good one, dude. See you around. But yeah, like, to be real with you, man, like, it's just wild what you can do in this. Can you make a dirt bike? I mean, yeah, if you want to. Yeah. Have you seen someone who's got Hightail and Minecraft working together in crossplay? It's not really crossplay. What it looks like to me is it looks like they're doing two separate servers, and then they have like a viewer that is showing it, and that's it. Right? It's just the bridge between the two. It's because you're running two servers in tandem, you'll have to track every action that both players do and then duplicate it on the other server. So it's not one server is what it looks like to me. Does that make sense? Even if it's doing both instances on the same server, it's two different ones. Yeah, supposedly it's a Hightail server and then a bridge to allow the Minecraft client to connect. That means it would be a Minecraft client to connect to a Hightail server? That wouldn't work because there's block assets inside of Hightail that can't be displayed in Minecraft. They'd have to default it to something weird. I don't know, man. I'd like to see how they set it up, because that's kind of weird. Because you'll have to, like, if you have something like this, what's that going to look like in Hightail? Like, in Minecraft, rather. Like, do they just default to stone, right? You're never going to get the same impact. There's so many unique assets that can't be shown, like this, you know? Probably convert to closest alternative. There's so much shit that there is no closest alternative, man. Like, there's so many multi-block, like, things. Like, look at this. This says 4 blocks worth of hitbox. Like, how do you do that in Minecraft? You don't. They use random dies for guns and stuff? That's weird. Yeah, there's no way to make these. It'd have to be displayed as some kind of, like, default weird block. It'd be a lot of, like, cobblestone or some shit, yeah. How did someone not make a successful Minecraft game for like 16 years? They did. They did. Look at Trove. Go look at Vintage Story, right? Those are both very successful, to be honest with you. Maybe it's the other way around. Minecraft server with Hightail plugin? That seems more likely to me, to be honest. I wish Cube World popped off, but it just died. It died for a really weird reason. Like, I don't know. The devs had like a big problem, you know? Oh yeah, and Roblox. I guess Roblox is technically... It's not really a block game, though. Huge fan of Vintage Story. They're really awesome. The devs of that actually are really cool people. And I need to play it on stream. Yeah, a lot of other ones that tried but didn't make it, you know? I like the Hexagon game, like Bitcraft. Vintage Story is really cool. I suggest it. It's quite cool. It's very hardcore. Very brutal in terms of, like, trying to be as realistic as possible in terms of crafting and shit. And I think it's awesome. Bitcraft devs are full of regret for choosing hexes. Are they? No. Thapige, no, I haven't messed with them. That's rad, though. Trove isn't really similar to that to Minecraft, more MMO based. If you're trying to build your home base, it actually is. So like if you look at like the guild halls and stuff like that in Trove, it's just building voxels. Same shit. It's still buildable. Like it's still the same kind of direction. But it's yeah, at that point you've got a building block game, right? Outside of that, it's an MMO. Run to location, kill enemy, get stuff, leave. Thor, I'd like to concede defeat. Hightail is badass. I'm Hook. My man! Hell yeah, Winky. Did you use my code when you bought it? How'd you make these spells? So, the Fireball one is actually a baseline spell that's in there. There's two different explosions that exist. A small one, and then a big one. And I just hooked those up. For the Frostbolt one, I made the effect fully myself. And I just did that using their particle editor inside of the... what is it called? Inside of the asset editor. I'll show you it. We'll go pull it up. Let's do Frostbolt. So if we go pull up Frostbolt, you can see here that I have this entire effect called Frostbolt Explosion Small. Right there. And we'll go into the spawners for this and see how it's pulling every one of these effects. All 6 of them right there. Yoop. All 6 of those. And it just pulls them and it says, where is the position offset for it? And then we'll go into one of these, like the sparks, and then it's just the effect for that. And we look at the Java here, or sorry, in the JSON here, and you can pull it up and say exactly what you want that special effect to do, and like which, like assets you want to use for it, what way you want the particles to move. Like, so we'll go grab, I think Sparks Linger is the one that I do for this, and we'll do max concurrent particles, and we'll go grab this. There is a speed that I can put on this. Where is the speed? Max concurrent particles, spawn burst. I think Sparks Linger is the one that I want. Pretty sure that's the speed one. It's the one where we do this with the twist. Yeah, radial acceleration. See how that's set to 3? Watch this. I'll set it to 100. And we'll just apply that. And then immediately in game, look at him go. Look at him spin. That neat? So you can just like modify this any way you want to. And then like see it in real time in game. And this is a multiplayer server, so it doesn't even need to go down and come back up when you're changing this stuff. Isn't that cool? And that's it. It's just like a bunch of little stuff. And then we'll go back into here, and we'll change my negative 100 back to 3. Save that back in. And then go do this. And now look at them. Kind of looks like, almost like snowflakes kind of a thing. You know? Yeah, most of these things can be made without coding. Yeah. Spells are a bit loud. It's because I'm standing directly. You know, if you're talking about that one, yeah, it's probably too loud. You host yourself? We're going through host, yeah. Can't forward ports due to you can't forward ports due to your ISP. Oh, that sucks. There are Shockbite and Nitrato are both really good. I guess Shockbite and Apex are the 2 good ones. So I'd use those guys. They're great, man. Need a static IP? Yeah, you'll need to set up a host for that. Teleport spell, particles around you, and beam out. Yeah, so like this one, the way that I did this one is kind of funny. So you see that? See how it's got that targeting reticle? I made that in GIMP, the targeting reticle, and you can actually look at it. It's just a particle effect. See that? It's like wiggling a bunch because it's just a particle, and it's set to a lifespan of 0.01. So when I move my mouse, it's not actually moving. It's just constantly generating the particle, which is funny. And then if we go look at this, it's a targeting reticle to cast the next spell, which is a built-in fire trap from in the game. So like I won't be using that one. I'll be changing all that. When's the next Heartbound update? This month. There's one every month, man. If you want to see the updates themselves, we'll go pull this up for you. Go grab this. Go over to the old Reddit, and you can see every one of the patches. For all of 2025, I release one every month, and I'm just going to do the same this year until it's done. Right? Boop. But yeah, no, that's what that is. The problem with this one is, do you want to know how that one works? It's kind of stupid. Do you see how I can't interact with that flower? But now I can? So this particle effect is actually a deployable, which is like a bench. That's a deployable. And see how it disappears at a certain radius? Well, it turns out that when you make a deployable, you have to increase somebody's use distance, which is stupid. And that makes it so that I can now interact with flowers from very far away. Kinda sucks. Which is why it ended up not going that direction. This one is using a very fast projectile that has the model of a piece of poop. Isn't that eating performance? No, it's not eating performance. Not at all. This server is running on 8 gigs of RAM and doesn't give a shit about any of this. I could put 500 sheep on screen and it doesn't care. Yeah. What is that? Is that the current state of the game? People modding? And changing it? No, you could just go play this. No. No, there's like 8 hours of content if you're actually playing the game currently. I am modding our MMO into it, which is what I want to do. You could... It's like Minecraft. You can mod Minecraft, you could play Minecraft. Whatever you're going to do, man. Can you use the repair kit to collect everything? They already fixed that. Basically what the repair kit was upgrading the use distance. That's why. Same shit. You have a Minecraft server? Yeah. Yeah, Blockgame. That's what I'm porting right now. That's the whole point with it. How does one get into modding Hightail? Go onto your server, type in /OP, and then self. Hit B on your keyboard. Go to this, asset editor, and you are now editing the game. That's how you start modding. You can do whatever the hell you want at that point. What are you going to call your MMO game? We've already had it out for years and people play it. It's called Blockgame. It's been like a big meme for a long time. Yeah. Can you have it block all interactions? Yeah. Yeah, you can. Yeah, it's just in the game, dude. You can just modify it. In fact, you know that model you saw earlier? See that potion water blocking model? Let's go into here. Watch this. Potion water. We'll go grab this, right? There's my model in there. And we go into here. We'll go grab this. Go into the game. We'll take this, place it on the ground. See that right there? Open this up. Scroll this over. I want to see if we can do this in a way where you can see both. There we go. And we can live edit this thing then. So if I want to do, let's see, in the block, and we go into the model, and I want the model to actually be a cube. Boop. Look, it's a cube now. Or a model. Hey, look, it's a model now. Right? You just do whatever you want, man. And you could just change it live. You can change all its statistics, you can change its model, its textures, whatever the hell you want, right? Anything you want to do. Here, look, you can even make your own blocks. Look at these ones. Weird, right? Or in there. That guy. Whatever you want to do. I have not messed with V2 World Gen. That's what I want to do probably for the rest of the stream today. Because I have no idea how it works. Ever consider making game integrations for Neuro? Ever play your game? No, never tried that. Never thought about that even. Yeah, V2 World Gen is Pog. I've seen some amazing shit with it, and I don't know how it works. So I need to figure out how to get even started with it. If that makes sense. So if anybody has like a guide or some shit I could start with. What the hell? Hilarious, dude. Someone sent you a guide in messages yesterday. I think you're right about that. I think they did. Let me look. We do TTS in the meantime.
Titan RoboDuck said, okay, this is bonkers. Someone has done crossplay between Minecraft and Hightail. Link. https://
We keep talking about the same thing all day. We need a Catgirl made morphing potion. Hey, wait. I have a question. Warhammer 40k nerds. Is it true that Warhammer 40k has Catgirls? Is that true? I've heard this. It does? It does unironically have Catgirls. Alright. That's all I needed to know. Wait, one more question. Is there a Catgirl Space Marine? No? Does the existence of Catgirls mean that there is also an existence of Catboys? Yes, they have them. So, if there's Catboys, can there be a Space Marine Catboy? Because usually, as far as I know, Space Marines have to be guys. Generally. No. Why can't the cat people be Space Marines? Turbo Heresy? Oh, are they counted as admorphs or whatever they are? Like abhumans? Is that what it is? Abhuman? It's heresy? Okay. Wait, are they Xenos or abhumans? Because I know abhumans are like abnormal humans, which is like a funny classification to get around Xeno, right? Because like a Xeno is a non-human and bad, but an abhuman is a weird human and good. Right? Abhumans if useful, foul mutant if not. Okay. Pirate is the creator code, yeah. It's not a heretical thought. I'm trying to figure it out, dude. I need to understand. I mean, like, what are the big guys called? The ogre guys. In the abhuman. Ogrins. Yeah, Ogrins are abhumans, yeah? They're not Xenos, they're an abhuman, yeah? Is that correct or no? They're abhuman, but they're stupid? Yeah, but they're really strong. So you have cat people, and those are abhuman, and Ogrin are abhumans. Are there any other abhumans? What other ones exist? Abhumans are descended from humans. Careful there, Zinch. One of you is on to me. Don't worry about it. We're just discussing knowledge. It's fine. Ratlings? There's ratlings. What is a ratling? What did I enter into? We're just discussing things. It's fun. Ratlings are like hobbits. Like halflings. Do they... I mean, they don't have the Skaven. That's not a thing. Oh, wait, no, there was that one... Wait, no, I heard this from Warhammer 40k, is that there was one planet where they found dead rat people. So technically they had them. For Warhammer Original. Warhammer Fantasy. A servo skull is an abhuman? You know what my favorite part about the Warhammer 40k universe is? It's that all technology has to be driven by some kind of, like, meat. Right? So, like, a servo skull is a person in there still. And that means that guided missiles have to be driven by a person, too. And I find that hilarious. There's people in that. Yeah, it's grim. It's grim. That's it. What is my purpose? To fly into the enemy and explode. Ratlings of Warhammer 40k are not rat-related, just small. Oh, okay, they're just called ratlings. Greetings, fellow meat-clad skeletons. Hello, meat tree. Don't stretch the definition of people. I mean, that's what Warhammer 40k is about, right? Anyone who is allied is a people. Actually, here's a good question. Are there any allied non-humans in Warhammer 40k? Anyone? Are there allied Xenos? Yes? Who? The actual Eldar, not the Dark Eldar? The Tau, dude, I'm going to tell you right now, everything I know about the Tau freaks me out. Everything I know about them. Yeah, they honestly seem like Unity from Rick and Morty. That's all they are. The Tau is like a giant hive mind brainwash thing. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Yeah, I don't like it at all, dude. Kind of freaks me out. My hair is doing weird shit today. Squats are space dwarves? That's kind of cool. Tech Priest, what are the Jokeru? Jokero? Jokero? What the hell is that? What is that? I'm looking that up. Never heard that term. What is that? It's like a monkey. But they're incredibly adept at building technology? Are they orangutan monkey? Like robots, dude? What the hell am I looking at? That is wild. They're orangutan cyborgs. Not a monkey, it's an abhuman? Bro, that's an orangutan. That's what that shit is. That is just an orangutan. With cyborg parts. That is ridiculous. Abhuman. That is a very abhuman, dude. Ridiculous. They also think that the Jokero may also possess psychic powers. They're creators of unique devices known as the spy flies, tiny vibrating crystalline automatons that resemble flying insects seen on many worlds and are used to carry out visual and audio reconnaissance on unwitting targets. And they have to be controlled through psychic input. So they're also psychic. Terrifying. Also making gun rings. You leave my monkey repairman alone, Zinch? What? I'm not doing anything. I'm just learning about your monkey repairman. I'm just learning about him. It's fine. We love learning here. We love it. Learning is great, you know? You should learn as much as possible. Don't worry about it. We'll just put him down there where he belongs. It's fine. There's a series of movies that show that is a bad idea. No, not at all. Not a bad idea. Oh, I have to remake this. This is baked. We've smoked, roasted, and what was the last one? Smoked, roasted, and grilled. Grilled is the final one. I gotta add grilled. Nope, wrong thing. This thing. Sir? There it is. Whoop. Cooking bench. And... Boop. TTS time. I'm way behind.
There _low_ said boots and cats and 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 love.
Nice. This is going to be baked. And this is going to be that one. And this is going to be... Ah, it's going to crash. It totally crashed.
Tory Kitch with 500 bits said I ordered a vault and a speaker online. They arrived safe and sound.
Shut up.
Sleepy
dumb,
underscore Ishi said, hey Thor, long-time viewer, love the chill streams.
What's up, dude?
First TTS ever as well. I would like to get an insight on an impasse I'm standing at this point in my life. Choice A, follow a course to understand and become self-employed and become a nutritionist, or choice B, study for another 4 years and become a dietitian. Thanks for the insight and keep rocking, dude. Your heart.
Understand how to become self-employed and become a nutritionist. Study for another 4 years to become a dietitian. Why don't you do a side hustle learning how to be self-employed while you're studying to be a dietitian? Why don't you just do that? Like, being self-employed is very hard. I have done it many times in my life, right? This one I'm doing right now. But, like, to be real with you, I think that you should go to school to be a dietitian. I think that's kind of a big deal, right? And I think that if you want to do a side thing, you can do any other job to learn how to be self-employed at the same time. You can learn a hobby and then turn that hobby into a side business. And that will teach you a lot about being self-employed. When I first started, I started as a freelancer. And it was very goddamn hard. And I had to learn a ton of shit. But doing that taught me many things that have helped me for everything else I've done in my life. So, if you want to learn how to be like self-employed, starting as a freelancer, starting as stuff like that is actually very useful, incredibly so. But yeah, in your case, I'd say go to school, man. Like, that's a really big deal. Being self-employed with a lack of discipline is scary. Exactly. Yeah. Nutritionist isn't a protected term like dietitian is. Fair. That's true. I would go dietitian, and I would learn to run businesses on the side, outside of that. Planning on making poison weapons that require bottles. Would you do it more a consumable throwable or an Elden Ring perfume bottles weapon? If I'm going to make it so that you have a poison weapon, you're going to consume the poison to make the weapon. I don't know if I like the idea of like oiling a weapon with a temporary poison, if that makes sense. Yeah. Boop. Next. All right.
Walmari said, remember, was is before was. And while is will be was will never be is. Unless was is again.
Why? Why?
Jim Sum 17 said, hi Thor, Goblin King, I started streaming earlier, a handful of viewers came to watch then left. Maybe it's because I don't have a cam and mic yet. Anyways, thank you for inspiring me to start. Have a great day.
Don't worry about that. Legitimately. Like, don't worry about like, oh man, people showed up and then they left, right? Worry about watching your own content. I know that's kind of weird, right? But like after your stream is done, go watch the VOD. Go watch the VOD. Look to see, are there periods where you'd be like, man, that's really boring, right? Look for that. And if it feels boring, fix that boring. Anytime you feel like that's boring content, fix the boring. And yeah, a mic definitely helps a lot. These, $100. It's a Yeti X. This one I've had for like, I don't know, like 5 years, something like that. They last forever. Almost every stream I've watched, I left. I mean, that's usually how it works, right? When you get the stream off today. Type of game you're making? We're rebuilding our MMO instead of Hightail. You streaming no mic and no cam and had 5 viewers the first stream, just played Hearthstone? Some people like watching Hearthstone, man. And they're probably screaming at it, you know? Yeah. I think you missed the joke. Was there a joke in there that I missed? I don't think there's a joke in there, man. I don't think there is. I think that dude was being honest. Was there a joke hidden in there? Or you never leave? Okay. God damn it. You're talking about that one. I was like, what are you talking about? Only one person ever got popular with no cam. Lyric? Wrong. Every VTuber you've ever known. And Baru. Baru's a PNG tuber. And Baru's one of the biggest PNG tubers around, man. That's not even true. Yeah. It's not just Lyric. There's a lot of people that do that. A lot more than you would expect. Technically, they have cams. You don't actually need a camera to be a PNG tuber. You make it actually go from your voice, and there's no camera required at all. Yep. Beetle's a PNG tuber? Yeah, but that's not the same. You know that. VTubers are not PNG tubers. Yeah, it's very different. Seravium was the first female partner without a cam. I don't know who they are. Never heard of them. Midnight Sumo is a PNG tuber. That's true. Midnight Sumo's awesome. Like, Sumo's awesome, man. Love it. Yeah, Beetle's a turtle. That's different. At least they aren't. Yeah, I like this one streamer you're watching. Which streamer is that? Which one are you talking about, bud? Your VTuber is as well, I would say. I don't think so. I don't think that's true. This dude called Thor. Oh, so not this stream, right? Or like a different guy called different one. Yeah, yeah. AI streamer named Pirate Soft Hair. Who's that? Who could that be? Totally not this streamer. Okay, good. It was you, Barry. Midnight Sumo is technically a ventriloquist fish with a cat puppet. Okay. That's weird. But I'll allow it. Get so mad when programming you're going to call yourself irate software? That's funny. Do it. Do it. Heard Pirate Software was AI until he got outed? No. Definitely not AI. If I was, there would be signs. And clearly there's none. Alright, I need to go make a bunch of random foods. You admitted to being AI. I heard you say so, Richard. No. No. Richard is a real human. Definitely not AI. It's him. Real Richard. You can tell that he's real because it's in his name. It's so stupid, dude. Alright, I need to go grab our own recipes, so... Mr. Chef Ken. You. I just tried to hit F to interact. Okay, so to make this basic one, this is where the problem begins. I don't think we need anything for these. We'll just need like a piece of charcoal for the other ones. So I think what I'll do is I'll do any fuel. And then the food for beef. Because we won't make this one. This one uses butter and salt and everything else like that. And what I'll do is I'll make this the cooking bench, the basic cooking bench. So we'll do that. Yeah. You're pressing E for open inventory? Dude, same. I'm pressing F because I've been in here so long, and I'm trying to press F to, like, interact in Minecraft now. Breaks your brain. Alright, so this chef stove is going to be different. We're going to call this one something else. Now, the interesting part is it says chef stove on the side. Do we have anything here that's called chef stove? Huh. I don't think there's anything in here called chef stove. Let me grab this. I'm going to look inside of this. Chef. Nope. So if it's not in there, where does it live? Right? If it's not in there, where is it? You break it again? No. Kind of. Maybe a little bit. You totally broke it? No, maybe. I don't know yet. It's not a cooking bench. It's a chef's stove. But there's an indicator over on the right side that uses that, and we're using our own version of this. So I'm really confused. There we go. Okay, I know what's going on now. Neat. 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 Does grass grow on dirt blocks? No, it doesn't spread. Like in Minecraft, you know how the grass spreads? It doesn't do that in Hightail. Which is interesting, you know? Means that an environment stays the way that you left it. It's kind of cool. You can already change it, though. You can just... You don't even need a mod. You just go in and change it in the asset editor. You know? Yeah, you just build that if you want to. Alright, so, with that in mind, we now have a simple cooking bench, and we will have the advanced cooking bench as well. But I'm going to keep the simple one on it. I'm going to let the players create simple variants of benches for their homes, and then I will have them have the advanced benches be inside of the towns. And that'll be that. You making the MMO by yourself? It's just me and Jake. Yeah. Just me and Jake. But I'm setting up how we're going to be doing benches for crafting, because I've got basically everything down for the way that I want it to work, and I need to wait on some of Jake's implementation for combat system stuff, while I work on itemization and crafting. Sir? So I'm going to do that. You teleported yourself about 1 billion blocks and crashed your Hightail? My man. I hit him? I missed him. Oh, come on. Dead. That's pretty funny that you teleported yourself so far and then crashed your Hightail. I mean, the world is massive, so... Alright. So let's think about this. I've got a cooking recipe. We have a cooking table. I've got all this set up. Yep. Everything works. I'm happy with it. Boop. Get rid of that. And we'll get rid of this. What do these set up as? Good. Gone. And gone. Cool. Hightail doesn't have farlands, sadly. Yeah. Yeah. That's fair. But it goes really far down. Yeah, I mean, the world is pretty deep. Like, if we go down here, you can see there's quite a lot down here. You've got a lot of space. A lot of room for activities, right? Like, a lot of room for activities. And I bet you could probably even change that, to be honest. You'd probably even make that go even farther. You can make a Farlands, yeah. Oh yeah, by the way, have you guys seen this biome yet? There's guys stuck in cocoons in here. And there's like weird silkworms and stuff. Yeah. It's grim, isn't it? It's weird. It's a weird place down there. Makes gross noises. And there's ones like this. It's like full of crystals. I love that there's just like mini pockets like this, you know? And I love that World Gen has just produced this. It's kind of insane, actually. Alright. You guys want to play with World Gen V2? I have no idea how it works. Actually, interesting underground? Oh, yeah. I have no idea where to start with this. Does anybody have a guide that we can use? Because I know there's guides for it now, but I can't find them right now. I don't know where they went. But I have literally no idea. The future of world generation. Whoop. Yes. World generation engineer here at Hightail. Today I'll be joining Amber, one of our designers. We're taking you through our world generator today. Nice. V1 was developed in 2016 to 2020. V2 has been in development since 2021. Okay, so this is new shit. V2 will completely replace V1 when we're ready, and will be the generator we support going forward. Nice. So this is a taiga biome made with V2. The taiga trees look really good. Erosion effect example. Yeah, so you can erode the terrain. Look at that. Look how nice that looks. That right there, look at that. Get out of here. Look at that right there. Where it like curves inward like that. Oh. Res Ion Icewind? Let me go do that. That's a great idea. I actually have that folder. One sec. That's a really good idea. You got owned by the Nightbot thinking you posted a link, but you didn't. Let me grab this real quick. It's in Hightail, user data, and then what is it? World? I think it's in World, yeah? Where was it? Nah. I pulled it out earlier. I don't remember where it was. Is it saves? It is. Creative. And then universe. Worlds. I'm grabbing stuff, one sec. Yeah, V2 you can play with already. I'm trying to find out where this damn folder exists. I legit can't find this. Where is the assets folder at? I had it earlier and I don't know where the hell it is. No, it's not an app data. I pulled it out of the install folder for it. Release game latest. Is that what it is? Hightail install release. There's no game latest, dude. That's not in there. Yeah, I'm wondering where assets.zip is. Not just the folder name. Install release package. No, that's not it either. That's not correct. No, we didn't go that deep before. Let me find it. It's deeper than that. It's in Hightail install release package game latest. There it is. Release package game latest. It's like deep in there. Found it. Yeah, then we can pull this up, and then it's like all of this stuff that we want. Is that going to be under common or under server when we're looking at the stuff for that? Environments? Zone 0? Is it this? Is this what we're looking at for the node editor? Server world default? Is it this? That seems a little bit weird. Under zones? Are these here the ones that are actually in that node editor? Let me pull up the editor real quick. Go creative, and then the asset node editor. So this is that special one. Server Hightail generator. That's what it is. So it's not this. That's why I was so confused. I was like, what the hell is this? These files don't look correct. Hightail generator. That's this one here. Biomes. These are what they are, is what you're saying. Is that correct? Experimental. Arches. Basic forest. Dunes. That's kind of cool. Something.json. What is that? Okay, let me pull out the biomes under Hightail generator real quick, and then we'll start digging through this. Yoop. I wish to know. The hell is this shit doing in here? Stop it. Let's see. Grab this. We've got biomes. We can go into experimental. And then something.json. Can we drag and drop it in here? It looks like we can't. Can we do a file open? That's a documents folder. Grab it into here. And go into there. So now we can grab this and we can do that. Biome? That doesn't look correct. So how do we do that? Yeah, it doesn't look like it worked. It's very mad. Deprecated grade. Okay, that may be because these are old. That may be the reason. Yeah, it may just be old. Uses V2? This is V2, isn't it? Or is it not? That may use V1, yeah. Let's go to basic. There we go. No longer having a problem. So the terrain, there we go. So we can build a basic terrain. And this is the base of it. The density is there. Simplex noise 2D density, curve mapper density, base height density, manual curve, and then curve point. It doesn't have any values in this, though. I guess the values are associated there for this. That's such a weird way to do that. Material provider. Why is it doing Q material provider, constant material provider, and then material rock stone? Okay. There's no material on that one. How do we get this to generate in world? Does anyone know? When we want this biome to exist, how do I tell it to exist in game? Like if I go out to a flat world. Nope, not machinima. World. Instances. Flat. Run around, lol? No, that's not what it is. There's a person that was doing it in real time. Yeah, you don't need to run around. I'm wondering, like, do I have to use a brush of some kind? And then that brush will allow me to change the biome? No, we're not using world edit. No. No. This is not Minecraft. There's a command to reload chunks. We need to determine how to change a biome on the ground. Probably need to set which world to use for world gen. Yeah, tentacle brush. Watch. It carves in the shape of a tentacle. That neat? Yeah. Boop. It's like a tentacle slap. Here's the documentation. Okay. Was flat. Then we reload the world. I'm going to say weather set clear. Your mod folder on the server, Hightail generator. Okay. What is the template? It's server and then Hightail generator. And we got biome density settings and world structures. Okay. So we just have to grab that. That's fine. I think that goes up on the server then, yeah? Right? Or does that go on my side? The reset failed? What about it? There we go. We have no chunks. We're chunkless. So I just regenerated it into a world that is all stone. Infinitely stone. I literally made it all solid rock. Nice. And I think it's because this basic one is doing that, right? Because it's all rock stone, yeah? And this would be the props for that. So we need to do... That's why I need to learn how this works. Actually, where am I saving this? Doesn't this go on the server? Where does this go? Because we have the server right here, but I don't actually know where that goes. Would it be in our mod? Under server. I understand now. So we need to make a Hightail generator folder in this, right? Actually, because we made the world Hightail generator, wouldn't we name it whatever we wanted? Right? So Blockgame generator would be fun? Because if we look at this, we set that world to that. World gen type set Hightail generator. We're going to make our own. And then inside of that, we need to have 4 folders. We need to have biome. And then we need to have density. And then new and directory settings. And new and world structures. And now under biomes, we can have new file basic.json. We'll open that up. We'll grab this one, and I'm going to grab their version of the basic, which is quite large. One moment. There's the basic one for that. And then under density, we're going to get a couple of different files. And I want to see like what's through these, so I'm going to look through them as we go, so we can kind of understand what's up here. Okay, so all of that visual can just be done in JSON as well, if we want to. All right, cool. That's actually super useful. Close that one out. Oh, wait, no, save it. There you go. And now we can go back into here, and if we go into our density folder, we're going to have a map default, which I want to see what that has in it. Map default.json. Let's see what that lives with. And this looks like it's just the default information for the map itself. The hell? That's not what I want. Weird, actually. No, super weird. Grab that file, open it up. There we go. So it's got comments on this as well? That's very interesting. So you can comment your world files if you want to spread them around to other people? That's freaking rad, dude. No, that's like really rad, actually. Now we can do another one in here. We're going to go make another file. I got to save this one. That's map default. We're good there. Next one will be map tiles. I'm interested in knowing, like, what we can even modify with this. And we'll pull all of these out and put them into the editor. But I'm wondering if the editor can pull directly off the server. Yeah. Would not edit that JSON by hand? I'm not going to. But it is generated by this. That's why it looks generated. You could technically, if you understand what all of that is doing, which I don't yet. I will, but not yet. And I bet there's going to be some like weird tweaks and shit that people can pull off with this. This is my first time touching the World Gen V2 stuff, so it's going to be very scuffed at first. Rivers.json. Save that out. Settings. We only have one settings file. That's pretty easy. Go into this. Back up. Settings. New one on this. Settings.json. So for this world, our settings here is buffer capacity factor, target view distance, target player count. I wonder what target player count means. I wonder what that does. We'll find out. And then world structures, we have one world structure in here called default. So grab that. And then under world structures, we're going to do a new one, new file called default.json. Now, I'm interested in this because if we can add a bunch of world structures to it, I'm super excited for that. And it says what biomes it can be in. So noise range. Oh, so we can actually set how densely populated a structure is based on what biome it's in. That's freaking rad. No, that's really cool. In Minecraft, when I was trying to do that, you could set up a basic structure build pattern, and you couldn't change it on a per biome basis unless you did, yeah, built-in presence checks too. Like, that's really interesting because it's way more definable than it was in Minecraft. Because I did this a lot in Minecraft. You'd have to make individual files for each one, but they do it in each one. You could do it for each biome individually. That's sick, dude. No, that's rad. Very useful. Go to map default. Let me see if there's a biome thing in this. I'm going to wait and see. All right. So, with that in mind, how do we put this file in there? Let's find out. I'm going to say open. Can we actually grab it from anywhere else? It looks like no. It looks like no, we can't. How do I run this for the server? It looks like it only does it with local files. Try this. Blockgame generator. Are they mad? Does that not work? Let me go pull up the host and see what's going on. Because it should be working on that. Excuse me? Clicking the screen. Why are you not working? There we go. Exception while handling that command. Get codec for object is null. But I grabbed it over in the exact same way. Is it mad? Huh. Let's try restarting the server real quick. Yeah, because I grabbed it in the exact same structure. Did you maybe not save everything? You might be right. You are 100% right. I forgot the last one. I got too distracted and I didn't save it. F. That's fine. We'll figure it out. Take a shot every time someone mentions the Hightail Minecraft mod. You'll be drunk within seconds, dude.
Small but rock solid with 500 bits said, "Hi Thor, I'm considering building a classic grid-based blobber as a solo developer, with a defined turn-based rule set and modest visuals. From your experience, is this a realistic scope for one person, and how significant is enemy animation effort compared to implementing combat logic, AI, and overall systems?"
That is going to take you a long-ass time. That is going to take you... And if you're into it, if you want to take a long-ass time, that's fine. But as a solo person, that is going to take you a while. And it comes down to, do you want to do that? And if the answer is yes, then cool. Right? There's nothing wrong with it at all. It's still not working. This is in server. Blockgame generator. Biomes, density, settings, and world structures. Biomes. Everything is there. Why is this not working? Biomes, density, settings, and world structure. Biomes has 1. Density has 1. Settings has... Yeah, density has 3. Those are the 3 that I have. Settings World structures. Are you not running the normal release or the pre-release? I'm running the normal release. Do I need to be running the pre-release? Is that the problem? No, just asking. Don't think so? Alright. Did I do this wrong? That's the real question I have. Maybe I need to name it Hightail Generator. Right? Cool, read me. Wait. It doesn't go on the server. It goes in my app data folder? That's kind of weird. I think this is only for a local file. No, that's weird. This is file structure. Yeah, file structure for local. Where's the file structure for a server version? No way, update is just the default server location? That's what I'm thinking, too. Because, like, I'm like, are you sure? Right? It's got to be server Hightail Generator. Your mod folder, server Hightail Generator. And I'm in your mod folder, which is this one, server Blockgame Generator. Maybe it's just mad that I named it Blockgame Generator. Yeah, I'm going to try the default name. That might be the problem. No, it doesn't look like it worked, man. It just made everything stone. Right? No. Yeah, it didn't work at all. Yeah, look. It just makes it stone from 0 to top. That's not correct at all. So this is not functioning. I don't know why. It's kind of weird. It does that first? What do you mean it does that first, Joners? Yeah. World reload clear. Oh, okay. No, it's doing it right, I guess. Alright, never mind. Data flow theoretical paragraph. What biomes are generated inside your world? I just want to be able to alter it real fast. Let's go and play with this. Because what I'll have to do then, I guess, is we have to take this entire folder down. I don't know why it's not working as Blockgame Generator, though. Is it because of the name? Let me look at this. That's just under World Basic, right? Yeah. Did you rename the original Hightail game generator something else? No. No. Never played around with this at all before. May you have that wiki link? Yeah, go for it. Here, man. What about the reload without the clear? The clear clears the world first, so. Let me take a look at this. Let's go to biomes. So it's only pulling that one biome for basic. It's got props and all kinds of shit. See, that's the thing that's really weird about this, is it's just made a world made of stone, right? Right now your world is broken, a world filled with stone up to the world height limit. You'll get to the surface when flying upwards. Below I'll show you how to change that. What biomes are generated inside of your world? How common and rare are your biomes? The default biome for any range between min 1 and max 1 that is unused by a biome that is biome will spawn. So if you have plains, min -1, max -0.5, taiga, min -0.5 and max 0, the default biome will spawn between 0.5 and 1. Okay. We have to go to app data roaming. Yeah, this is all local. I'm trying not to have it local. The default JSON and world structures folder. Is that now in here? Maybe we have to do it locally. Yeah. The stone is placeholder for what appears to be no valid biome found. Yes. The only thing that I'm wondering is, like, do we have to do this locally? Does it have to be that? Because it's kind of weird not being able to do it on the server. You know what I mean? Yeah. I don't know if any of these are even being used by the game right now, because I renamed the folder and it didn't function. Weird. Yeah, super weird. I could see it being locally made and then deployed later on to the server side. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, is if I have to do that. Which is fine. Is fall damage enabled? Is game paused? Because this right here, default.json from the world structures folder, we can have that there. Now, it doesn't have all that stuff, but the biome map. So I guess we'll have to go and pull it apart on the server itself and take that file back down and then reopen it, right? So we'll take this, Creative Tools, Asset Node Editor, and then we can't open up a one from out there. We have to open up a local version of it, which is kind of weird. Not what I expected. All right, one sec. I'm going to close that out. I'm going to go in here. I'm going to open up a folder for this. Delete all this shit. Get out of here. And then go grab these from the server for Hightail generator. I'll grab that and then bring that down back onto my computer. Waiting for it. Waiting for it. And now we have Hightail generator with all these folders that we can go and pull up from. So now I'll grab this. And we've got this. Hightail generator, world structures. We'll do biomes, basic. And this is what that looks like now. And now we can play with this. But it looks like all it's doing is it's doing stone and everything. So I'm wondering how we start modifying the way that stone looks in this. Zone 1 Plains is the name of the environment. So everything is a Zone 1 Plains. Tint provider. I guess that's the color. So we'd have to edit this and then re-upload it to the server, right? For each one of these, and then kind of go from there. There's no way to do that in real time, it looks like. Is that the case, or am I wrong? Because for the asset editor, we just do it in real time. But it looks like for this node editor, it's local and then up there. If that makes sense. I don't know if anyone else has messed with this. This is all new for me. Soiled dirt. Let's try to go above this real quick. The hell? Node editor is scary? It's not scary. What do you do when you want to make a game but you don't know what you want to make yet? Go to develop.games. I made a website for you. For specifically stuff like that. It'll actually help you out, man. Like it's time to sit down and brainstorm, basically. Yeah, you saw people making biomes on Twitter with that's cool shit? Yeah, I've seen that as well, but I'm trying to figure it out. And I'm trying to get above this because it made a gigantically high stone block. This is what it did. So we go in here and we break this. There we go. So this is the above ground. And now what we can do is go into here. And change it to... Let me just do soil dirt. And just see if we can do that. If I can change that, then we're cool. We'll save that. And then we can go open this. And I can just take this file and dump it into here and overwrite. And then I can work from there. It did not work. I've seen it, Techie. Yeah. I think that's something really weird because, like, we have soil dirt now. There's no reference to rock anymore, I believe. Oh, wait, there we go. Soil dirt. We save that one up. Then we can try that one. That's saved now. Say yes to all. Now let's try it. Nope. How does this work, man? Maybe I'm saving it in the wrong location, right? You think the stone isn't a biome? Maybe? But maybe this is supposed to be a lack of biome this way, right? Because they've changed it all out from rock stone to soil dirt, right? I don't know if this is reloading the file correctly. I'm actually copy pasting it, so like this is where it's saving, and I'm just dragging it into here and replacing my file each time. Yeah. So like soil dirt is here now, and we have not changed the world to soil dirt. So it's like, how fix, right? Well, here's the tint too. Let's try this. Pure green, right? We'll save that. Did that not save? Let me go look. Oh, this may not have saved. Where does this save? That may be the problem. Where the hell does this save to? Wait, is this saving on the server? What? No, I think it might be saving on the server when we do that. When we click this, it's not saving to that file. Downloads biomes, Hightail generator biomes. Downloads biomes, Hightail generator biomes. Oh, was I saving it there? That might be why. All right. That's why I was so confused. I was like, what the hell is going on? Grab that, throw it up here. Save that there. All right. None of this seems to be working, man. Yeah, I don't understand what's going wrong here. Am I just doing this wrong? Maybe it doesn't pull it from the mods folder on here? It's in mods, server, Hightail generator. Is that not where that lives? It's supposed to be somewhere else, maybe? Generate new chunks? I guess we can try that. Be honest with you, I'm not too convinced. No. That's not doing that either. Yeah. Flat. No, this would totally change it. No. Yeah, look. Yeah, no, it doesn't need to be new chunks at all. I don't need F2 to fly faster in this case. Like, something is wrong. There's a video on the blog post where they edit it and make a simple hills biome. You're reloading the script or reloading the chunks? Both. I've been doing both, and it doesn't seem to be working, and I don't know why. I've tried changing the tint provider, and I've tried changing the rock to soil, and it's still not working. So I don't quite understand what's wrong. You know? I just need a working example of something updating, and then we can start to build from there. Then there's a way to see the current world gen. I don't know. The only thing that I'm wondering is maybe because our server is set up in here, maybe it's not pulling our mods server folder, right? If that makes sense. Go creative, go to asset editor, pop that up. Maybe that is the problem. Let me go see. Can we see Hightail generator through the asset editor? Under biome assets. Yeah, we can actually. So this is actually applying. Look at this. Tint provider. It's right there. So under Hightail generator, it does exist. It is here. The assignments asset, the biome asset. All this stuff is in here and can actually be edited from the asset editor too. And it did actually apply my changes. It's just not working. Right? But why? Environment provider, props, material provider. It's everything that we have inside of the visual editor, but all at once. Sounds like wrong generators are applying to the world. I think so too. Huh. No, that's really weird. Because we have this. Let's see. Let's see. After the world setup, go to this directory. Your save universe worlds default. That may be the problem. Okay, let's go into here. We're going to go into universe worlds. Come on, man. Clicking worlds for a reason. Instance. Oh, we have so many instances. I got to prune these. One sec. Here's what we'll do. We'll prune it. TP world. And then say world prune. Is it just prune? That's what it is. Confirm. There we go. And now we can say create a new instance. We'll creative tools, world, instances, and we'll make a new flat instance. So that way we don't have so many worlds built in this damn thing. And now we can refresh this. There will be one instance of a flat instance. And now, after world setup, go to this directory, which is saves your save universe worlds default. But in this case, it's here. Then go to config.json. I don't know what's in that folder. 1 sec. Okay, we're good. Put that here. And now this one. See, it now references the default.json from world structures folder. Does it? World gen. So this is the file that's going to change to world gen. Okay, let's grab this now. And now we can do set that to Hightail generator. And then world gen reload clear. And it's going to blow itself up. Grab this. Go back onto here. And do config for this file. And now we got to look for it in there. Yep, now it's saying world gen Hightail generator default on there. This shows us that this world uses v2 generator, default.json file under world structures. So that's the world structure default file. That's it. Did you say green? Wait, what's green? This? This is not green. Why are you guys just all saying green? It's not green. Oh, you guys are just saying the word green because you saw grass. Flat worlds are always green like that, guys. No, it was not because of me. It was because the ground was made of grass. Yeah, flat worlds always start as pure grass over the entire thing. I know, chat loves green. I know. The sky is not green, that's blue. Yeah. Yep. What is this? There's a dude over on YouTube. Bird, where is it dead? There's a group of 3,133 people over on Twitch and another 306 over on YouTube. What are you talking about? Do you just don't think those people exist? You're welcome to be here in the community, but I'm going to be honest with you. If you want to survive here, you probably need to be a little bit more in touch with reality. All right, let's go find out what this thing does. Okay, so with this, we've got it set to flat world. That's the name of the world. It's a Hightail generator on this. And then world structure is default. And then we can do the world structure folder like this. Is the default one. That's the one that it's pulling for this. So now we can start to play around with biomes, it looks like, but I don't know how these function. You know? Nice. I love saying stuff like that, because then it baits people like, that dude Adam out, and we could just ban him. Easy peasy. Perfect. And now we can get rid of that guy too. Life is simple. All right. It's over. He's done. Yeah, exactly. Nope, still here. Never leaving. People just quietly hate watching it, alright? I think the funniest part about that dude that we just got rid of there, the one that was like, just saying all that hateful shit, he'd been following since 2024. And that was the first thing he had ever said. It's just like, what's wrong with you? Imagine hate watching for 2 full years. That's crazy, dude. Actually bonkers. Oh. Yeah, imagine hate watching it all. Do something where you can enjoy your day, man. That's all you need to do. The longest game, alright? First message to your follower. Insane to me. So let's see, Plains 1 Shores. So with this, when we're modifying this, we need to change the file so it looks like this. Why did you give it as an image? God damn it. Oh, there we go. So noise range, so types noise range. Now we can actually have the text underneath it. Noise range, we'll grab all of this. The whole file is what we're changing. It looks like. Are we removing default biome? No, we're not. Okay. There we go. The biome, the only biome will be basic. And now we can go into here. We probably have to reload it. Oh, I think I just edited the local one, didn't I? Nope. That's the one on the server. Okay. Let's go back into this. No. That did not work. Huh. I don't know why that didn't work. That should be saving up onto the server. Let's go look. This is under world structures. Right? Under world structures there. And then default. No. Yeah, it's possible to do your own noise and stuff, but this isn't working. And I don't know why. Default JSON for your mod folder. That's the noise range for that. And it's doing basic. So if we go over here to biomes. Why is it like this? Go into here into biomes. That's the basic biome. Cool. Okay. Why is this shitting itself then? Why is it still doing this? I almost feel like it's not doing this correctly. Like it's not overriding it. Like let's go into here and we're going to look at basic, right? Basic biome asset. And then Hightail. Basic, right there. So, Hightail generator is the way that this works, and it is in biome asset, and it's fine there. So what is going on here? Like, why is this not doing that? That should be reloading it, yeah? No? The hell? Yeah. I don't understand. I just need anything to change at this point. It's supposed to look like this for us, but it doesn't. At all. Yeah, no, this doesn't change at all. Biome map is this file. Yeah, no, it doesn't work at all. No, I don't have any unmatching braces and brackets. I mean, like, I saved it based on this right here, and it's not throwing any errors. How is he back on streaming? I've never stopped streaming, dude. What are you talking about? Yeah. Flat world base causing it? I don't think so. Density is being imported from biome map, right? Biome map. Density. Settings. Maybe that's why? The biome map is in this file. Density default map.json. It says biome map. Default map.json. That's concerning. This is called map default. And he called it here as default map.json. But these are files from his own... Is it default map or is it map default, my dude? There's an inconsistency there. God damn it, dude. That doesn't make any sense. Default green? What's up? It's default. Your default green. What file explorer I'm using? I'm just using WinSCP. You asked one of the guys messing with biomes and he sent me this. Whoop. Can we just not do this on a server? We may not be able to. Yeah. Because this isn't the right folder. This is all... I think he's doing it on a local. That's why. Yeah, I think he's doing it on a local one. So I'd have to do it on local mods for that. It might be borked on servers, yeah. That's why I'm like, what the hell's going on? Yeah. Maybe not without a restart? We could try it with a restart real quick. That's the only thing I can think of, because it looks like it's working, but it looks like it's working on local versions of their game, not on server side. Because everyone's like, yeah, do it locally. Do servers need a restart? We'll find out right now. I'm restarting. Because that's really weird. I was like, this is the same, dude. No, I removed the custom generator name, though. All right, ads are over. I'm restarting the server because it looks like people are doing this for their local version of the game rather than the server-side version. And I'm trying to see if we can do it server-side. But it looks like no. Currently. Oh! It required a server restart. That is okay, but also kind of... Alright. So it works, and it's all made out of dirt. Because I made it out of dirt. What are you seeing? World Gen. You're seeing World Gen. Looks surreal? Yeah, it's pretty neat, right? So what you're seeing here is if we go into this, we pull this up, and we go into this, we'll go into Hightail Generator and Settings. No. World Structures, Default. There we go. And we'll do... I think just Demo Workspace. Load. Be angry, I guess. Fine. Don't care. Oh my god, you're so mad. It's just imported biomap, so that's not going to work. We'll go open Hightail Generator. Is it density? Biomes. Let's just do biomes basic. There we go. So in biomes basic, we've got it made completely out of soiled dirt, right? This is doing a material provider, constant material provider, into a material. This is complete gibberish to me right now. So if we grab... This one is the block pattern. Okay, so this one is the structure, I think, down here. And it's saying to make those structures in a certain size. Let's change this one to rock stone, right? And then we'll save that. And then I'll go pop it up on the server. I hope that I don't have to change this every time. I'm hoping I don't have to. Because if I have to restart the server every time, that's going to suck. And that just saved at 946, so this is the right one. And now we can do this. It worked. Okay. That was the structure. I understand. I understand. I understand. All right, so now we can play with stuff. So let's go and take a look at that. Now we understand what this does. So for this one, it's a 3D point of X, Y, and Z of 2.0. So if we go look at this, I think it's going in each direction by 2. Let's try and do this to X, Y, and Z of 1, right? And then I'll save that, and we'll do this. So I did that X, Y, and Z of 1. Take it back out, put it over there. And then we can do this. And we shrink it. Okay. So we can actually change the sizes and behaviors there. All right. So in this one, it's column linear scanner. So this is, we're telling this thing here is a box prop. The 3D point is 1, 1, and 1. The pattern of this is soiled dirt. Where's soiled dirt being pulled into on this one? Because it's all rock and stone, right? Maybe it's underneath it, is the idea? So where is that being pulled into? This looks incredibly user-friendly. Yeah, I just don't know how it works yet. So where do we pull soil dirt? Let's do a different material. We'll do... ingredient poop, as you do, you know? Now remember, we can pull our custom blocks into this, by the way. Saving it. So we can make our custom blocks and then make our world gen use custom blocks. Huh. Huh? Well, that didn't do it. So what does this do? The pattern is floor pattern, block type pattern, block type pattern. I guess it has to be rock stone for this one. I don't understand what pattern does yet. Yeah, I have no idea. I don't understand at all. The material of everything being rock stone makes sense. The 3D point for this makes sense. What if we do 0 on that? Well, that didn't work. I may have made a mistake somehow. Yeah, I may have broken it for realsies. Huh. Is this, like, really fragile? Maybe when I set it to an invalid block, it broke it? I don't know yet. One sec. Related assets for biome asset. One asset modified. Maybe I have to restart the server again? That might be it. I'm going to restart the server again. We may have broken it by setting it to an invalid asset. Right? Yeah. Show on the top right was dirt block. Was it? Oh, that might have been why. You might be totally right. You might be totally right, man. It was soil dirt. Soil dirt. Which is weird. Oh, you know what I think it is? I think you can only place this prop on soil dirt, and the world is made out of soil dirt. Is that what this is? I think that's exactly what's going on. It's looking for a dirt prop and then putting soil on it. And putting this, or it's looking for a soil dirt and then it's placing this prop on top. I think that's what it is. So when we changed it to something else, it couldn't find it, so it didn't make it. We didn't need a server restart at all. I think it's exactly what it is. Because there's no dirt, so it didn't know what to do. The learning has begun. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. All right. So now we got to go into this. This is... How do we determine a... This is our material provider, right? And we put this as rock stone. And since now this will be all rock stone, then it won't make the blocks on it. It'll just make the whole world out of rock and stone. Perfect. So that is exactly how that works. Now we've confirmed it. Nice. Look how fast it generates chunks on a server with 8 gigs of RAM. Isn't that shit insane, dude? Like, that's insane, actually. That is completely nuts. You make the world out of poop? Yes. Yes, I can. As it was intended, chat. Oh, it's so mad. I could see forever. The efficiency. Look at the efficiency of it. There's so much poop. I can see the sacred geometry between the turds, chat. Dude, it straight up did it, though. Look at it go. It doesn't even care. Visually, it's a mess. But it's done it. It's loading every chunk. The sacred geometry, chat. Look at it. Press F to pick up poop. Fantastic. Yeah, it's hexagons. They're the bestagons, dude. All right, what do we change this to? Soil, dirt. Save that. Take that back out. Put it in here. The thing that's crazy, server didn't even crash. I want you to understand, every one of those blocks is interactive. Every one of them. Didn't crash. Didn't care. Bupe. And it goes away like a bad dream. That's crazy, dude. World Gen is insane on this. Again, this server only has 8 gigs of RAM. Like... What the hell, man? That's insane. No, it's completely insane. That's completely insane. It isn't really damn impressive. It's wild, actually. Alright, so, now that we have a material provider for the basic ground, I'd like to see a biomes file for a different generator. So I'm going to pull one up real quick. Because we have the other ones. I want to go grab the other ones real quick. No, what the hell? I'm not pulling up a website of my D drive, you garbage-ass machine. God, I hate Windows sometimes. I just put in, like, D and then, like, semicolon, and it was like, do you want that in a browser? I'm like, no. No one ever wants that in a browser. I'm looking at my computer. Stop. God, I hate Windows. Okay, so we're going to go into here. We're going to go into games. And then in games, we're going to pull out... Where is it? Hightail. And then install. And then release. Package. Game. Latest. And then assets.zip. And then server. And Hightail generator. And then biomes. And now I got to pull out a weird biome, right? I'm just going to grab a weird biome. Let's do experimental. Grab arches. And then we'll go into our basic one, and then we just pull the arches one out. Oh, you're going to be that like that? That's what you're going to do? We'll go to arches. Load it. Field name hills in node selectors root. Okay. Wow, that is horrific. It's got massive... Look at... What? Auto position the nodes. Yes. Okay, this is just a mess. This is not what we want. That is not what we want. Let's go back to basic. I don't want to do the experimental ones. I thought the experimental ones might be cool. They're just weird. Let's do a desert oasis one, yeah? Oh, that's taken a while. Yo! World Gen is gonna get really cool. Okay. Material provider. What are you doing down there, man? Wow, that's a long way, dude. So when it's empty... Empty returns it as water for this one. So on empty blocks, it says export as... And then here... Another material provider. And then that comes out as water. So... Simple horizontal material provider. Constant material provider. Empty. So it'll either make it empty or water, depending on this right here. Which is the base height. Okay. And then this one is rock sandstone. Is the base material for the entire build. There's an auto reload for changes in World Gen. If it is enabled, a viewport is defined by command viewport radius. Oh, is it? Let me do /viewport -- radius 5. Right? Actually, we'll do viewport radius 10 because we kind of want to see it larger. And now if I take that and I go back into our original one, I do open, then we do basic like this, and then we can go into here and be like rock stone and hit save. And then I have to drag it onto the server for this one, unfortunately. I don't have to reload every time. That's crazy. So if I do this on a local server, I can just change that there because this doesn't log into the server like the asset editor does. Is there a way to get it to log into the server or no? Can we get it to do that or no? I can't open the server file because I'm going over WinSCP. I'd have to get it to log in. Like the asset editor, this is logging in. See where it says servers, and then I can log into it? The JSON editor, or not JSON editor, the visual editor doesn't do that. So it doesn't have an access point for it, which is kind of... Buh. Yeah. So this one does all the JSON and the assets, but this one here is the visual editor, and this one doesn't have a login system. You find the flow of these very strange? It's not often the nodes flow from left to right. Input being on the right breaks all conventions, I know, in descriptive node trees. Yeah, fair. I would honestly want to drag them around the edge, but that's me. I just fiddle with it in local, then go to the server when done. That's fair. Yeah, I think that's fair. Reading through this is really cool, though. Now that I'm starting to understand, kind of how this works, it's, ridiculously complicated when you don't know what you're doing. But now it's starting to become, really interesting. And, I think I'm going to set it up on the local, so that way we can just do that, you know? You drag them around? No? Oh, yeah, you can move them around any way you want to, if you want, right? I meant the attachment points. The attachment points are only on the right side, and you can't move those, right? Does that make sense? Watching people tinker with this is wild. It's pretty goddamn cool. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. We'll quit the main menu. We'll create a world. We'll create world and creative. And we're going to call it World Gen Test. And we'll call it Test World Gen. Create that world. Then we're going to go play with it. Does a Game Maker use visual coding now too? I've never used it on Game Maker, to be honest with you. Yeah, Creeper Lord, it sounds like that company is trying to do what they're doing specifically so that you talk about it like you are now. Right? They're selling things via rage. Don't fall for it. They want you to talk about it so that more people find out about their products and then buy more stuff from them. Yep, rage bait marketing. It works. It's working right now. Iscurio or Kuroi? What are you talking about, bud? After all, what? Alright, let's go pull this up. So we don't need this anymore. I can now do the ones on the local files. So we'll get rid of this. We're going to go into our section here for Hightail Generator. And then we'll go into this. No, I don't care about you. Unspecified error? Explorer.exe? Alright, bud. Now we need to go into Hightail's installation folder. And I gotta find this new file. So, games, Hightail, and install... Oh, it's worlds, yeah? User data. And then universe, I think it is. Isn't it? It's under user data and something else. Is it mods? No. Where is the world stored for this? Is it in app data? I don't know if it is. Let me go look. Percent app data. Percent. And it'll be in app data roaming, maybe? No file for Hightail. App data local. And then no file for Hightail. Local low. No file for Hightail. Okay, so it's got to be in my Hightail installation folder somewhere. It's not in roaming, I checked first. Is the folder called Hightail or is it called some other shit? No. I have no Hightail, no Hypixel, no nothing in there. This can't be right. You can right-click on the save in your saves browser? Yeah, but it's not what I'm looking... Oh, you mean like in here? Oh, wrong one. Lol. Go reopen it. Play that again. Yeah, I didn't install my C. It's not going to be in app data. Trying to see where it lives. And worlds. Where do you live? Where do you live? Ah, it's in games, Hightail, user data, saves, test world gen. Okay. Weird as shit. Now we get universe on this, and then worlds, and then default. Or instance creative hub. We have to go into mods, and then we can add it under mods. So our Hightail generator, we'll go into here, and it's Hightail generator. So we need to do a mod that is called Blockgame dot potato, right? Let me see what it is on the server. Let me grab that, rename. Sure. There we go. And then we can take Hightail generator and put it in there. And now this is in there. And now we can go and take that and set that up on it. There we go. No mods available. You lie. All right, so this, I guess, is not what we want. So now we go into creative tools, we go to world, we go to instances. I have to opt myself. You're now up. Now go into instances and flat spawn. And then we can do the exact same command that we did before. Set to Hightail generator. Viewport radius 10. And reload this. Shit! Okay. That is not what we wanted. That ain't it. Now I need to go look in that folder and see why it's like this. Biomes Hightail generator. So this is not the right folder anymore. We don't care about that anymore. We care about this one inside of our mods folder for this universe. Under pirate software.blockgame. Is that the problem? Is it because I did that? Because that's the mods folder in our other one. And we did Hightail generator, biomes, basic. World gen type set Hightail generator. Reload clear. Viewport radius 10. And now if we go into this and we say open, and instead of being in there, we go into this and user data. We open that one. Is that one busted now? It appears that this is now busted. Yeah. Let it Hightail gen, I think? What do you mean let it Hightail gen? Be more clear. What are you talking about? Yeah, man, documentation would be super helpful right now. Folder name dot doesn't... This is the same structure as we have on the server, man. Like, exact same structure. When you go up here, you see mods. Piratesuffer.blockgame, right? That's our mod. Oh, it needs the manifest, doesn't it? I think it actually needs the manifest. I think that's the thing that we missed. One sec. Yeah, documentation is coming. Not yet. Give me a sec. There's a couple things I have to do for this. I just realized what I did wrong. Give me a second. We have to do this. New folder. Server. Hightail generator has to go into server. And I don't know if we need the manifest. We might. Get out of here. And now I need to do this because I don't know if that actually has anything on it. It shouldn't. And it's good. That manifest is good. Doesn't have anything. That's weird. All right. So we can take that, get out of here, get back into game. Hightail generator. World gen reload clear. Why are you still Madge? Because this right here is now set to mods, Pirate Software Blockgame, manifest, server, Hightail generator, and in there. Now, even when I'm underground, it doesn't matter on this one. Like, we'll go up to the top, and you'll see that it's still the big rock garbage that we were dealing with. Flying up isn't going to fix that. Because we saw this last time. It was just like a gigantic wall of garbage. Yeah, see? This is the problem. It's still a big wall of blocks. Yeah. We open this. Bro, why are you in that folder? One sec. Their server, Hightail generator, biomes, basic. And this is not doing what we told it to right now. Yep. It should be that wavy environment. Learning nodes? Yeah, I'm trying to get it set up in a working environment right now, and it's just not doing it. And I don't know what I'm doing wrong quite yet. Where did that website go? Oh, this is the, this is this. Let's go and take a look at this real quick. Hightail generator. So under World Gen V2 tutorial, mods, Hightail generator. Did I put it in the wrong folder? That may have been the problem. No, it's in the right spot. Under there, mods. World Gen V2. I might need to restart the server. That may be it. What's up? You've been following me for the last 10 years? I mean, you've been following since 2023. It's a long time. Thanks, man. Hope you're having a good day. All right. No? Huh. Well, that's weird. What? Well, it kind of worked. Huh. Now, here's the problem. This isn't what I told it to do. Right? This isn't the world gen that I did. Although it's really cool. This is not the world gen that I made. So I don't know why this is suddenly working. Right? Yeah, it's still loading as I move around. It's on my local computer right now, but it looks like it's shitting itself, and I don't know why. It's almost like it doesn't know what to do. Oh, it's just dying. It's very angry. So this is really weird, right? Because if we go here and we open this, and look what Hightail generator biomes on the server, this is the world that we have set up, which is the basic world. And this is not what it's displaying. This is something else, made out of chalk. And it has underground carvers and everything, and I didn't make any of that. So I don't know what it's doing or why it's doing it. It's almost like it's pulling like a default because it can't find mine. But it's doing some really weird shit right now. So I'm going to do this. Actually, world list. There we go. That's weird. And now we can go world prune confirm. It's very angry. I don't know why it's so mad. It's like slow and mad right now. Okay. We've set it to that. And now we're saying reload clear. It says regenerating loaded chunks. Is it though? Is it though? I don't think this is working at all, man. I have no idea what's wrong. So we'll look at my structure here. We're in a mods folder for test world gen, the save, right? Piratesoftware.blockgame is the name of the mod. Manifest.json, which is actually pulling up our stuff right here and saying what it is. And that works. World thread not accepting tasks. I think I pissed it off. Server, Hightail generator, biomes, density, settings, world structures. We have this open, which is our biomes section. It looks like it's very angry. Yeah. Like, it's a performance-related issue, which is super weird. Let me quit the desktop and start it up as an administrator. That's the only thing I can think of at this point, because it should have more than enough performance for this. My computer is a beast, so... Yeah, it's a little bit scrungly. Let's try that out. Worlds. We'll look at test world gen. What are you talking about? Herf? What are you talking about? No, I definitely do, man. Yeah, if you want to see my work history, do ! Jobs, man. Wait, this is not Flat World. Or is it Flat World? And it generated with this again. This is Flat World, but it generated with this instead of the other one. Okay. I don't know. That's really weird, right? Let's save that. And let's make sure that it's saved on the thing. It did. It actually uploaded and it says reloaded assets for biome asset. And we can reload now. Where is it getting this? Because it's actually reloading. It's green. You're green, dude. Like, if we go in here and we change this. What? No. Windows, please. Soil, dirt. Save it. Pops up in game on the right side. Reloaded assets for biome asset. World gen clear. It doesn't seem to be doing it. And it seems to be generating a world that I did not define in that. Yeah. You're gonna make a flat world so you can fully create your own? No, I'm not trying to make a flat world. I'm trying to get it to generate the same thing that it generated on the server, which was a basic. And this is that right there. So we can start modifying from there. This is the exact same structure from the server. And for some reason on local instances, it's not functioning. Which leads me to believe that it's not pulling this file. It was a little bit weird, right? It seems to not be working on this version. Which means we have to do it on the server. But other people, I think, are doing it on locals, aren't they? Right? I have a better idea. What if we go to test world gen? We look at universe, worlds, instance flat, which is the one I'm in right now. Resources. Let me hide this real quick. One sec. No, it's using it. Look. Hightail generator default. World structure default. It's right there. And if we go into test world gen, we go to mods. Maybe? I think this is world structure default. Yep. I don't know, man. It's using it. And that world structure file on default. Wait a minute. This is what's going wrong. The world structure file, it is doing it correctly. I modified the world structure file when I pulled it from before. Shit. I know it's wrong. One moment. I understand now. It is working. It's working perfectly. It's working perfectly. Now it makes sense. There we go. There we go. It's going to change all of that out. No, this is not broken. This is correct. So now we can go into this. Set this to soil dirt. And now watch this. If I can I Control S to save? Control S saves. And then in real time, it's modifying it. Look at it go. Look at it go! Hell yeah. All right. So now we can do that in real time. All I got to do is save it now, and then it'll work. We got what we wanted. A play space. Spot to mess around with shit. Okay, so let's do as a baseline material for the entire world, because we do need a baseline material. I think I can do. I don't want to do dirt. Add poop layer instead of cubes. I can do that. Excuse me. That's not what I wanted. Ingredient. Poop. Control S. And we sit here and we watch. And it will create individual poop cubes. Look at them. You see them in the distance. They're arriving. It's going. Add your special block. It's not on this. This is a local server. Viewport radius, we're going to change it to 5. Right? Actually, I kind of liked it at 20. Because you can see it from off in the distance. Look at the turds, dude. Look at the poop environment. So now we can change this. Let's go back to Rockstone. And now we can do this. I think it's cool that we can actually watch it in real time, like modifying like this. I think that's completely insane. The idea of doing that in Minecraft, you could never. You know what I mean? Some real shitty world gen, I know, right? Like, the idea of doing that is just completely bonkers to me. Like, look at it. It's just doing it back there while we change this. Insane to me. So the 3D point in this case, that's the range. So it's a... Is that a 3x3 block? Or is that 4x4? What is that? It is a 3x3. So that means that every single one of these, there's a central point, and then it's a increased 3D point of one in every direction. Is what it sounds like. So if we do this, will these all change into 1 block cubes? And I'm going to change this to radius 5. And then we'll just sit here and wait. Oh, here it comes. It does. So 3D point will increase the size of it in each direction by that amount. That's kind of interesting. And then for the... Let's go up here. The curve points. In and out. Let's do 100 in. Let's see what that does. For a curve point for the manual curve. Oh, there we go. So now it's much deeper channels on this. Let's set it to curve point 500. Just play around with that. Look at that. That's wild, dude. So you can really just go nuts on this. Like, look at these mountains, man. Like, imagine Minecraft generating these. It just wouldn't. You know what I mean? It made plateaus at, like, the peaks. It's like amplified in Minecraft. It is, but we could do it in real time, right? Tony Hawk Pro Skater. True. This is the base height and the density. So this is our baseline. Oh, I forgot to save it. I'm dumb. So we've saved that there. Let's go down here and we're going to add another one. Tint provider. I like how it just made that off on the side because I'm not close enough for it to, like, ungenerate it. It looks like light is also kind of broken. It thinks I'm underground here, so the block turns black. That's quite funny. There we go. It's eating it. Look at it eat. Does it do the size before placing the cubes? Or is the origin set at the bottom and it's just growing up? I don't know. I'm not sure yet. What does a tint provider do? I don't actually know what the tint provider does. Environment provider. I think the environment provider might be the music, but that's environment. M? Environment? Does that change things? Tint is like grass color? What is the, what is grass? Actually, idea. Now that we know how this functions, let's go open up a default biome that looks good, right? We've got a basic biome. We need to open up one that actually has, like, some oomph to it, right? So I'm going to go into games, and then Hightail, we're going to pull one of their biomes. We're going to go to install, release, package, game, latest, and assets.zip. And then under server, and Hightail generator, and biomes, and we'll grab Plains 1 Deep Root. I'll grab that one and I'll throw it in our biomes folder. And then we can go open that up. No, we're not doing that. We don't want it in there. We want it here. Let's go look at Plains 1 Deep Root. And we'll see exactly what this looks like, right? By God, it's complicated as shit. Alright, so let's take a look at each one of these. Material provider. A solid and an empty. So in this case, we get Q material provider and constant. So constant is 1, and it does empty. So empty is empty. And then Q does a Q from top to bottom. Top base height, so it does a bedrock layer of 1 across the whole thing. This is bedrock. As rock bedrock. Okay, that makes sense. I understand that. So we'll do a simple horizontal material provider. That's bedrock 1. I'm going to do this. I'm going to take my basic one, and I'm going to delete it. I'm going to close this out. It's going to freak out because we don't have that anymore. We're going to change this other one to basic. And in real time, it's going to change ours. There we go. So, with that in mind, I want to look through each and every aspect of this. So we're going to need to do that now. There we go. How do you add custom music ambience to your Hightail mod? You'll need to put it into audio inside of the asset pack. It'll be on server and probably audio for that. The asset editor can't find your file, restart your server. That is the best thing you can do. If it's not finding it, it needs to be in the properly named folder. So for audio, you'll go into here for assets, asset editor. And we'll go grab that real quick. And that should be under common. And I believe under common for audio. It might be under server for audio. SFX. Maybe there's a music file? Yeah. Audio category is what you're looking for. Audio cat music. I don't know what that is. That might be it. Maybe there's a planes music. Ambient FX. So AMBFX. This will be the biome music, it looks like. So you'll need to put it in the same place inside of your mod pack folder, in the exact same folder structure. So audio, ambience FX, ambience, global, cave, and then there you go. There's the music for it, if that makes sense. It's kind of a weird one, but I haven't played around with audio yet. Wow. Cool. So let's play around with this a little bit. Let's grab this, and we're going to do material provider. This is our one layer of bedrock, right? That's what that is. So that's kind of cool. We can just leave that alone. And then in here, what are our carvers? How does it do a carver? Height optimizations. Floors and ceilings. Okay. Walls. I'm really glad that they mapped all of this out. Cavern map. Okay, so we do this from minimum, from maximum, normalize your density. So how common are these caves? And then from there, Plains Deep Root Cavern is the name of it. So it exports this whole thing as a Plains Deep Root Cavern, so then that cavern can be modified from there, basically. That's kind of cool. And then we go down here. That cavern are those big caverns, right? Is what it looks like. It's these. And since it's a Plains Deep Root Cavern, that's the name of it, then it's basically building it as a mini structure and then can go from there. So if we do, my bet is down here under props. We go down to props. Dear God, it's a nightmare. Plains Deep Root grasses, bushes, boulders. Dude, this is stupidly powerful. What the hell? Yo. So these imported assignments are just groups. That's just tags, I think, in the editor. Let's go look at Plains 1 Deep Root mushrooms. I'm pretty sure that shows up in the asset editor. It does. Yeah, it's an assignments asset. So you go into this, into here, and it's just a list of all the mushrooms, I think? Maybe not. Molding direction. How does this shit work? It's a prefab that's export as this one. So this is actually that node. That right there is this node. Yeah. So it creates this whole gigantic chain inside of the editor. But I'm interested in how does it know which mushrooms to choose? Does that make sense? Can't wait till you get documentation for this, dude. Same. So in this case, we've got positions and assignments, but where does it get the mushroom that it needs to use? Right? I think the chain just goes all the way back up. Probably random without more changes? No, nothing is random. There's no such thing as random, right? You have to choose which assets are going to exist. Like, somewhere. Let me go into the source on this. We're going to pull it out into Notepad. Path. Trees, mushroom. Weighted prefab paths. It's got to be pulling these somehow. Where the hell is this? Where is it pulling that? It's got to pull it from somewhere, man. Is this bechamel sauce? Dude, basically. So this right here is the thing that I'm wondering about, right? Because this is Plains 1 deep root mushrooms. So it's choosing the mushrooms as an imported assignment. But where is that importing from? And how do you define an assignment? That's the question, right? Oh, that's funny. That should be part of that. Wonder why that one doesn't attach. Odd. How do you attach a node to one of these? That's the real question. What does that button do? Can't right-click on it. Oh, there we go. It actually works now. It just wasn't fully inside of it. Cavern map. You're looking into this, but there are reports that if you pre-ordered Marathon, it will also download Destiny 2. They already fixed that. And I'm not playing Marathon. I won't be.
Noctis6502 with 500 bits said milking a snowman is easy.
No.
Personally,
not this
I
again.
don't consume milk that comes from animals, but do you have any idea how hard it is to milk a peanut or an oat?
Why? Why do you exist like this? You could just be any other way. So there has to be something in here for this. Height optimization cavern. This is just showing how to build the structure of the cavern. Ceilings. The thing that like, all of this makes sense to me up here. The thing that doesn't make sense to me is these. How does it know what Plains 1 deep root mosses is? That is an imported assignment, but imported from where? Imported assignments. No idea. Right? Also, I don't know how to delete one. There we go. Delete it. Yeah. The assets? That doesn't make any sense, because if we go in here and we look at this, right? This is literally just that. This is that node. That's what it is. And every time we change it, it would change in here, too. That's why I'm confused with this, because I'm like, what is an imported assignment? What does that mean? Is it defined somewhere else, maybe? Idea. We'll go to this one. No. No. Assignments. Found it. That's what I was saying. I knew something had to be weird. Got it. What does that mean? Is it a path? Density, weighted path? Gross, dude. We'd be streaming some games this month? Maybe. Waiting on ads. Yeah, there's an export as in the JSON. You can export, basically what happens is you can export one of these as a thing. Like this. See? Yeah. So basically I found a section called assignments, and assignments can have these. I opened up one of those assignments, which is the mushroom one, and it gave me this. And it could be empty, rock and like rock, stone, or material empty, I guess. It's quite weird. Right. So this one is just mushrooms. It's just the mushroom. Why did they do it this way? That's funny. That's weird, right? I guess it wants to go to... I don't know why they did origin ceiling that way. It's strange. This one is Path of Trees Mushroom, right? But where does that live? Hightail generator. Maybe that goes all the way back up. Hold up. Do they have a list of trees? Is this under prefabs, maybe? Prefabs. Trees. Okay, so this is a list of weighted path trees mushroom, because if you go to prefabs, you can find trees, and for whatever reason, they put mushroom under this. So maybe these are mushroom-based trees. Mushroom 07 prefab and Mushroom 08 prefab. There's the this is how it pulls the mushrooms. This is the way. All right, open. We need to go into our folders here, and we need to grab all these prefabs. Copy that. Go back over to here. Server prefabs. Oh my god, it's copy pasting like infinite amounts of stuff. How big is this file? What have I done? Prefab big. Prefab big. How large is this shit? It's like 2 gigs. Oh. That's wild. What have you done? Copy pasted 2 gigs of garbage. It's enormous. It's because it's zipped normally. Okay, so now we're in prefabs. I need to open this now. Grab this. Put it over here. Prefab. Trees. And then mushroom. And then the 07 prefab. Can this be opened this way? Nope. Okay, so this is an asset editor one. So this is just an open up in asset editor. Oh my god, this is so crazy. There you go. Okay, so this one is showing all the plant crop mushrooms for every single type that can possibly be in there. And it's basically just storing every one of them and saying how they display. So if you look at this, the plant crop mushroom block brown will display at this offset. And if you look at that, this one goes... The mycelium version of this? What is that? Hold up. Is that going one above or one below? Let's find a mushroom. Is that a mushroom? Cap mushroom. Do we have mycelium? Okay. Red cap mushroom. Let's find the red cap in this. Not in that one. All right. Where is the red cap mushroom? Could it be underground trees? Maybe. That's dry bramble. Blood cap. It's a sick-looking mushroom. Is this a totally different thing, then? Wait a minute. What? Deep Root Cavern. How does it assign these? This is cave stalactites. So how does it know to do this? How does it know to pull the mushroom into that location? I understand the list of imported mushrooms, right? I found the list of imported mushrooms. That makes sense now, so I understand how that works. But how does it know to use that inside of a cave? Because we have a cavern map here. Deep Root Cavern. I have an idea. I'm going to do something weird. Let's do something weird. We pull this all over here. Okay. Interesting. So we can modify that. And the seed doesn't generate super harshly differently. So if I could do this... Oh, that's sick, dude. We're gonna be able to do some wild shit with this, dude. Noise 2D density. Let's, I don't know what this word means. Lacunarity. Let's look it up. What is lacunarity? Specialized term in geometry referring to a measure of how patterns, especially fractals, fill a space. Okay. What happens if we say that to 5? I have no idea what that does yet. What is the new tool you're using? This is a built-in. This is the... So there's 2 editors, right? If we go in game. There is the asset editor, and there's the asset node editor. The node editor is what I'm working on right now. And the node editor is a visual scripting system, and mostly used for world gen right now. Set it to 50? What if I set persistence to 0.1? And we could save that, and then once it gets in game, it pops up at the bottom right, and then the world gen changes, generally. Looks like persistence didn't do anything, though. Yeah, Hightail's a game engine. Exactly. What does octaves on this do? 5? Whoa. So now when it generates a cave, it generates a much larger, more complicated one. Okay. That's really interesting. Does that look weird? Dude, look how insane that is. Look at this cave that it generated. And look how complicated the greebles are, man. Oh, that's a big-ass mushroom. It's a giant green mushroom under there. Wild. You're a Greeble? Dude, you're 10 Greebles. More! I don't know what octaves does. Alright, so with that in mind... Leaves. Can we go change the density of the leaves up here? Wait. So the trees aren't built as individual trees, they're built as... So you can generate your own kind of trees. Or is this leaves on the ground? It's leafy soil for the ground, being near the trees. Yeah, because look. Soil leaves for delimiters. Plains 1 Deep Root Islands. Okay. Caravan map. Or cavern map, rather. Base. So this is going to be the base ground. Base ground on this one is... made out of nothing, looks like. That's the base wave of the entirety of the map. Okay. Caverns. The imported density is Plains 1 Deep Root Caverns. So that's going to be from the other density map that we have on there. Okay, that makes sense. As I slowly tear through this, I'm going to be able to find more and more ways to make cool shit. And I'm trying to understand every little component to it first. Ceilings. This is imported density for that one. So basically what you can do is you can set up different files, and those different files will store different aspects of the overall world gen. So in this case, if we go back out of here, we go to server, we go to Hightail generator, and we look at biomes. We've got our basic biome, right? And then if we go into density, we can have different levels of density in this. For map default, map tiles, map tile rivers, right? And then we can have settings files for that as well. And now each of those you can absorb into this main one by saying imported density, and it'll pull the file for it. So if we change density on this one to map underscore default, right? And then save that. And look underground. It just changed that entirely. So it changes the whole world based on the density that we've provided for it. And this is the area that I've been modifying, by the way. It's just this block right here. That's wild. You can paint dreams directly on the map? Yeah, but we're not doing that. We're using world gen. Watch this. See that right there? So that changed the overall density of specifically the floor environments. Wait, did I do it for floor environments? I did it to ceilings. It's the ceilings. So let's go look for map default where we can change the density of something else. Can you reduce tree density? That's what I'm trying to find out right now. I want to see if I can do that. Deep grass. This is all the grass. This is all the leaves. It's the cavern map. There's bedrock. Mud. Dry mud. Environments. Tint. Grasses. Iron ore. Bushes. Deep root trees. Here we go. So it's pulling all the tree assignments from there. Let's make the jitter... Jitter is going to be inside of a spot if we have a box, right? So, I know how this works. Think of a grid, right? We have a grid. And let's say that an object is going to spawn in the center of each one of these grid pieces, right? Jitter is going to be like, actually it can spawn up there and down there. Now, they still have to be about the same distance away from each other. You could still only get one per box, but the jitter will make it go somewhere in there at a random offset. So we go, look at this. The jitter is 0.3. So if we do... Where's our offset? The actual offset in this case is up to 12. Let's make that 40. And then save that. And see how that changes things. Okay, so that didn't do it. That's actually just doing a full-on offset. This was what, 15 before? So I need to do something else to reduce that. Mesh 2D positions. Mesh point generator. Spread the offset more? It's at 15. If I change it to 50, it didn't change it much. I think it's the mesh point generator that we're having a problem with. Let's make this 100. I don't know if that's the case, but... Oh, we made it 1,000. Well. Save that. I don't want to change one thing at a time. There we go, because we're making the amount of points farther and farther from each other. Yeah. So we change this one to 100 as well. Because it looks like it's doing 2 generators for 2 different trees right now. It is. Yeah, see? So we can reduce the amount of trees immediately. Look at that. So if we look at this one is generating... Basically what's happening here is it's generating positions and generating a second set of positions. This is the B seed. This is the A seed. And on the B seed, it's generating trees. And on the A seed, it's generating trees. So you have two completely different sets of these. If we only did one, let's say we set it to 1,000. And we set this one to 15. And we set the jitter to 0. And then save this. It should create a grid of trees. There you go. It's a grid of trees. See that? Yeah. This is... I know exactly what this is doing now. We're going to... And this is why it has an offset. Say 0, 0, 0. We'll make this up to 30. I understand now. It all makes sense now, chat. He's starting to believe. So watch this. We're going to create a grid of trees, and all the trees are going to be slightly away from each other. See that? Perfect grid, right? You see that right there? Now, because we're dealing with positions, and they're 30 away from each other, imagine that it's a square of 15 by 15, because they're 30 across, right? And in the center is the tree. Let's do a jitter of 30%. So up to 30% in any direction. We'll save that. Watch this. See how it's moved them all? Like, it's still a grid, but they're all moved within their grid squares, and some of them are closer to each other and some of them are farther away. That's why it looks like it's randomized and nice. And all they've done is they've done a secondary one using the exact same feature where you've set this to 30 on this one, and you've set that to 0 as well. Set that in there. And this will create another grid of trees. So the second grid of trees, right? And now you can go back into this, and you can set that one to a jitter of 0.3, but we set an offset. And the offset, because we don't want them to be exactly the same, right? So we'll save that. And now you'll see the trees should be in exactly the same positions. Yep. Looks really weird, right? You might get trees on top of trees doing that because of the exact same seed between these. Actually, it's using seed B and seed A. So we did seed A for that one. I think we can actually get them to generate in the exact same positions. Yep. There's two trees on top of each other in each of these locations now. At least there should be. They might even be Z-fighting. Or it just replaces it. So it's a tree... it's a tree generating the same spot and thus replacing the original tree. That's funny. Alright, so now we'll do seed B for this one. And we'll do an offset of 15 and 15. And 15. Save that. And now it'll be much more filled in and much more random looking, right? It's not about actually being random, it's about looking random enough. And look at this. Some of these trees dug way down into the earth because I set the randomness on the Z-axis to 15. Isn't that wild? Look at the roots. Look how crazy that looks. Starting to believe. Big roots, yes. So now we can set this all back to what it was, resave it, and if you sit there and tune it enough, this is what it'll look like. And you can see it's actually changed the trees based on like kind of where they are and like how high they are. So now... I wonder if I could change it to just mushrooms. That one was searching for the ground? Yeah, it was. Plains 1 deep root mushrooms. Plains 1 deep root mushrooms. Did it make mushrooms? It may not be able to because of the height. I wonder if mushrooms have a specific height they can grow at and we can change those. I think mushroom can only spawn on stone. I don't think that's true. No, I don't think that's true. Look how fast that world gen is, dude. They might need blocks overhead in a specific light level. Could be. Could be. I didn't realize the world gen was this powerful. I didn't realize the world gen was this insane, dude. You want to go make a custom tree type now? You'd make it as a prefab and you could do it. Yeah. Is that V2 world gen? Yeah, it is. This is world gen V2. It's completely insane. At least as far as I know, this is world gen V2. Why are there so many messages? What the hell? One moment. All right. Can you explain what's so insane about it? Okay, so when you want to generate something in Minecraft, right? Watch this. I just save this file, and it rebuilds the entire world. You can create and modify biomes in real time, and create your own biomes with your own prefabs and your own everything in real time on a live server. This is insane, dude. Like, using a visual scripting system to do it. Like, this is wild, dude. Are you a Hightail dev? No. I am moving our MMO from Minecraft into Hightail, and I am blown away by the toolsets that we have. I've spent the last 8 days inside of the asset editor, and now I'm playing with World Gen, and World Gen is nuts, man. World Gen is completely insane. This can be used to spawn whatever the hell you want. Like anything. Let's find another prefab. So there's other prefabs that are in there. What if we changed mushrooms to trees? What happens? Does it grow mushrooms? Does it grow trees underground? Oh! I think it did. Oh, it did. Wherever there was a mushroom underground, it grew a tree, and the tree grew all the way up to the surface. Because it grew the roots going all the way upwards. I'm just going to cut this. These trees were mushrooms. Look at this. The roots go all the way down now. So if you spawn trees super deep, you can see their little root ends, like that one there. They will grow all the way to the surface. So you can make, like, look at that. That's cool as shit. And there's the roots right there. So you can make, like, a forest of, like, deeply rooted trees. That's rad, dude. That's really cool, man. No, I gotta know how these work, man. Yeah, look at that. Look at how it grew that out. So when it hit the rock, it knows that it can't bury through the rock, so it goes around and makes, like, all these... Like, look at how insane the world gen is for that, man. This one did weird shit. Look at that. This is what I'm saying, like, this is something you would build in Minecraft. Not something that would procedurally generate in the environment, right? That's what I'm saying. Yggdrasil can be a place in the world map. Exactly. Oh my god. Are these roots? Is that what that shit is? What is that? Thick vine roots. Alright. That means if we dig here, I bet there's a tree all the way on there, isn't it? It goes all the way down! This is basic MC? Okay, buddy. Bait used to be believable. That's wild. My man's never played Minecraft before. Alright. We have now scratched the surface of things that I can do with this. I'm gonna go get a snack. I'll be right back. Alrighty. And I'm back. Alright, so with that in mind, right? Someone's saying, oh, basic Minecraft can do that? Basic Minecraft can't do that shit. Not at all. We're doing this in real time on a server, and you can do this on a live multiplayer server without restarting the server. Yeah. You can't do that in Minecraft, dude. Like, this is so much easier than anything Minecraft could do. It's insane. Let's see what this tint is. You can just change the tint of the whole biome in different areas. Look at that. Just in real time. That's crazy. Make green purple? We could do that. Let's make clown vomit the environment. Why didn't that save? What the hell? Whoa, okay, there we go. One sec. Now we can go through and change the trees to that if we want to. I'm gonna eat this snack. One sec. This is unironically insane, dude. He's gone. It's because I'm eating. Can you generate one really big Yggdrasil tree? Maybe. I don't know. I'm not really sure yet. I bet I could get it to join a bunch of trees together. Silence is menacing, and all right. Here's the thing I'm wondering. Is this World Gen V1 or V2? I don't know if they're using World Gen V2 for this. So this is actually what V2 is. Nice. I wonder if we can get it to spawn a tree in midair. I don't know if we can. Failed to load it on that one. Want to see something funny? The wall of wood. So there's got to be something that is determining how a tree can spawn, and I think that's inside of the prefab. Right? I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Wall of woods. Isn't that insane, though? So let's go look at the prefab and see how that determines how a tree creates, right? Is that Sherwood? Dude, that's, like, if we go down to, like, base level, like, you can't get in that, right? Like, that gets terrifying and dark very fast. You know? You make shifting woods from Lord of the Rings? I mean, not really. Look how good that looks, though. Like, it creates these pathways of the trees like this. Make the trees a bit taller? I don't know how. Let's pull a different biome's trees. That's an idea. The tree that we chose... Nope, stop it. There we go. Plains 1 deep root trees. This is going to be in Highlightail Generator. World Structures. No. Isn't it World Structures? Where that lives.
Steel_generation with 500 bits said hello hi Lord Thorington.
Hello.
Have you ever had the Korean desert, binsu? It's shaved ice and condensed milk, usually with fruit or whatever toppings you want.
That sounds fun.
It's really good. I imagine that is what you get when you milk a snowman.
No. You're the worst. Forest 1 river trees. I should never hit that button.
Tempestiel said I finally saved up 50k points for a TTS, but I don't know what I should ask. Do you have any suggestions?
No. I don't have any suggestions at all. I mean, you just spent them. So, now we'll never know. Yeah. Okay, so it's pulling the assignment of those trees, but the biome that we're in only allows this type of tree to be made. So the environment is Zone 1 forests. Right? So the assignments... Environment, Zone 1 forest. Where can we find that? Where does that live? I'm not finding it. I don't know where that lives. Oh, wait. No, that's not it either. I thought it was in world structures for a moment, but I guess not. Yeah, deeper we go. If the trees start walking and blaming you, good. Blame them. Because this is environments, and I don't know what environments do. Environment provider. This is Zone 1 forest. So that's... The environment is Zone 1 forest, but where is that stored? Is it in Hightail generator? No. Now what? This one is so cool. Let me look at this. That looks sick, dude. Look at that tall tree. Yeah, look at that. See, this is what I'm talking about. Now that I'm just scratching the surface of this, this is the shit that people are making when they've spent the whole week learning it. I did that with the asset editor. Now I want to do it with this. And they're using the in-game machinima tool, it looks like. That's cool. That's rad, man. That's rad as shit. So I need to find out where it's pulling Environment Zone 1 forest. Because I can't find that anywhere. It's not in the settings folder. It's not in graphs. It's not in density. Where is it getting this environment? Maybe it's under here? Ah? Environment Zone 1 forest. What if we pull it from Zone 2? Excuse me. Environment Zone 2 deserts. What happens? It changed the music. Okay. So the environment provider in this case sets the music tone. Now it makes sense. And it also sets the underground music. So this is the above ground music, this is the underground music. I might set the weather too. It might. So if we go back into here, Environment Zone 2 Mage Towers. What else is on this? Is this the curve of the music going in and out on this? Is that what that is? I think it is. Yeah, I think that's exactly what that is. Have you guys seen the Stone Skin one? Yeah, I turned it into an invisibility one the other day, Zaphroth. Did you see that or no? That's kind of funny shit. You're asleep for the first half of stream? Let me see if I can grab it for you. One sec. I got a little clip of it. There you go. YouTube or Twitch? Why are you stupid? There we go. You? So I turned it into that the other day. Yeah. That neat. So you take the stone skin wand, and then you change it so that the graphic itself turns to no graphic at the end of the effect, and that's it. It's just really neat. Like, you do all kinds of cool shit with this. You just dissolve him, yeah. Let's throw on 11 hours of Hightail. True. True. My hair is doing whatever it's doing right now. It's great. You're looking at the prefab editor, and it's got a lot of quality of life. Where's the prefab editor? When you're saying prefab editor, what do you mean? Is that yet another editor that I haven't touched? Is it the model editor or no? Open tools go to. Prefab list, prefab editor. Oh my shit. What the hell? Oh my god, this is how you build prefabs. I have no idea how this works either. Editor empty. So this is how it... This is like their version of jigsaw blocks. Okay. There's the anchor point on this, so that's where it gets anchored, I'm guessing. The center point for that, right? Yeah, there's another toy box. How do we know which prefab this is? Is this how it's built, where it's like each one of these in a section? And then it can be any of these four on this set? Press T. I see. So each of these is actually a prefab in Encounter Zone 1, Tier 1, and it's all four of them. And then for each one of these, open the Save Settings UI. This is actually the bounding box for that prefab. So the anchor defines that, and the anchor is the save thing. Holy shit, this is awesome. And this is every variant that displays in that. And then you would take that prefab, you would put it into a list. Let me grab this. In Assets, under Server, in Hightail Generator, in Assignments, in Planes 1. Where's the encounters? There we go, encounters. And then inside of that encounters, this is one of the encounters. You would put each one of those for the monuments. Yep. This is how they're doing it. Okay, so you build a prefab, you pull that into an assignment, you take the assignment, you put it into the world gen system, and then you set it to have a certain density of being displayed. This is Minecraft's system, but better in every way. Like, just in every possible way. Because this is the stuff that I was doing in Minecraft for our custom server. It is literally just that, but better. There's a lot of shit in the prefab list. Jesus Christ. It really is just everything that we had in Minecraft, but better in every way. Like, look at this. Oh my god, dude. Prefab editor. You are already in an edit session. Please exit your current one. How do we exit this? What is the exit method for this? It's not Alt F4, you goblin. No? So the bottom left? Ah, P, edit, exit. A little bit odd. All right, we're back into our weird world. So we're going to go into Creative Tools, Prefab Editor. We're going to choose not the demo. We're going to browse for this on our own machine under Blockgame. We'll go back up one. Let's go to trees. And we're going to go to these trees that we see in front of us, which is Zone 1 Plains, or Zone 1 Forest is what I think it was. Oh, dude, it's got every single tree in here. Let's just look at the cedar trees. What do you mean stage? Stage 3? That's wild, dude. Yeah, growth stages. So you could sit down and just have, like, a session where you literally just make a prefab. Cave formation, no. Nodes? Rock volcanic. Golem fire steel. This is probably going to make that little environment with the golem, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Look at this. And right there is where the golem spawns. And so you build the open airspace in all of this, so it creates the bubble inside of it. And then they make the little platform and they put the little guy on it. And then this is what it looks like overall. And we could actually take this and we could change the boundaries on this if we wanted to. So that every time this spawned, it would spawn differently. Yeah, you can add several variants as well. Yeah. So I could sit down and just make like 10 different variants of this. That's crazy. Do you really need another shirt if you're talking about the ferret one? Get it. You are helping charity by doing so. It's a very cool thing to do. Yeah. This is rad. I didn't realize that this is how the prefab system works. So if you want to do development of like a custom server, you could do any one of these things and just go wild, right? Yeah, I could have Krognar be a randomly generated dungeon. Exactly. You're stuck in a time loop and December is about to start. You have to wake up. God damn it. There's so much to do. Let's go into trees and then mushrooms. Because I saw those mushrooms. Show me these mushrooms. How did they build these mushrooms? Wait, what? Wait, that was the mushroom that it was making? That was it? Just that one weird mushroom? Wait, why is this such a big area? Why'd they make the area so big? That's the mushroom, though. With the mycelium underneath. But why so big? That's weird, right? That's a grid template? What do you mean grid template? Prevent overlap? You could just do that with your world gen, though. I don't know why you do it instead of this. Yeah, density limitation can be done in the world gen. Looks like a pile of shit from above. True. Most mushrooms do. Oh, that's how big the grid is for prefabs. Really? That's a bit odd. I don't think that feels wrong. Let me test that. I want to see if what you're saying makes sense. if that's the case, then how does this one go outside of it? Right? It is the old bounding box, you're right. So no, that other one didn't need to be that big, it just was for reasons. Or I had to update the bounding box and it wasn't updated. That's more likely. So the bounding box doesn't update automatically. Yeah.
Crazed Loot Goblin donated $25 to charity.
You're amazing. Thank you very much. Let's go to prefab editor. We'll go into assets prefab. Browse into this. Assets. Trees. Mushrooms. Mushroom there. Confirm. Load. There we go. Okay. So the collision box just didn't update. Now it makes sense. That's why I was like, what the hell is going on? Yeah. Or the bounding box, rather. What's your favorite meal to make? Potatoes au gratin in a cast iron pan inside of my oven. I haven't made it in a while. I need to make a nice bechamel and do one. Alright, so if you look at this, this is the bounding box, the correct one. You have to select the anchor box to update it. That's why it looked weird. So it's actually correct. So it's not actually the really big one that we saw. Give recipe? I don't have a recipe. Say it's a bug. Yeah, it's just a bug. It's a visual bug. It's not actually real. NPC Dragons Frost, Dragon Frost. Confirm. Load. So this is a little frost dragon area in that farm. See, look, it's still showing the box down there. Oh, wrong button. Still shows the box right there. I gotta find the anchor. And we grab the anchor, and now you can see this is the actual bounding box now. It's just a bug. But right there is where it spawns the dragons. So the real thing now is we can make the prefab this way. How does it determine to spawn a specific creature inside of it? Right?
Popeater_ donated $67 to charity.
That is incredibly nice of you. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Also, how dare you at the same time? Is there a spawn block? Not that I can see. In Minecraft, you would do this with jigsaws, and it was kind of stupid. So, I'm interested to know how this one works. And I don't know where that is defined. It may be defined elsewhere. Like, not inside of the prefab. Which is kind of better, to be honest with you. One of the worst things about spawning inside of Minecraft was that you couldn't really tie it to that for return spawns. Like, the way that it worked is you'd do, like, a jigsaw. It would spawn a entity one time, and then when it died, it would be gone, right? When you're building an MMO, that's not really the best. You need repeatable content. Select prefab enter? Or editor? Let me see. E. Nope. This is just the name of the prefab. Oh, look. Somebody accidentally left a hole in it. How could they? There's a hole in your prefab. And now you know it's there. Now you know it's there. Yep. Now this is crazy, dude. Oh, look, the box is still there, too. So when exiting or leaving a prefab editor, it shows the old collision box, the old bounding box. That's funny. That's not great. Looks like it keeps it, too. Prefab editor. Mineshaft. Mineshaft drift? Default minigame. What is that? What? What is that? It's a gold brick and a bunch of windows. I don't know what that is. That's very weird. It's bait. Yeah, it's 100% bait. They did say mini game. That's true. That is true. Goblin Thief Chest. Pre-game minigame. Example portal base. What is Goblin Thief Chest? You know, I feel like I should have known. I feel like I should have known. You know? Yeah. If you had to eat any historical figure, who would you eat? Ask the British. They're good at that. Mummies, my dude. Lots of mummies. Oi, mate, you know I'm right. You know I'm right, dude. Go look up mummy dust and mummy brown, dude. Historically speaking, I am correct. You guys ate a lot of mummies, man. You guys ate a lot of mummies. This is true and factual. Welcome to history. Yeah, they're eating mummies, dude. Thor's just jealous? A little, yeah. Test tree. Testing. Prototype structures. Sewer. That's kind of cool. Oh, weird, dude. Oh, this is gonna be so freaking cool, dude. This is gonna be so freaking cool, dude. This is the thing that's on the lava island. Like the lava evil island, the one that's got like all the gratings and everything. That's the one that shows up with that. Yeah. So this is how they created it in a prefab for this. I can build sunken cells this way. By God, the cities will have proper sewers? No. No, that's not going to happen. Yeah, sunken cells is going to look amazing. I didn't know that this is how prefabs in this game worked, though. I have a lot of work to do. I have so much to learn about this goddamn game. I have so much to learn about this game. What is Goblin Lair empty? Buh. Well, I guess they told the truth. It is empty. What? Stop it. dungeon, goblin lair, prefabs goblin, room, boss, large boss, load. Where is the anchor? Is that a TV? What is that? Small trash pile. How long before somebody makes like an insane futuristic thing in Minecraft? Or not in Minecraft, in Hightail. Because like, you could just do that in this. In Minecraft you could do it, but it would take just months. But in this would be like a day, man. Kingdoms of the Dump? You could make it in Kingdoms of the Dump. How long do you before people stop saying, kill that guy in Minecraft? Start saying it in Hightail, dude. It's gonna happen. In Minecraft, we'll slowly merge. Is this ooze? What is that? Oh, it looks like it's just the templates, or at least colors. Are there lights in here? How are they doing the glow? I think it might be the plants. It is. It's the green seaweed bulbs. And then this whole area is just filled with air. So they must have replaced it. Yeah, there's the green seaweed bulbs. They must have replaced the entire inside of this with air. So then that is like structure void from Minecraft. So then air fills up all of this. Interesting that they put these dudes in here. So does that mean this only spawns this way with one guy one time? So you can put entities in this. How does that work functionally, though? Right? They spawn with these guys? Do they only spawn once, then? There's loot under the treasure mountain? Is there? Oh, that's cool. Large treasure pile. Yeah, look at this. I can make stuff like large treasure piles drop coins and shit, too, for you guys. When we have a block game running on this. I think that'd be quite fun. This is wild, dude. What is this, Kenko? Oh, yeah, no, I was seeing this before. Like, this is like a big cyberpunk world. But I thought this person built this. But I'm wondering if they made prefabs and then just generated it with V2, right? Maybe they just generated it now. This is crazy, dude. They built the prefabs and they did that, maybe. Right? I don't know. Like, I don't even know now. This is bonkers, dude.
Kagez said, what was the seal's favorite subject in school? Art, art, art.
You're dumb. Oh, that's funny. So, something that we can know that it's not going to change is World Gen V2. We can go absolutely ham with that, and we won't have a problem with it. Because they want to go forward with that. So I think what I'm going to do is for the next probably week, I'm going to focus on World Gen and builds like this. And we can start building stuff out, because we know that that's going to stay the same. Biome building, things like that. Yeah, I'm super into it. I want to make a bunch of different biomes, too. Because as much as I like their Zone 1, Zone 2, and Zone 3, Zone 4, I want to make a bunch of biomes, dude. Screw the spells, this is fun. Yeah, well, I don't need to make the spells anymore. I know how to do them now. So spells are finished. Now we can move on to World Gen and biomes. I can learn how that works. Hopefully by the end of the month, I know how to find my own ass in every system that they have. Is basically the idea. Right now, I can find half my ass, which is all of the asset editor. Yeah.
Mitsunari with 500 bits said good day thorium. Had
Good
a
day.
bad day mental-wise, so now I watch to distract myself. Much love from Germany.
I'm sorry,
The
man.
factory calls upon thee.
The factory always calls. You're German, I know. I know the answer. The factory calls. World prefab editor. Oh, by the way, oh, did I set out the shorts for the day? I don't know if I did. Hold up. Short. I didn't set up the short for the day, did I? Nope, I suck. There we go. It'll be out in 1 minute. I'm setting up the other one now. You see, get so silent.
Din
still, 'cause
Zero
I'm
Gex
focused.
0 said, howdy Thor, did you see that someone is working on and reached some success with getting crossplay between Hightail and Minecraft? From what I can see, they have added dropping items, placing and breaking blocks, and even some combat stuff.
I have seen this. We've seen it a whole bunch of times today. It's just, what it looks like to me is it looks like it's two different servers and it's replicating one action from one server to the other, which is cool. Unique features. Unique style. There we go. Yeah, no, it's really cool, but it's like, for me, it makes me wonder, like, did they actually set up a single server, or is it two servers and it's replicating a bridge between? And if it's replicating a bridge between, will it ever do anything beyond just, like, kind of basic functionality? Because you can't get them to work together, the servers. Like, it's not going to work. The only thing you think of is that you would set it up so that it would be visualized that way, but wouldn't actually be functionally that way. Yeah, two, I'm assuming, otherwise it's kind of pointless. Yeah, it'd be kind of weird. I mean, if you're building a bridge between them, that's cool. Yeah, it's mostly novelty. Exactly. Neat, but mostly novelty. There we go. All right. How do you work on a project continuously for almost 12 hours? Well, after the stream, I'm going to do it for another 6 on my other project. But first, I'm going to take a shower. That's going to be right after the stream. All right. Shorts are up. Short is up. Video will be up in 14 minutes. See servers supporting a bridge like Hightail fully releases. After that, I don't really see a reason. Yeah, it's kind of weird, right? Like, to be honest with you, I
Chicago
wouldn't do
Strong
that.
One said, hey Thor, wanted
Yep.
to say howdy and a temporary bye-bye. Life
Howdy.
at work has become so toxic, and I'll be resigning soon.
Jesus.
That means no interwebs for a bit, so I'll be gone until I can get back on my feet.
I'm sorry to hear
Make
that,
sure
man.
you goblins take care of each other. Love you all.
I hope you're doing okay outside of that, and, you know, good luck, man. Make sure you have another job set up, is the biggest thing that I always have to say. I think that is incredibly important, because a lot of people will walk away before they have another solution, you know? And I don't want you to do that, because it's really, really dangerous. So this is what these are. These are the challenge things. You know? You know, I have an idea. Okay, Blockgame nerds. What if I don't have Krognar's Bastion as a place that exists in the world in Midgard, but instead I have it so that it spawns in Murkheim and you have to find it. And when you find them, you can go into that world and fight it. As an instance. That's how... This feels more like Trove now. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that. That's so freaking cool that way. We could totally do that. So let's go pull up those creative tools again. We're gonna do the prefab editor. I think they're already effectively doing this. If we go to... Is it Monuments? Challenge. Grass. Combat. Challenge Grass Combat 1. Yeah, look at this. These are the work in progress things. And look, it's covered in grass. This is how I'm going to do dungeons. There will be like a portal where this work in progress would be. And I would put like a portal there and make it do a thing. And you jump down into it and it sends you to the place. That's how I want to set that up. This is cool as shit. This one was called grass. I guess it's moss on that one. No, I super dig that. I super dig that. We'll probably make that... Oh, I was going to say tomorrow. But today's Wednesday, ain't it? Yeah, tomorrow's Thursday. No stream tomorrow. I almost want to stream tomorrow so I can just keep doing this. But I got other work to do. I got to work on Heartbound stuff. Yeah. Cave? No, we're not going to do a surprise stream. I got shit to do. I got shit to do.
Formaggio234 said the other day I decided to try to make a model to bring into Hightail.
Okay.
After about 10 hours I went from 0 skill or experience to having it modeled, textured, has some WIP animation, and is in-game. Still very scuffed but I'm happy. Couple pics and a short clip in the Blockgame modding channel.
This is the way, dude. That's freaking awesome. That's freaking awesome. Yeah, I went from this last week of knowing nothing about anything to being able to make spells. I can change anything in the asset editor now. I know what all the interactions do. Like how to make our own interactions, all kinds of shit. And now I'm going through, and I'm going to learn prefabs next. Prefabs in World Gen is my next plan, right? And all I got to do is make one weird prefab and then figure it out from there. You did the same thing in like 2 sessions for the Thor spider, like 2 4-hour sessions. That shit was wild. What is this, Creeper? Ubisoft has canceled 6 games and delayed 7 others to ensure quality. The company will announce additional layoffs on February 12th. If Division 3 is on the list of canceled games, I will uninstall the Ubisoft launcher today. That's what I'll do. Because that's the only reason